Travers week continues at historic Saratoga Racecourse with the infield canoe awaiting a fresh coat of paint after Saturday's showdown. Who will take home this prestigious summer prize? The stakes could not be higher, with 3-year-old championship honors hanging in the balance. 2-year-old champ signaled his Jim Dandy win that he's still the leader of this division. Forte finally gets his mile-and-a-quarter moment on Saturday. We already know the Kentucky Derby winner excels at this classic distance. Saturday, it's round 3 with Forte as he looks to add a second Grade 1 win. Meet leading trainer Chad Brown lines up another strong quartet into the turf stakes that he has dominated as he sends out 4 in the Ballston Spa, led by technical analysis, who looks for a repeat win in this event. Can she wire the field again, coming off that front-running score earlier in the meet in the De La Rose? That and more ahead on this Thursday edition of Saratoga Live, brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Great to have you with us on this Thursday card from the premier meet in the country. We'll get into the first race just 8 minutes away on a special day today, Military Appreciation Day, as we honor past and current members of the military who give that incredible sacrifice to protect our freedoms here in this country. That infield canoe. We'll talk what colors we think it will be painted on Saturday after that big Midsummer Derby showdown coming up on Saturday. Live coverage this Saturday afternoon, of course, coming up on Fox. I'm Greg Wolf. Good to be with you on this Thursday card. Good feature as well on this Thursday afternoon with that Ballston Spa. And again, meet leading trainer Chad Brown sending out 4 runners on the card, including a horse who won this race last year with technical analysis. She went gate to wire again, back to her front-running tactics earlier in this meeting, that De La Rose. Will she be able to do that again today? We'll discuss that coming up as we look ahead to a terrific Thursday card here at Saratoga. Good weather. We hope it holds on. Here's what's ahead, presented by Claiborne Farm. Race 5, 2-year-old maiden special weight. We'll start the late Pig 5 in race 6. And that Mohegan Sun Ballston Spa, the feature today, race number 9. With me on set as we look at track conditions presented by John Deere. Fast and firm. Champion jockey Richard Migliori. New York Racing Association handicapper Andy Serling. And special guest, I should say, joining us later on the program as well, former NBA champion Avery Johnson. That Ballston Spa, technical analysis, she's devastating when she's on the front end. Can she be alone on the front end today?
Well, I mean, if you're the connections of Evie Jets, you saw the result last time when you allowed her to waltz on the lead. I would think you've got to go back to the tactics that were so successful for you in the past with Evie Jets and go forward. I guess there's another horse in there. There's a big long shot that potentially could show some speed with Katie Davis. You know, slow fractions though normally.
The thing is, technical analysis has the ability to rate, and I think her loss to Evie Jets was more about needing a race off the layoff, as we've seen that before. It's a very potent 2 horses for Klarovich Stables in here, in that they have the best speed horse and the heavy favorite in technical analysis, but they may have the best closer in consumer spending as well. When you have 2 horses with such complementary running styles, it makes things very tough.
Yeah, really complement each other. They're both ability, just different ways of going
horses,
about it. Yep.
And again, with what Chad Brown has done at this meet already a couple of times, years prior, the Diana, biggest price of his 4, sometimes have won these big races. We'll see. Even Speak of the Devil will be probably the biggest price of that group. Really can't count out anyone from his barn in that race. But it's going to be a good rendition. See if the defending champ can do it again. You can play all the action, including that race, which includes the late Pig 5 and the Pig 6, by getting signed up with Naira Bets. Promo code for new members, SPA200 at sign up. Get that $200 deposit match sign-up bonus right there at NairaBets.com. Going to kick off this Thursday card with a New York bred maiden claiming event. So they're all up for sale for that $30,000 price tag. And here's all look to get that first win of their career. And the current favorite, Shotgun Patsy for Belmont, who is dropping in for a maiden claiming tag for the first time.
Not exactly the best of the gun runners, but you got to run where they can win. And this horse, who has done no running, is a short price. And I picked her as well, despite the fact she's done no running, but it just feels as though you want a new face.
There she is. She's 2-1. Bella Sonadora, big price, went by from the rail. Here's Power and Glory.
It's had a lot of chances, but believe it or not, could get a piece.
And the 4th, Strange Fruit. Jose Ortiz will be aboard for Pat Reynolds.
Yeah, has run okay and now stretches out.
Skip the 4. Sorry, Cause I'm Elegant at 3-1 right now.
Well, those two come out of the same race, Strange Fruit and Cause I'm Elegant. A weaker field, one of the reasons. Oh, she finished second. People want new faces.
All over the place. Here's the 7. Go Susan, go start number 2. Coming in from Finger Lakes.
They're really testing you with this post parade, Greg. She could be the wise guy horse, owned by some wise guys, the Matisse Racing Stable.
And here's the 6. So here's Altarina, Katie Davis for Mark Hennig.
I actually thought she was interesting. I know she ran on the turf, but I thought she finished with some interest, and I like her works on the dirt.
Don't you want to take a look at any Mark Hennig horse that's a little bit of a price right now? The way
great meet. And here's Strange Fruit with Jose Ortiz.
Yeah, I think a player here, stretching out. I thought the effort last time, certainly against this group, makes her a viable option.
Here's a question. When's the last time you saw a broodmare sired by Harlem Rocker appear in the PPs? You don't see his name too often.
Wow, that's a good call there.
Stronach stable horse.
Yeah.
DQ'd in the Cigar Mile.
4 minutes away. Our opener on this card coming up will be out of the Wilson Chute going 1 mile. Let's welcome in for the first time today. Hello, Maggie Wolfendale.
Hello, Greg. And the reason why you saw Strange Fruit as well as Altarina not in order, throwing you guys off, is because, especially Strange Fruit, actually not Altarina, Strange Fruit was behaving so badly in the paddock. They could barely get the tack on her. I will begin here with number 2, guys, as Shotgun Patsy is your current favorite. And she's one, and talking about Shotgun Patsy, again here as she drops in class, she's one that's going to get a little extra. Look how well she's moving. She's almost like doing a piaffe or a passage out there, rather. Honestly, I didn't want to pick her as the favorite because she has done little to no running in those 2 maiden special weight races, and she was kind of mid-pack on the rail last time and just stopped in the stretch. But I think she's helped by the mile. I think she's doing better than what she was in those 2 previous efforts, meaning that she's just strengthened up a bit. And like you can see out there, she's moving very well, very animated stride to her. So that kind of pushed me more in her direction. But I do think there's 2 interesting propositions, lightly raced duo on the outside and Altarina. Now, yes, they did keep her away from the rest of the horses and had the pony with her the entire time. I wasn't in the paddock for the June 15th effort, so maybe she was behaving badly that day. I don't know, but she has behaved beautifully at number 6 in here, Altarina, number 6. We're just showing random horses, I think. Altarina, she behaved really well so far in the preliminaries, and as Katie Davis is aboard, I like her switching to the dirt as Alteration. He does do best with his dirt sprinters, at least. And if you go back a generation, the dam actually have to Ichabod Crane, one of my favorite stakes winning New York breds, ran 3rd in the Preakness back in 2008 as well. And I think she belongs on this surface. The distance is a little bit of a question mark. A mile might be pushing her, but again, I think this is the right spot for her. And then you have a Finger Lakes invader, number 7, Go Susan Go for Sao Oreo coming in. And I got to give Sarah Albadwi a little bit of credit for this one, or a lot of credit, I should say, as she told me to watch the head-on. And watching this one, she was down on the rail, right, at Finger Lakes, and you could just see how deep and how tiring the rail looked to be. It didn't look like though it was harrowed at all. And she spent most of the time down there, and then she tried to make a bit of ground late and got shut off. Now, I know it doesn't look as though on paper she did much running, but the fact of the matter is that was 5.5. You can see how big, how lanky this filly is. She wants every bit of this mile, if not longer, and she comes in here looking very fit off a little bit of a break and a freshening. Wish she looked a little bit better in her coat, but I think she's very intriguing in this spot, and as Andy said, for some wise guy connections. Greg?
All right, Maggie, thank you. This is a tough race to make anybody 3-2, isn't it?
Yeah, and I'm embarrassed to say I picked this horse. It's just, I guess it's this section. You see Bill Mott, right? You look around in here, and in some cases, maybe they just see Bill Mott and think, well, I trust him more than other trainers in here, whether it's fair or unfair. My biggest question with Go Susan Go is, she did not run in the Matisse Purple Silks first time out. I was a little confused by that. You know, they have those very striking purple silks. Source did have a little bit of a trip that day. I'm just not sure what to make of it. But they're sharp, and they've won their share of races. And this is the right field if you're trying to win a bet. And they're some of the sharper players in the game, the Matisses.
Well, that's exactly, though, right, why the 2 horses probably taking so much money. Not only the connections, but taking that significant drop in class from maiden allowance to maiden claiming. And I mean, even though the filly, outside filly is, she did run maiden allowance or maiden special weight finger lakes as opposed to here.
100%. And you know, Bill Mott's actually 15 for 40, 38% maiden special weight to maiden claim in the dirt over the last 5 years. That's a pretty strong rate. $1.85 ROI. They're relatively short prices, but still.
Yep.
Greg?
A lot of question marks in this race. I mean, who's going to get to the front? Who's going to handle the mile? Who's just going to last and win? It's not like there's a ton of talent in this group. Might be a war of attrition, just two lasts in here as we got to look at the 4 moving in Strange Fruit. At least because I'm elegant, the 5. Decent race sprinting at the meet for the level.
Strange Fruit is the speed, don't you? Coming out of sprint races?
You know, any of the 2, 3, 4 could go. I think some's going to depend on how live these horses are. Horses like the 6 and 7 could be forward if they're live, you know. It's hard. I mean, this is a race. We always say that the handicapping is about asking questions and trying to find the right answers. I'm trying to figure out what the questions are, and I have no idea really what the right answers are because there's no legitimate form to grasp onto.
Yeah.
There's no clear, this is the horse to beat.
No.
Though the public seems to decide the 2 who I picked is the horse to beat.
But, yeah, I mean, not just Hall of Fame trainer and the big name in this race, Bill Mott, having a sensational summer here as well. And, of course, he's going to send out Scotland, taking a shot at the 3 individual winners of the Triple Crown races and the 2-year-old Champ Forte. And he might be the one forward early with National Treasure.
He might be. I agree.
No, I agree. At me like I'm crazy.
No, I mean, I've spent a lot of time looking at the Saturday races, and I've made all my picks for the races, and it's not an easy race, race, because you can make a lot of cases for horses in there.
Did you come up with a top selection for the Travers?
I did.
Are we going to unveil that now, or are we going to wait?
No, we're going to talk about it later.
Unveil that now.
I'm curious.
Got to
Too early in the show, Mig. Come on.
Later.
I'm curious.
Thank you, Greg. He's very impatient.
Just write it down.
He's very impatient.
You're going to have to wait like everyone else, Mig.
I need to know who to throw out.
You'll know soon enough.
7-5 favorite, the 2 shotgun Patsy for Bill Mott. Let's go upstairs and kick off this Thursday card with Frank Miramonte.
Thank you, Greg. There's 'Cause I'm Elegant going in. We have 2 more left to load. Altarina. And Goes Susan Go completes the line. She walks up, and they're off. And it was a very even start. Strange Fruit is going out for the early lead. Altarina, 'Cause I'm Elegant in between them, backs off the top pair. Shotgun Patsy is racing in 4th. Then it's Power and Glory 5th, 5 lengths off the lead. Goes Susan Go, and Bella Sonadora is far back in the early going. They make their way onto the backstretch, and it's Strange Fruit leading the way by a half length. The opening quarter went in 24 3/5 seconds. Strange Fruit lets it out a notch, leads by a length and a half. Altarina a comfortable 2nd, and Shotgun Patsy by herself in 3rd. Then comes Power and Glory, a joint 4th. 'Cause I'm Elegant inches up just inside of her, takes that 4th spot as they head to the half-mile pole. Goes Susan Go, and Bella Sonadora continues at the back. They went the half in 49 1. Around the far turn, Strange Fruit has been the controlling speed. Shotgun Patsy inching forward on the outside of Altarina. Power and Glory is 4th with 3 lengths to make up down at the rail. Now, 'Cause I'm Elegant has dropped out of proceedings as they come with a 1/4 mile to go. Shotgun Patsy right up to Strange Fruit, who drifts wide at the top of the stretch. Shotgun Patsy in the center of the track, still a length and a half behind Strange Fruit, who's digging in. Altarina is down at the rail. They're inside the final 1/8 of a mile, and it's Strange Fruit. Altarina closing swiftly now on the inside. Center of the track, Strange Fruit. Altarina runs right by late, and it will be Altarina to win by 2. Strange Fruit was her own worst enemy. Then it was a photo between Shotgun Patsy and 'Cause I'm Elegant.
Katie Davis, fantastic summer. Saratoga continues, teams up with Mark Hennig. 2nd time out of Philly, was 59 1 in the debut with a victory.
Yeah, listen, she got the right group. I thought she was done around the turn when the favorite, Shotgun Patsy, passed her. She altered course to the inside of a drifting number 4, Strange Fruit. And Katie Davis with her 6th win of the Saratoga stand. Mark Hennig with his 8th. And I thought she was as good an alternative as anybody, Andy.
And Pat Reynolds, who trains Strange Fruit, must be a little sick and tired of Katie Davis and Mark Hennig, because that's who beat him last time. That's right. When Finney Harbor won, that was Katie and Mark as well. And Mark's having, Katie as well, but Mark's having a great meet. It's funny. I thought this horse was kind of just left on the turn. It felt like the favorite was just going to blow by and win by whatever she wanted to. She came up dead empty. Strange Fruit battled back, but Katie came back along the inside. And a nice win there, and what a summer for Mark as well.
Inching closer to double-digit wins here at this Saratoga season. Good for Mark Hennig, and 4-1 start to our Thursday card.
Yeah, and one thing that I've noticed about Katie, she honestly almost doesn't concern herself with what anybody else is going to do in the race. When that filly made the move on the outside, there was no urgency. She just kind of kept riding her horse and let her take her back into the race. And sometimes it's the best thing you can do, particularly with lower level type horses.
6'4", Katie Davis. Teaming up with the Mark Hennig barn, owned by Alan Brodsky, and a 3-year-old filly by Alternation with the victory here at 4-1 to begin things, and one of the most positive riders there is.
Yeah.
Just loves what she's doing out there. Kicks off this card with a victory.
If you could tap into that smile, you probably could light up the whole grandstand. I mean, she's just so positive and enjoys herself.
She's as positive as you are, Richie.
More so.
Really? Well,
Well,
you're pretty positive. You're a pretty positive guy.
Oh, look at that smile.
No,
Ear to ear.
Katie's terrific. She's impossible not to like. Truly. She really is.
And that smile's there,
well.
win or lose. She just loves being out there and competing.
Yep. And I believe this. I believe horses feed on people's energy, and she gives her horses every opportunity because she is so positive.
Prices from the opener. When we come back, we're going to take a timeout. We'll set up the early pick 4 as well, and we'll talk the big one this Saturday in the Travers, the Kentucky Derby winner, unfortunately forced to again get a new pilot. We'll have that story when we come back.
Undefeated Grade 1 winner Mastery was a multiple graded stakes winner at 2, including this victory in the Grade 1 Los Alamitos Cash Call Futurity. Now his progeny are bringing top dollar in the sales ring. His recent top runners include these star performers.
Good Girl, Bad Habits, the Mastery filly. Here surprisingly surging on the outside, surprisingly.
Midnight Memories, much the best in the Zenyatta.
Mastery, standing at Claiborne Farm.
RaceLens is the most in-depth product in horse racing, with unique features found nowhere else. True odds, predictive analysis, and pace projection. RaceLens. It will change the way you follow horse racing and take your game to the next level.
Back with you on Saratoga Live on our FS2 coverage. It's brought to you in part by legendary Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual unusually well. Opener in the books, and it goes to Altarena. Katie Davis, plenty to smile about, as is the man she just gave a high five. That is Mark Hennig, who is with Maggie.
And pleased to be joined by Mark Hennig and owner Alan Brodsky. And Mark, what a meet you and your team are having. Just talk about just a good energy that you're bringing forth with these horses and showing up to run well.
Yeah, well, I mean, you know how it goes. I mean, you're in the business, it goes like that. You get on a roll and things can keep rolling. You know, we had a real quiet week last week. We only ran 2, so I was kind of hoping we could get it rolling again, but we had a rough day yesterday, and fortunately, you know, I thought we were done at the quarter pole, and Katie kind of cut the corner and gave us some new life, so it was good to see.
Alan, talk a little bit about using Katie. She's so enthusiastic. She is the only jockey that can win a maiden claimer and come back to a full round of applause here in the winner's circle.
Katie's great, and she also, when she works horses in the morning, we get good input from her as to what the horse did. And this is one of the first horses I've ever had with Mark. We've been together over 20 years, so it's good to be in the winner's circle.
Absolutely, and your wife Rose was telling me, Mark, that Altarena isn't necessarily the easiest horse in the morning.
Not at all. She's very difficult, and you know, Katie's been great with her. Katie's, you know, got patience and quiet hands, and you know, willing to, you know, I think they like her. You know, she's talking to them, and you know, we got excused from the post parade and just tried to keep her as quiet as possible because she's almost ungallopable.
Well, she saved a lot of energy for that last kick. Congratulations, guys.
Thank you. Thank you. Appreciate
Thank
it.
you.
Mark Hennig having just a tremendous Saratoga 23, Greg.
And this is a tough place to get hot and heat up, so good for that barn. Good for Katie Davis as well. $10.60 for the win to kick things off here with Altarena. 6-4-2 finish. What have you seen? Like, she was gone for a long time. Obviously had a child with her husband, Trevor McCarthy, and about 16 months away, but has come back like she's not missed a beat.
You know, I just think that, you know, the mental aspect of it, she really has down. She likes getting on horses. She loves working with them in the morning. She's making more out of less. Horses that are difficult, people are starting to tab Katie because they know that, just what Mark said, quiet hands, good attitude, a lot of patience. So she's making her the most of her opportunities on horses that other people were not having a good time with. So if it ever like starts snowballing with her, she starts getting the choicer mounts too. I mean, I just think it's great. I like watching her ride. I think she finishes strong. She's got the tools, and yeah, it's a good story.
I'll give you a good example of a horse, High Oak.
Yes.
Who won our Saratoga Special a couple years ago, had that incident last year at Gulfstream, came back. I don't think there's anything physically wrong with him. He just didn't seem to want to run. He was scared. He was backing out of fields running last. Katie rode him last time. I think she'd be working in the morning. And he actually finished second. It's the first time he had run a credible race since he won the Saratoga Special. And it just feels like he responded to her.
Yeah.
She was the perfect rider to get him to at least wake up a little bit and show a little bit of what he once was.
Let's move on to race 2. It's going to kick off this early pick for sprinting on the turf, 5.5 furlongs. And New York breds trying to get the first win of their career coming up. Instamatic. There was a lot of talk about this horse in the debut for the Danny Gargan barn. Went off as a favorite. Did not break all that well. Wound up 5th, beat 7 lengths. So round 2 coming up today.
Yeah, and you would think with the race under the belt, this horse should break better. You know, one of the interesting things is when you see a horse break slow the way this horse did, sometimes you'll have a gate work back. This horse does not, but maybe they just feel like with that experience, this horse will jump better.
Oh, that seems very fair.
Well, with the big race coming up this weekend, development with what happened yesterday, an injury to jockey Luis Saez. We all know Javier, by this point, Javier Castellano, he had chose Arcangelo, the Belmont Stakes winner. He had rode Mage as well. Then connections go to Luis Saez, who had been aboard Mage in the Florida Derby. Of course, he suffers a broken collarbone. He's going to be out for a while. Now it will be Flavian Pratt picking up the mount on the Kentucky Derby winner. How difficult is that to go through from an injury standpoint, what he's going through, Saez, Meg?
I honestly, for jockeys, collarbones are a normal thing. I have very few riders that haven't dislocated or broken their collarbone. He also has a slight fracture in his wrist. Kieran McLaughlin conveyed to us that it'd be 3 to 5 weeks. He's having a procedure tomorrow on his collarbone. And collarbones are like bumps and bruises for jockeys. I think Lafitte Pink Guy broke his collarbone, both collarbones between the two, like something ridiculous, like 13 times.
Well, you make it sound like it's routine. For us mortals, it's actually it's not routine.
And as far as Pratt, who we mentioned will be aboard Mage, I mean, he's such a seamless rider. He does everything well, as you say all the time. How do you think he'll fit Mage?
I think he'll fit him fine. They're going from one top rider to another top rider. I think it's a lateral move.
2-year-old champ awaiting a rematch with the Derby winner, and Arcangelo, Belmont Stakes winner. Castellano will be aboard there, the big one. Saturday, we'll have a preview ahead.
And they're off. Power pretty close up in the early stages as the field approaches the quarter pole, and it's Gunite trying to fend off Elite Power, who's motoring like a big chestnut tank on the outside, and Elite Power and Gunite, Elite Power got him right on the money in 109.22 seconds.
Herman, the classic sire.
Experience the adrenaline-pumping, suspense-filled action of the Sport of Kings no matter where you are with Naira Bets. It's fast, easy, and secure. Download the app today and start winning with our lucrative weekly promotions, thrilling handicapping contests, and a one-of-a-kind VIP rewards program. Don't just watch horse racing, be a part of the action with Naira Bets.
Off into Perryville, all alone as he turns for home. Nashville under no stress whatsoever.
What's it going to take to win the Breeders' Cup Sprint, and could this horse have toyed with a group in the Breeders' Cup Sprint?
I'm going to say yes. This was sensational.
107.89.
Track record.
This is one of the most impressive sprint performances that we have seen.
This is a horse to get really excited about.
Never asked for a thing. Track record.
Just minutes from downtown Saratoga Springs, you'll find GMP Farm, a utopia of healing for equines and humans, offering revolutionary, customized equine care using state-of-the-art imaging and therapeutic technologies for horses of all disciplines. Immerse yourself in tranquility in our sacred spa, offering specialized spa treatments and holistic therapies to refresh and rejuvenate among tranquil mountain views. Start your journey to wellness. Visit gmpfarm.net and sacredspaandwellness.com to schedule a treatment today.
This summer, the thrill of horse racing comes to your home on Fox. Live from historic Saratoga Racecourse, don't miss the Travers Stakes. Only on Fox, Saratoga Saturday.
All quiet on that infield lake right now. Things are going to get wild this Saturday with the Midsummer Derby and the Travers coming up on Saturday. Pretty good choice for our ABR race of the week. It was the only choice for the big one to come at 1.25 miles. Race of the meet, shaping up to be the race of the year with the 3 individual winners of this year's Triple Crown, plus the 2-year-old Champ Forte, intriguing newcomer in Scotland, who looked impressive, winning here earlier at the meet. Let's meet this field that will line up. The 2-year-old Champ came back with an equipment change in the Jim Dandy. Got the win with those blinkers on.
Yeah, you know, it's interesting. His 2 wins in Saratoga have both been on wet tracks, so it does feel like he likes a wet track up here, but he's also a horse that's done very well on dry tracks as well.
7 for 9 lifetime mark. Arcangelo, he met him in the Belmont. Forte was the runner-up to the horse who broke through and made history.
He's really made a nice impression on me training up here. It feels like he's continued to mature, and I think he's coming in the race in very good order, and obviously a very talented horse to do what he's been able to do in just 5 starts.
Interestingly, this was a horse that Louis Saez chose over Mage Tapit Trice to ride in the Derby.
Yeah, his race in the Haskell was really poor. He's going to have to completely turn it around to be effective in here.
Kentucky Derby winner Mage, so it will be Flavien Prat, as we just told you in our last segment, who will hop aboard with the audible here for Gustavo Delgado.
Of course, it's been a gem of consistency. You got to really appreciate what he's done in 6 starts and a Kentucky Derby winner. I've liked the way a few other horses have trained better. I don't really have a strong reference point to Mage, but I do think that I prefer others because of the way they've trained.
The Preakness winner, National Treasure, Bob Baffert showing up, and he's gone back and forth with this move with this horse. The blinkers coming off again.
He's going to have to get faster to win this race, but Bob Baffert's a very dangerous guy to leave out in races like the Travers, especially his 3-year-olds. And I can't believe he's shipping this horse all the way across the country unless he genuinely feels he has a chance to win.
Meanwhile, Disarm, he was 4th in the Kentucky Derby. He was just 4th in the Jim Dandy. Blinkers go on.
Yeah, hard trying horse, got it done last time. This is much tougher, but he could improve. You know, horses change and develop at different times.
And Scotland providing maybe a little more pace outside. He won the Curlin impressively here at the meet for Bill Mott.
Yeah, I don't know that he's going to clear in here. He caught a very paceless race last time. He's only run 4 times, and he's done a lot in 4 races. And whether or not he's effective in this race, I feel like Scotland, as much as anybody, has a chance to be a very good horse at some point down the road, whether or not it's Saturday.
As for the 2-year-old champ, so much made of that equipment change. Putting the blinkers on in the Jim Dandy, the sloppy sealed track, and Irad Ortiz Jr. forcing his way through this tight spot to just get up and win.
Even if he hadn't gotten up and won this race by a nose, I think you would have to say that the blinkers had the desired effect. He was a horse that never runs in the bridle, always having to be kind of reminded of his job. And he was always traveling in behind horses in the bit, and definitely more aggressive than he had been previous, and I think the blinkers definitely helped get his focus.
I can't argue against any of that. I thought he ran fine in this race. He got a very, very good trip. The positive is, though, that he finally ran that much stronger fig, a 105 buyer, the big number we had kind of been waiting for.
I have to laugh, though. You said you can't argue with that like you're disappointed. You like to argue with it.
I like to argue with everything. It's horse racing. We should be arguing.
3 individual winners of the Triple Crown, but it's Forte, the 2-year-old champ, who will be the favorite. Coverage Saturday, part of our Fox Saratoga Saturdays, begins at 3 Eastern. Just a day away.
Jockey's Warrior quickly in front here by 2 lengths. Here comes Jockey's Warrior up the inside to take over the lead from Life is Good. Jockey's Warrior remains undefeated here at Saratoga, and he wins an unprecedented Grade 1 stakes at the Spa for the 3rd straight season.
The best bet for your dollar is Massachusetts Thoroughbred Reading Program.
I honestly believe it's the best program in the country, and it's probably the best kept secret.
The incentives in this program are awarded to any mass bred running anywhere in the country. Bonuses for owners, breeders, developers, stallion owners. You get those percentages no matter where that horse is running.
This is a great program. Everything about it.
Welcome back. You're watching Saratoga Live here on FS2 as we have horses in the paddock set and ready to hit the track for this 2-year-old maiden special weight for the New York breds. We're going to 5.5 on the turf course, and we'll start with some first-time starters breaking from the rail and picking up Kendrick Carmouche for the injured Luis Saez is Score the Rock, as he came out of the OBS March sale working 10-1, asked quite vigorously for that work, but did have pretty much a turf sprinter stride, everything you want to see. And he is by Travers, who I love his progeny on the turf sprinting, and he does strike at 14% with them. The dam was a stakes winning dirt sprinter, but did win 2 times sprinting on the turf as well. This is her first foal. I do think he might need one just to come together a bit, and it's kind of typical of Mike Maker's horses, but a little bit of intrigue with this guy and how he performs today. As number 4, Detective Tom. This is not something that Steve Asmussen necessarily excels at, and while this guy did work well for his 1 gate breeze that we saw here at Saratoga, and much better than a horse that debuted yesterday, Benzodini, for the barn on the dirt, I honestly think he might need a start. And what is there to say that pedigree, this guy's going to like the turf other than being by the factor? He does have a bit of a turf hoof, to be fair, but definitely not the fittest looking Steve Asmussen first-time starter that I have seen. As we'll take a look at number 10, Patronage for Todd Pletcher. This one by Travers as well. Dam didn't do much, and the 2 siblings haven't been much, but the Dams have to Oprado again, but he was a great stakes winner on the dirt. And watching this one's breeze on the turf, while he moved fine over it, kind of struck me as one that may want to go longer than this, than the 5.5. Kind of a long tubular frame to him, is wearing blinkers like he did in that workout. And as I always say, while Trust Fund did win with blinkers first time out for the Pletcher barn, there have been many, many others who have not won with that equipment first time out, but otherwise does look very well prepared here from a fitness standpoint and from a mental one too. Greg, I'm just not sure if these conditions are ideal.
All right, Maggie, thank you. We're going to get to our post parade here coming up in a moment. Call to posts happening as we speak, and we're going to kick things off with a well-named clavinet by disco partner. Andy, I'm sure you heard the story from Acacia Clement earlier.
Yeah, I did. It's an instrument that's very much used in a lot of disco music. It's half to 5 turf winners out of 7 foals from the dam, or 7 to try turf, I should say.
Score the Rock gets the rail. Kendrick Carmouche rides.
First foal out of a mare that was stakes placed on the turf, stakes winner on the dirt, not taking a lot of money.
Big price here with a Mira Shockley runner.
Yeah, actually, as a half to a Chad first-time starter, it was a turf horse, but I don't know, long shot.
Steve Asmussen, first-timer, the 4, Detective Tom.
Yeah, good first-out connections. Let's see how he takes to the turf.
6-1, Price is Truth.
This horse has some real turf pedigree, actually. Didn't run that badly in the debut.
15-1, somewhere out there. And just walking onto the track now, Rob the Bank for trainer Bruce Brown.
I always like to watch first-time starters, how they walk up to the pony, how they hook up with them. It speaks to me about just a horse's general overall preparation. Just another thing that they've got to get used to, getting next to a pony. I like when they've had that schooling in the morning. Obviously, this horse is a little bit apprehensive about the pony.
Here's Instamatic for Danny Gargan. I know connections were very high on this horse first time out. He was sent off the favorite.
I picked him today. He's got to break alertly. He got badly left last time, totally took him out of the race. Thought he ran well afterwards, but he has to break today.
Flavien Prat on a first-time starter for Rudy Rodriguez, King Freud.
Yeah, by Freud, one of the horses that has just been a terrific New York sire for many years, full to Giants Causeway, not taking any money.
Sebastian the First at 18-1.
Lane Luzzy making the trip up to ride this horse, a first-time starter. Not a lot, first foal with not a lot of turf pedigree to speak of.
Yeah, and a Todd Pletcher first-time starter on the outside with a Rad Ortiz Jr. 5-1.
Yeah, with Irad for Todd, a horse that's acting a little bit green with the pony. Did get a spin over the Oklahoma turf course. 5-1 for a Todd Pletcher first. There's a little bit cold on the board.
This is not what he excels at. I should mention the 9. There's turf bred from the sire, de Marchelier, who was a European turf horse. Peter Brandt trained or owned, actually. Yeah, I mean, you don't think of Todd Pletcher as winning with first-time starters and the turf sprints in general. And Irad, this horse is a little chilly.
Let's go back to the, again, favorite. This horse favored first time out, Instamatic, Danny Gargan. A lot of good 2-year-olds, more artillery in the 2-year-old division he's ever had coming here. Let's look at how bad this start was.
It was bad. I mean, you can't break 2-3 lengths behind the field and break that awkwardly, and next thing you know, you're 7 lengths behind or 8 lengths behind. The race is over, and I thought the horse did a lot of running to sort of get himself back in the race to a certain extent, but he can't break like that again. He's got to be more professional. Frequently, horses that get left as 2-year-olds in their debuts will break much more professionally, but you're talking about a 2-to-1 shot. You're not talking about a big-priced horse where you don't mind the risk as much.
Yeah, you don't know if this is a habitual thing or just a young horse being green. We'll learn a lot more today, but I agree with you. I thought he did a lot of running after giving away the race at the break.
Looks like his mind on business here with a warm-up. No listed gate drills since that time, but you got to think they've worked on it.
Yeah, I would think that he's been back to the gate. I don't know that, obviously he didn't break for a published workout, but sometimes trainers will pop a horse out of the gate and go 50 yards and then have the rider just gallop them around just because the idea is to get the practice of jumping at the start.
Right.
Joel Rosario back aboard here for start number 2 as we take a look at this Todd Pletcher first-time starter. Patronage from the outside with the Rat Ortiz Jr., the meet's leading rider. Speaking of, there's our jockey standings presented by Game of Silks, 42 and counting for Rat Ortiz Jr.
Yeah, now he has a 14-win lead on Jose. Luis Saez will be out the remainder of the meet. It would take a Herculean effort for anybody to catch Irad, and he'd have to stop winning.
I think Irad and Greg are safe on this one. Yeah. Greg and I have a little friendly wager on this as well, and Irad, ran away with it. And he did serve a 3-day suspension, it should be noted, during that, so he has missed a little bit of time. As far as the patronage with Irad, the dam ran a 44 buyer on the turf. Is a Cantheros, a little turf maybe, but she's produced 2 horses to try the turf. They didn't win. They weren't successful. There's really no pedigree to suggest that he's going to handle it. The horse with pedigree is the one Clavinet. That's the one if you want to bet the pedigree in here. Also a little bit the 2 Score the Rock, who's not taking much money right now, but Mike Maker doesn't win with a lot of these types, first-time stars and turf sprints, but not impossible.
Well, it's a 7 Instamatic again, Maggie. Favored for start number 2. How has he looked to you?
Well, Greg, I didn't think he looked 100% fit first time out, and while he behaved okay, he just didn't seem that necessarily clued in. Now, I like the fact, as you guys are pointing out, that Joel Rosario has given him a pretty aggressive warm-up, and now he is getting very aggressive out on the racetrack, but he does not look any more fit. Now, it is kind of typical with Danny Gargan runners in that they do tend to carry a lot of weight and conditioning, which I don't mind. I just don't see a difference with this horse from first to second start, which I wish I would have, but there's every reason he could jump up and win here. I mean, I remember, and Danny likes to appeal to his owners, and I think he said he liked Instamatic over Doorknock because Dean Reeves was standing right next to him when I asked him about Doorknock, but obviously the barn has had high hopes for Instamatic in preparing for these first and second starts. I want to check in, though, with the horse who arguably did not run as well as he, and that's number 5, Price is Truth. You want to talk about a horse who's done a 180? He has. He was incredibly green. He was very coltish in the paddock. They must have schooled him religiously since first to second start. He's way more tucked up. I mean, look how well he's behaving out there. And I just almost think he expended a little too much energy first time out, in which he came up short. I like the fact that he showed that early speed. He's the one, and again, it's hard to recommend him based upon performances on the racetrack, but he's really moved forward from that first to second start. As we'll check in with Christoph's first-time starter, Clavinet, who I like. He was a little bit green with the pony. He's a little bit green in the paddock. Nothing bad, just not totally clued in. You see the cotton in the ears, but as Andy pointed out, lovely, lovely pedigree with this guy, and a precocious one at that. And he's incredibly fit here for this debut. It's kind of funny, Miguel Clement and I were joking. You would think that the 5 was the disco partner, but no, it's him. Waiting to see a disco partner get on the board and give him his first winner as a sire. And then let's talk and circle back to Patronage. You want the horse who warmed up best? It's Patronage. He looked fabulous, number 10, out on the racetrack. But as Andy said, there's just no pedigree. This isn't necessarily Todd's MO. I want to watch him with interest. I think he could run well here, but we'll see if it's a winning performance. And again, 6-1 is somewhat chilly, guys.
See how he fares. He has looked the part Leading up to this debut here, outside post for Patronage, back to the favorite. So here's Instamatic, 8-5 now for start number 2.
Yeah, and I just got some word from Ron Anderson, Joel Rosario, as well as Johnny Velasquez's agent, and he said this horse was in the gate for an elongated period of time first start. A couple other horses acted up, and he just was in there too long, basically went to sleep, so hopefully he won't spend as much time in the gate, and with that experience, he'll jump better, Andy.
All right, Ron, if he gets left again, what's your excuse? I'm just kidding. That's just good information. And I actually had heard something about that before. I don't know. Have you noticed that to be a problem with first-time starters? Sometimes they're in the gate for a while. They just kind of fall asleep.
Yeah, it's a balancing act, too, because you don't want to do something key a horse up too much and then have them do something silly, particularly a first-time starter. So you're trying to let them relax and be cool, but at the same time, you run the risk of them going to sleep. So you kind of got to find that middle ground, right, where they're not completely asleep, but they're not too keyed up.
Makes sense.
But you have that bad experience in there, too, and with a 2-year-old, it's not guaranteed you're going to solve that issue second time out. It can become a problem.
No, absolutely. I mean, today will tell a lot more about this horse's, ability to leave the gate on time.
He needs to deliver today.
Yeah,
he's 7-5 in here, and he's been touted. He needs to deliver today.
I think
if he loses, it needs to be somebody jumps up big to beat him.
Keep your eyes on the 7, Instamatic, and how he breaks from the gate. Joel Rosario back aboard. Let's go to Frank Miramati.
Okay, Greg, here's Price is Truth coming up. Career start number 2 for him as he walks up. Sebastian the first. The second one named by Jose Delgado for his son Sebastian. This one a first-time starter by Demarchelier. Patronage to the outside. Goes in. They're in the gate. We got one real restless in the gate. Someone reared up toward the outside. And they're off. Detective Tom is very fast. Mithridates has speed along the inside. Price is Truth. The gray is up and on the pace. And Instamatic rushes right up to take second as they head toward the half-mile pole. So it's Detective Tom confronted by Instamatic. A length and a half behind them to Price is Truth in third. Then comes Clavinet fourth and 3.5 off the lead. Mithridates is racing on the inside, about 6 or 7 off the lead. With Rob the Bank next, the opening quarter went in 21 3/5 seconds. In behind that group comes Sebastian first, followed on the inside by Score the Rock, who's a dozen off the pace. They're followed by Patronage and King Freud. They're at the top of the stretch. And on the outside, Instamatic is on even terms with Detective Tom. They're shoulder to shoulder coming to the 16th pole. 3 lengths back, Price is Truth is trying to get to the top pair at the wire. Instamatic, Detective Tom, Instamatic, a ding-dong battle to the wire. Here's the line, Detective Tom. Won it by a short head. Instamatic loses a heartbreaker. Third between Price is Truth and a flying Rob the Bank.
Oh, Instamatic broke a lot better. Joel Rosario was working hard on him to get him forward, but it's Detective Tom. First time out, Steve Asmussen, Jose Ortiz with the win.
Very professional effort by Detective Tom. Broke sharply, good natural speed. Faced a stiff challenge from your favorite Instamatic. He just refused to yield, would not let him go by. Joel Rosario did have to work on Instamatic to get him the game. He did break better, but he still needed to be urged to be up in the race.
It's just not the way you ever see Joel ride. He really must have felt you got to ride this guy the whole way. And as you say, Detective Tom just was never going to be turned away. And Instamatic, we were joking during the race saying doesn't run like an Instamatic camera. He really needs to push him to get going. But Detective Tom broke on a dime, as these good Asmussen 2-year-olds often do. He just wouldn't be denied. Steve Asmussen does not have good. Here's a number for you. 2-year-old first-time starters in turf races from 5 to 6 furlongs go in this race, 2 for 53 for the race. Not a lot of pedigree to speak of. Did take some money. And, Greg, I know you're happy to see Blue Lion Thoroughbreds. So Morello, a horse that you and I were very fond of, get the win as well. Must be very nice for them to get this first turn.
It looked like he was going to be a terrific 3-year-old when he won that Gotham. It's a battle down the stretch here. Good for Detective Tom. Tough in these races, giving up experience. A horse who was talked about having a lot of talent. It's a nice win for this first-timer.
Yeah, and I'm not inclined to want to give Ismatic another chance. He's supposed to win today.
He had his opportunities today. He was there. He didn't get it done. But you know what? One thing you don't know about horses, watching them train, you can tell about their ability. Do you know about their tenacity, their heart, their competitiveness, right? You saw that on display with your winner, Detective Tom, here.
Yeah, he was just sort of wanted it more, as it turned out. We both thought that Price's Truth was going to pick him up in the stretch. He had an absolutely perfect trip. He just couldn't pick him up, man. He did everything right with that horse. He just couldn't get by.
Yeah. Good call by Maggie, though. She talked about how he improved Price's Truth from his first start to his second start, and I thought he was much more professional today.
7-1 start with his first-time starter right here. Pick 4 underway with Detective Tom for the Asmussen Barn and Jose Ortiz. We'll be back.
Introducing the Caesars Racebook app, the ultimate destination for racing enthusiasts. Built on the trusted Naira Bets platform, you can watch and wager on over 300 racetracks worldwide, including Saratoga. And the best part? Every bet earns you exciting reward credits that can be redeemed for your next bet, hotel stays, dining, and more. Get started today and receive up to $200 matched on your first deposit. Download the Caesars Racebook app and embrace the thrill of horse racing.
Introducing Giftbox, winner of the Grade 1 Santa Anita Handicap. He's a 3-time graded stakes-winning millionaire with 4 triple-digit buyers and a 4 Ragazin to his name. He proved himself early as a graded stakes place 2-year-old, and now his career as a stallion is just getting started. From the first crop of the leading sire Twirling Candy out of a multiple graded stakes producing mare. Giftbox, only at Lane's End.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Back with you on our Saratoga Live coverage on FS2 from the premier meet in the country. Underway through the first 2 on the card. And the second in the books on this 5.5 furlong turf sprint with a first-time starter, Detective Tom, out-dueling a horse who had experience, broke a lot sharper, but did not matter. This horse refused to lose.
Very game performance. You love to see that tenacity in a young horse. It's something that you don't know when you buy horses out of sales. You have an idea of, how they look physically, how they act mentally, but you don't know if they have that winning desire until they show it. Detective Tom showed it. It really refused to get past.
Agreed.
1760 for the win. Beating a 7-5 favorite. We'll play nice if you're live at these multi-race wagers. And we'll move along in this card coming up in just a little bit. But impressive first time out. You talk about the stats with this Asmussen Barn. Yeah, this was a horse that probably, for many, even if you're going deep in this race, tough to come up with what this barn has done with these turf sprinters.
No pedigree to speak of. The only thing I'd say is, and I could never have had this horse, 7-1, the horse took a little money.
Yeah.
So, they could have been a big price in there, but this horse game, I agree. I am glad I stayed out of the pick 5 because I could have used the first winner, but not this one.
Let's go to Maggie.
Here with winning owner Dave Lyon. And Dave, we were just talking about who selected this horse, and you got to sign the ticket. He's a handsome dude.
I had to sign the ticket, but I want to thank David Agordo. He said, this is a horse for you. We picked him out here in Saratoga. We're all from Saratoga. It doesn't get any better than this.
And what tenacity this horse showed. You can tell kind of looking at his face. He's a very brave type of animal.
Yeah, he's cool as a cucumber. I mean, just the way he handled himself as a first-time starter and to dig in like that, it's just incredible.
And two, as you said, you're local, winning up here with the whole crew, had a big winner's circle photo. It just means the world.
It does. I've been in winner's circle alone. It's always better with your crew, with your family. It's just an incredible moment to win here at Saratoga, whether it's a maiden special weight, a stake race, or a maiden claimer, which we've done on a Sunday night here. It's the same feeling. It's a really, really special place.
I gotta say, he has more dirt pedigree. Has the dirt been tossed around?
Yeah, we were going to run on the 4th, and Steve, called the audible today. We thought we were going to come off the turf today and we'd be okay. I think he probably would have won regardless. I mean, he just dug in, and, it doesn't hurt to have Jose Ortiz on your horse. So.
Riding very, very well. Dave, congratulations to you and the whole crew.
Thank you very much, Maggie.
All right, Detective Tom. I should have asked him who Detective Tom is.
Good friend of mine. He was a 25-year homicide detective, NYPD. He was a first responder at 9/11. Passed away, unfortunately, a couple years ago from 9/11 related illness, and he was here with me today.
Military Appreciation Day. I'm sure he's looking down for sure, and just a serendipitous win here with Detective Tom, guys.
Good for that group. They've been so gracious to us when Morello looked like he was going to be a player. Triple Crown show. They stopped by, gave us some hats from their ownership group.
It just sort of all fell apart when he got left in the wood. He just never was the same after that. His Gotham was brilliant.
Race 3 will be on the grass, but going a little bit longer. 1 1/8 in this allowance optional claiming field. Seemed a little bit like a 2-horse race in here with Easter and Kuramada, but the public right now seems like they think it's a 1-horse race.
I think the public's out of their minds. I thought Easter actually ran the better race last time out.
Me too. It's early money.
Yeah, I know.
Easter major player in this spot for Graham Motion. Flavia Pratt will ride. This is a look at what's coming up this week. Grade 1s alone. Personal Ensign tomorrow in that rematch with Nest, Clairiere, the 2 stars of that distaff division. The Ballerina, we're going to see Echo Zulu and the Champ. Goodnight Olive go at it. Forgo, the rematch with Gunite, the reigning champ, Elite Power. Just so many great head-to-head matchups that we're going to see. And, of course, tomorrow we get it started. Personal Ensign, named after one of the greats in this game. And there it is, Nest and Clairiere. Nest, that comeback mig. What did you think of her return as a 4-year-old?
I thought it was a terrific comeback race. It's hard for horses to win at the top level off the layoff, even with Todd Pletcher or, a top conditioner in your corner. She's had a beautiful trip. She created her own trip by being able to be handy. And she was just best on the day, Andy.
Oh, yeah, she was. I mean, no question about it. And it's nice to see her come off the layuff and run as well as she did. She had the run of the race. It was essentially a match race, and she has more speed than Clairiere. And I think people that are just dismissing Clairiere off this effort are probably wrong. She's had too good a career to just dismiss her. But Ness was very good. She obviously has credentials from last year. It's 1-1 with Clairiere finishing ahead of Ness in the Breeders' Cup. Ness got the best for last time. They'll settle here on the racetrack.
To run that kind of race, though, I mean, got to be impressed with what she did first race coming back since November in the Breeders' Cup Distaff, weren't you?
I'm not unimpressed. I don't know. She's a very good horse. I mean, she was favored, and she ran well. Didn't get a particularly high fig, all things considered, but it's great to see her back, and she's going to have to run better to win this race, though. I mean, Idiomatic is in great form, and she could be the controlling speed. It's not just Clairiere.
No, that's fair.
You got Secret Oath in there, too. Last year's Kentucky Oaks winner who actually beat Clairiere when she came back at her 4-year-old return. Is everyone just forgetting about her? Could she step up and win this race?
Yeah, she could. She's just tailed off so badly in her last 2 starts. And is she going to have a second win? She didn't last year when she tailed off.
She got gunned down here, Secret Oath, by Clairiere, and I thought she had the race won. It took an incredible effort from Clairiere to gun her down on the money. It wasn't like Secret Oath laid down.
No, it's amazing she caught her. Yeah. And that just shows the tenacity and relentlessness of Clairiere. And that's why I say they're sort of conceding things a lot of people are to Nest in there. And she may well win. I'm not going to be shocked when she does, but I don't think you should concede it to her. Clairiere is a fighter.
You got a long shot Malloy, but then you got this one, too, Idiomatic, who is in top form coming in, who's going to provide a lot better pace that could help set it up for Clairiere's late run.
Well, or just set it up for her to wire the field, because in this race, she stumbled pretty badly at the start, and she ended up in 5th early, and she still ran down the horse inside of her, who was controlling for Todd Pletcher, has been in great, great form. Now, I don't think you're going to confuse her with Nest, but it might not have been so close if the winner of this race, Idiomatic, hadn't broken badly, and she may have a tactical advantage tomorrow. I don't think Nest is going to be as compromised by her as maybe Clariere is.
Yeah, and Idiomatic's interesting, too, because you look at her stride. She doesn't have the typical stride of a speed horse. She kind of got this big loping way of going, but I think it speaks a lot to the efficiency and the length of her stride. For a mare with a lot of size, a lot of scope, she has a lot of natural speed.
It's going to be fantastic, and part of, by the way, a two-day pick six. 5 races on Saturday on Travers Day, but the personal Ensign, the first leg of that sequence.
All the grade ones.
Yeah. It's going to be fun. So many terrific head-to-head matchups. And a lot of these races, it's more about just those big two, but a lot of big two matchups in these grade ones.
And then Alan Jerkins is an absolute war. It's the big 4, I would say, in that race. Yeah. Maybe 5.
And, yeah, what will New York Thunder, what will we get from him again after that dirt debut that was just out of this world as we have a little bit of rain now starting to fall?
Yeah, there's supposed to be a minor shower, nothing of any consequence coming through here. There's a tiny chance of it. Nothing that'll affect things.
All right, so we look forward to that. And, in terms of all these big matchups, and I know the Travers is shaping up to be sensational. Outside of the Travers, what are you most looking forward to?
That's a good question because I'm looking forward to so many different things. Kaneko Zulu back that performance up. I think the race I'm looking forward to the most is the Jerkins because there are some very, very good 3-year-old sprinters. I would argue that if you look at the skills as sprinters of those horses, they actually surpass the skills of the routers in the Travers. They're very, very good horses. They're just very good going shorter. And I think between Arabian Lion as well as Fort Bragg, but also New York Thunder's performance, verifying cutting back, that's a heck of a race.
Really is. Then you got, again, what's becoming a great rivalry here. We'll see. It's to be a rivalry, Gunite's going to have to step up and win one of these races. But he came very close, got a lot closer to Elite Power when they met here earlier in the meet.
Yeah, well, listen, Gunite has shown an affinity for Saratoga already. Elite Power was very good last time. I thought that might have been Elite Power's best race.
Definitely was.
Yeah, to date. I mean, he really delivered. And Gunite's honest and hard knocking. I mean, he shows up pretty much every time. And, one thing about Steve Asmussen, he's not afraid of these challenges, and he gets his horses right for the right days.
Yeah, he doesn't duck.
No.
He's not like Tom Amis.
Pretty remarkable. I mean, to win 8 in a row. That's what the reigning champ, Elite Power, has done for the barn, who's known for the greatest win streak in the history of this sport.
And his win last time was exceptional because he had every reason to lose that race. He could have lost that race by a half length, and you might have said maybe he ran the best race.
Sure.
But he just wouldn't be defeated. I really liked Gunite last time, and I felt like I lost fair and square. Close, but fair.
And on a racetrack, too, that his trainer, his Hall of Fame trainer, Bill Mott, wasn't even sure he was going to like.
Yeah. It'll be interesting, though. Gunite didn't break as sharply. I wonder in the fast track on Saturday if maybe he's able to break a little bit sharper, if it's able to help him a little bit, because he's got to use that speed to his advantage. He's got to make Elite Power really come and get him in there.
Create some separation at some point. You don't want that horse breathing on you because he's going to outfinish you if he is.
Yeah. Star-studded Friday and Saturday coming up. I mean, it always is big here, but this is next level with all the champions and superstars we're going to see over the next couple of days at this meet. And, wow, you should be a weatherman, Andy. Rain has already stopped.
How do you know I'm not?
You're our weatherman.
Under an assumed name.
We got a lot still coming up. This third race, going to go 1 mile and 1/8 on the inner turf. We'll get into more of that in a moment. Right now, let's go to Frank Miramati.
Fans, please direct your attention to the winner's circle where 75-year-old retired Master Chief Petty Officer Gene Ratigliano will perform the ceremonial ringing of the bell in honor of Military Appreciation Day at Saratoga. The bell, which is rung 17 minutes to post prior to each race, alerts fans to the entry of horses into the paddock. Master Chief Petty Officer Ratigliano served in the U.S. Navy from 1965 to 1991 and currently resides in Ballston Spa.
Military Appreciation Day here at Saratoga. And again, free entrance for all past and current members of the military. We honor all those that have served in the past or are currently serving to protect our freedoms. We're going to take a break. We'll be back. We'll pick things up with the post parade for race 3 on this Thursday card right after this.
Warfront. This son of Danzig ranks among the world's elite sires. Ranked #1 by percentage of stakes winners, graded stakes winners, and Grade 1 winners. No stallion has a better strike rate. Warfront is the sire of over 100 lifetime stakes winners, including some of the sport's most talented runners both at home and abroad.
Down to the wire, Verstappen.
Tina Ella, Tom's regret surging. Tina Ella.
Warfront, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Welcome back, and thanks for tuning in here to Saratoga Live on Fox Sports, as we do have horses in the paddock for today's third race, mile and an eighth on the inner turf course, as we'll take a look at, well, Easter. And bad news is it's not a holiday revolving around Easter for once. We'll see if this guy can win, as he has won on Good Friday. But taking a look at Easter, his 2 wins in this country have come when going a mile. And maybe that's because he needs a fast pace to close into. But ultimately, he got honest fractions last time and just had too much work to do in the end. And that race, not necessarily, it was dominated towards the front end, but I thought it was a fairly run race at the end of the day. And Jerry the Nipper just turning in a very good effort on the day. Now, Easter, he looks great yet again. And physically, at least, he looks like a horse where more ground should be optimal. You know, he's big, he's long, he's lanky. He ticks every box of a horse that wants to cover more ground, but there's no denying the fact that both wins have come with less here, at least in the States. As we'll move on to the 2-headed Chad Brown monster that he has to take on here. That includes Unanimous Consent and Kuramata, and both of these horses coming second off of layoffs. Now, Unanimous Consent was the one I thought looked as though he needed the race, despite him coming off a slightly shorter layoff. Last time out, he stayed ground kind of mid-pack and just ran evenly around there. He needed that start, in my opinion, and he is more tucked up. He is stronger looking. So I think there's a more forward move from him this time around. He's resplendent in his coat as well. He's going to have to run a little bit faster, though, to be competitive here, as we'll check in with Kuramada, who looked really ready off the bench. And yet again today, he looks just the same as what he did going back to July 30th. But that course was labeled as good. Luckily, the rain has stopped, as Andy was right. It was very brief. But he was kind of bobbling over that course. When he was really set down and kind of off the bridle for Flavien Prat, he bobbled a bit. And I think Jerry the Nipper was a horse that just went over the course a little bit better. He handled it better. So hopefully with a little bit more of a firm going underneath of him, he can get the job done today. I think Kuramada is very, very live in this spot. And Greg, so does the public.
Yeah, thank you, Maggie. Still surprising to see the disparity between Easter and Kuramada in this spot. We'll see if that evens out. It just may, still with 9 minutes to go. As you get a look at the sixth there, Kuramada, even money. Chad Brown meets leading trainer, meets leading rider, Arad Ortiz Jr. And this one for Peter Brand, horse who missed by a neck. Just out finishing Easter in that spot. But you felt Easter had a tough trip?
I just thought that Kuramada ran fine, but able to use his speed more to get better position. And Jerry Nipper One's a very nice horse. I don't knock him. But I thought Easter was more compromised, a lot wider in the race, while Kuramada was saving more ground. And I just thought might have run not necessarily the better race, but well enough that I think he could beat him today. And over to Peter Brand with Kuramada looking for his first win at the Saratoga meet, which is pretty unusual given the horses he has.
Well, look at the trip that Kuramada works out. Now, it was off layer, but look where Easter winds up. I mean, you know, he's about 7-8 wide turning for home. Kuramada tipped out from behind horses. Now, you can make a case Kuramada could be better, although Chad Brown's horses are fit off a layoff.
That's the thing.
I don't know how much better he can be.
That's exactly what I think. In other words, yeah, I know he's second off a layup, but Chad wins at a high percentage in these turf routes off layuffs. So to suggest that, oh, he needed a race, baloney. He didn't need a race.
They're ready to go.
He lost to a good horse, but he lost to a good horse. I mean, I don't want to knock him.
And that, you know, what you said, shock is you take a look at Chad Brown there on the left, leading the way among trainers. That all the firepower Peter Brand has, for him not to have yet won a race at the meet, it's pretty surprising.
He did win the Sussex at Goodwood with a pretty nice horse named Paddington, who was upset yesterday, but he does potentially have the best 3-year-old in Europe. So, listen, you want to win in Saratoga. I don't care, you know, wherever you're winning. You want to win every time.
That was a surprising fact to me, though. I wouldn't have thought that.
It was about 0 for 14.
And he'll have, you know, one of those four in that Ballston Spa. Speak of the devil, who did not run. That was in a grade 1 last time. So we'll see these silks again later in our feature as we look at Grand Sonata.
Yeah, Grand Sonata is another one, second off the layoff. This one for Todd Pletcher, and showed some ability last year, but she's never run as well as the best horses here.
Jose Gomez, last year's Apprentice of the Year, filling in for the injured Luis Saez on safe conduct.
Yeah, Queen's Plate winner, safe conduct. This horse should be forward, although it could have some company from the outside with main event.
Do you change it to King's Plate, even though it was the Queen's Plate?
He won it when it was the Queen's Plate. Now it's the King's Plate. I'm not.
You know your royal stuff?
I do not.
Flavien Prat on Easter at 2-1.
I like Easter in this spot. He'll have to run his race to beat Kuramada. I wonder under a smaller field like this may benefit him much more.
Main event went by. Could see pace with that one for George Weaver, and here's unanimous consent for Chad Brown.
I mean, much like the horse on the rail, he's got to improve off his three-year-old form, but he had a perfect trip in his return.
And here's those silks of Peter Brand. Kuramada with Arad Ortiz Jr. for Chad Brown.
Yeah, listen, I have no problem with this horse being the favorite. I just think he and Easter are much closer than maybe the board will reflect, although Easter's now 2-1, so maybe they're inching closer.
6 minutes to post here in this third coming up. 1 1/8 on the inner turf. For what it's worth, rail out 14 feet today on the inner turf.
That's a new distance. We've never been out 14 feet before. We may be listing some of these as about distances because of it.
Military Appreciation Day continuing here at Saratoga. And this third race named for Military Appreciation Day.
I relish the opportunity to thank all the men and women in our military that help provide and support the freedoms that we enjoy every day. They are the true heroes, and dear friend of mine, Jess Iglesias, Marine, once a Marine, a Marine for life. Somebody I have so much respect for in that group of men and women that are selfless for our country.
100%.
Incredible sacrifice. And we echo all those sentiments. We all feel the same.
Yep.
So appreciative of what they do. Great crowd on hand again for our Thursday card on what every year, I mean, the Travers weekend, this is the big weekend, the biggest of this meet.
Yeah, it's kind of like the big final blast as you had, because next week a lot of it will be in September. And listen, closing week here is amazing.
Great.
I mean, 6 days, great racing, plenty of racing, lots of stakes, good stuff. But this is always sort of the last big blast. And then it just feels like, I mean, every week in Saratoga is great. We love all here. But the Travers is the Travers.
It's special.
Yeah.
It is special. And listen, we're blessed to be here. You know, Andy, you grew up here, but I mean, I've spent 44 summers here, and I'm so blessed that I've had that opportunity.
You and I in different ways, but have a very similar trajectory in the game. I mean, we both got interested in the game. Very similar time.
Same horses,
few years
same
ahead
races.
Of you, because I'm a little older than you are. But we've seen so many. We've been at this track. The track, even before we knew each other, so many different races. Races like Honest Pleasure and Forgo and those great races. You know, we have such a great history together. It's one of the reasons we get along so well.
All right, now, honestly,
I don't really like you.
Did you ever heckle me before we knew each other? Did you yell at me for my rides?
You were aggressive, so you were friends with my friend Sean so early in life.
Okay, yeah.
That I probably was always nice to you because you were friends with Sean. To be
Even
honest.
when you didn't want to be.
Right, exactly. But I've known you a long time,
long
Richie.
time. Yep.
I mean, he still heckles you.
Yeah, that's right.
I don't know
Exactly. I heckle him more now, Greg. I actually.
Yeah, but no, you heckle me to my face now, which I find more palatable.
Well, actually, you know, that's how I got to be friends with Julie Crone years ago. I used to give her a hard time, and she has a great sense of humor, as you know.
What
That's how we got to be
a
friends.
week ahead we have with all these superstars. One of Saturday, really, one of the great days of racing anywhere in the country in this sport.
I don't think I'll ever forget 2 years ago when I had COVID and I had to sit in my apartment 2 blocks away and watch the races on TV, and I was so really sad not to be here for that day. But all the races we ran that day, I mean, the Life is Good Jackie's Warrior race was an all-time great race between two tremendously talented horses. I mean, that's really one of my favorite races I've ever seen in Saratoga. And I wasn't here for it, but I felt like I was.
Yeah, I mean, that had to be tough for you. Was that the same year with the horse that savaged the other horse?
Yes, it was.
Yes.
Yeah,
it was. Yeah, it was. I watched you on the show for that, yeah. But that was a great day.
Money on this one here, Kuramata, and the rematch with Easter. We'll see if Easter can turn the tables. Flavia and Pratt hopping back aboard. Last time Pratt was aboard Easter, the 3, it was a win.
Yeah, I just thought last time he didn't get the right position in the first turn, and it set up his whole race. Then
100%.
You know,
he broke slow. Part of it was his own fault, to be fair.
Exactly.
He broke 3/4 slow, and you just, you lose any valuable position when you're a closer like that already, and you're in a big field, and you break slow.
Yeah.
It's sort of like everything is going to be against you from then on. And the difference with Kuramata, where Pratt got such great position, now Irad is back on Kuramata, but Pratt's on Easter, and I'm going to say, and this is not a knock on Tyler Gaffalione.
No.
But Pratt, the way Pratt rode Kuramata so well, I don't see how Irad's going to give him a better ride. And now I'm not blaming Gaffalione at all for what happened with Easter.
No, it was an unlucky trip. I think
Right.
it's important for people to understand the difference between a bad ride and an unlucky trip.
And, we should, man, with Easter, back to the 3, he's had some issues just getting out good of the gate, and it's a recurring problem with him, too.
I'm thinking in a 6-horse field, it's going to affect him less if he breaks a little bit slowly. It's never good. But in a bigger field, like last time with 10 horses, he just got lost, and that's what necessitated him having to eventually swing as wide as he did in the second turn to get position. He kept running. But to be fair, Kuramata has the ability to put himself in the game a little bit more than Easter, and that's always going to be an advantage to him. So even if they're evenly matched horses, one horse can be more forward. He breaks well. He finds position. The other horse makes a little trouble for himself. It gives Kuramata the upper hand. I just prefer Easter today, but it's very close.
Yep. And now they're getting closer, right? 8-5 now.
But at the same price, I'd take Kuramata.
Let's go to Maggie.
It would be cool to throw in that she works our perfect.
Hold on 1 second, guys.
My apologies.
Maggie,
will
where
keep
are
it.
you?
The other
Roaming the
thing,
ground
guys, we
somewhere.
should say, 1 1/8 miles, too, at least for Easter, he has a longer run to the first turn, too. So even if he doesn't break as sharply as you would like, gives him more opportunity to get into position in the first turn.
Post time coming up momentarily here for this 3rd 1 1/8 miles on the inner turf. Let's go back to Maggie.
And so pleased to be joined by Pat Huggins, a veteran who also works for NYRA. So Pat, tell us a little bit, you work for the New York International Guard, and talk a little bit about being a veteran, and thank you for your service to our country.
Thank you. I was in the New York Air National Guard for 24 years, long since retired. And now I enjoy my time helping out in the first aid room here at the track and with the giveaways.
Were you a nurse in the service?
Yes, I was flight nurse.
Pat, well, thank you so much for everything. What has been your favorite giveaway this year?
I would say the shirt.
All right. Well, Pat, thank you for helping NYRA, and thank you again for serving our country and all the men and women that are here to support this Military Appreciation Day race.
Yes, thank you. It's been so much fun being here today.
Pat Huggins, one of just several veterans and military personnel here on track to celebrate a very meaningful cause, guys.
Tremendous day honoring all those that have served in our country. And Saratoga County Veterans Services Agency, by the way, serving approximately 18,000 veterans and their families in the area.
Wow.
Has not moved here. So I guess it's the story here. Can Easter break better? But as you said, Andy, this horse always is going to be up against it a little bit, facing Kuramata, just coming from further back. But Pratt, we know, likes to be aggressive. Can he get this horse to get forward a little better earlier in this race?
I imagine, Greg, that's probably the thing that's foremost on his mind. He's watched his races, I'm sure, and he's thinking, I got to get this guy out of the gate. And that's probably the thing he's focusing on. But it's not always on the rider, Richie, right?
No, listen, I think you can count on Easter breaking a touch slow. There's degrees of getting out of the gate slowly. Hopefully he breaks clean enough where he's not putting himself at a disadvantage like last time.
Let's go to Frank Miramonte for the call. Race 3, Saratoga.
Kuramata, the last one to load. Goes in. And they're off. Easter was off last. Main event and Grand Sonata hook up right out of the gate. Kuramata in the clear on the outside third. They're followed by Unanimous Consent, who's fourth and about 3 lengths off the speed. At the back of the field, Safe Conduct and Easter, who was off a step slowly, is 6 lengths off the front-running Main Event, who goes by the stands, leading the way by 1.5 lengths. Kuramata races in second, and he's now about 2 lengths behind the front-running Main Event. Down at the rail, Grand Sonata third. The opening quarter went in 23 2/5 seconds. Unanimous Consent is in fourth, followed by Safe Conduct and Easter within about 5 lengths of the lead. They straighten up for the run down the backstretch behind Main Event, who's cruising along on the front end. Has it by about 1.5 lengths. Kuramata in second. Grand Sonata through a half in 48 3. Then it's Unanimous Consent, fourth at this stage. 4 lengths off the pacemaker, who's trying to get away with a half mile to run. Safe Conduct, Easter has trailed throughout. Around the far turn, Main Event, Kuramata 1-2 the whole way. Grand Sonata, 3/4 in 1 minute, 13 flat. Unanimous Consent called on, starts to inch up, takes third, and coming after the top pair, Easter is underway, has 5 to make up. They're at the top of the stretch. Main Event, Kuramata. Unanimous Consent in the center of the course. Further out, Easter is finding big, giant strides. And here comes Easter on the outside. Kuramata as Grand Sonata comes through. Grand Sonata, Easter will come for the wire together. Grand Sonata has something to say, and Grand Sonata wins. Out finishing a hard-charging Easter. Kuramata was third.
Grand Sonata holds off Easter. Tyler Gaffleone, Todd Pletcher. When Easter made that big move, it looked like this race was over.
looked like he was going to inhale the whole field. Grand Sonata had other ideas. He set that inside trip from post 1, was able to find the seam between horses, split horses. Here comes Easter, who jumped back to his left lead, and Grand Sonata just outfinished him.
Got a better trip.
Yep.
I'd love to see the head on in the stretch. You know, it's got to be incredibly satisfying for Tyler Gaffalione, right, who lost the mount on Easter.
Yeah.
He picks up this horse who's 11-1 in here. Here comes Easter, and he's like, great, I'm going to lose the horse I lost to last time, and he holds him off. But was Easter really lugging in badly? I'm kind of interested to see what happened here, Richie.
Yeah, he was definitely trying to get in, and, you know, you're trying to go forward at the same time. He had him under control, but you could see he was a bit sideways. I don't think it helped his cause. I wonder if a 1 1/8 isn't pushing Easter to his outer limits
Maybe
from
it
a
is.
distance standpoint.
Maybe it is. And Grand Sonata, that was a fantastic ride by Tyler
Really
Gaffalione.
was.
I mean, he saved all the ground. He split horses like that. And let's also say that was a very disappointing effort from Kuramata. This pick 5, by the way, is going to pay very big, because I would be surprised if this horse is only 11-1 in the pick 5. Because I have to think a gigantic amount of the money was on just the 3 and 6. You know what I mean? And you've already got a mild, small upset in the first.
And there was another
second.
Chad Brown horse in here too.
Yeah. This horse, these pick 5s are going to be huge.
Well, we talked about some issues out of the gate from Easter in his past. He kind of broke okay, but he's just slow out of the gate.
He is. I make no excuses for him.
For him,
he had
this was
this,
fine.
yeah. And I think Flavien also sort of got him to settle. He didn't drop out sharply. He just sort of rode him confidently.
Takes his time to get into a race.
And he rode him with extreme confidence in here as well. Like, he knew this guy is going to produce that quick kick, and he did. And maybe he hung a little bit. Maybe
guys,
the winner just ran well.
You know what we shouldn't overlook, though? They came home the last 8th in just a little over 11 seconds.
Yep.
So they finished. I mean, maybe it looks like Easter's hanging a little bit. Maybe just Grand Sonata out-kicked him with that better trip.
No, I agree. Slightly better trip. Tremendous ride by Tyler. And it must be really, really satisfying that he beat Easter. He's got to be thinking, I showed them, right? Listen, maybe you wanted to ride for Todd. You don't know the exact reasons he rode him, but you probably wanted to ride Easter over Grand Sonata.
Well, off the trip last time, he would have loved an opportunity at Redemption, but instead, let me just beat him.
There's the man he just won for, Todd Pletcher, the Hall of Famer. Always good to get in good with a burn like this. 27th win of the meet for Tyler Gaffalione. And for Todd Pletcher, never count him out. He's got some work to do to try and catch Chad Brown, but that's his 21st winner of this meet. 8 back of your meet leader.
It's a tough hill to climb, no doubt.
Got a lot of ammunition left, though. Grand Sonata, 11-1. Under Tyler Gaffalione with a big upset here in the 3rd. Prices for you when we come back on Military Appreciation Day.
Is good. Really, really, really good.
Life is good. Opens up here.
He's a rocket ship.
Life is good. Clears the field. Still in command.
Galloping without any urgency.
Back in the winner's circle.
No challenge from anyone.
They ran him off their feet. Life is good is looking good. And this colt is incredible.
When it comes to horse racing, you can never have too much information. With Twin Spires, you can place your bets with confidence. Whether you use handicapping insights, like our Brisnet speed ratings, prime power and past performances, the guidance of our experts' top picks, or just choose a name that catches your eye. Yes! No matter how you pick your horse, bet with Twin Spires. Start earning your $200 sign-up bonus when you sign up with offer code GET200.
The level of racing that he's achieved is extremely rare. Anybody who's witnessed Matoli running sees a level of ability that doesn't come along that often.
Matoli's a monster! Matoli wins the sprint! Oh, what a horse he is! Matoli, he did it again! Wins the mid-mile!
The only thing to be better than one Matoli is a few Matolis.
The mighty Matoli, who won the Fargo by 3.5 lengths, the new stakes record.
There's a big, bold, beautiful world waiting to be explored by you and your friends, of course. But not just any friends, the best of friends. The kind of friends who let you do you. Because in this world, it's positive vibes only. And when you get in the zone here, you stay a while. These aren't just good times, they're the best of times. And your time is now. So come explore. Resorts World.
This summer, the thrill of horse racing comes to your home on Fox. Live from historic Saratoga Racecourse, don't miss the Travers Stakes. Only on Fox, Saratoga Saturday.
Back with you on our Saratoga Live coverage here on FS2. It's brought to you in part where you can play it all. Go to NYRaBets.com, bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Again, NYRaBets.com to get signed up and started. Grand Sonata, how about this performance at 11-1? Todd Pletcher and Tyler Gaffleone, who had been on Easter last time out, moves to this horse, now finishes that horse to the end.
Yeah, and you know, sometimes you get a trip with a horse and you're hoping to get to ride them back and get some redemption. Well, I think Tyler got his share of redemption here with a really nice ride on Grand Sonata. And the only time Grand Sonata has ever won, Tyler Gaffleone has been his rider.
And he ran extremely well today. The best race he's ever run, but he also got an exceptional ride.
Yes.
Let's go to Maggie.
As the military personnel here in the winner's circle getting a warm welcome and round of applause. Please be joined by Hall of Famer Todd Pletcher and Grand Sonata. Todd, I think a tale of two different post positions to start with, and two, just having that race under his belt really set him up for a nice win here.
Yeah, nothing really went right in this first start off the bench. A little, you know, he's wide on both turns and could never really recuperate from a wide draw. And today, everything went perfectly. Tyler gave him a great ride, and horse really responded.
I was going to say, talk a little bit about using Tyler, not you know, a go-to for you, but with running horses more often in Kentucky and down in Florida, certainly a familiar face.
Definitely outstanding rider. I think, you know, he's an up-and-coming, already a star, but really, you know, just a tremendous rider and great kid.
He is, and having a great Saratoga. Speaking of which, going to tomorrow, we'll see the big girl, Nest. Todd, I want to go back to the beginning of her 3-year-old year, and I remember you saying something when she debuted in that season, that she was just a frame of a filly, and you're waiting for her just to continue to develop, and boy, did she. And even now as a 4-year-old, she looks amazing.
She really does. She looks remarkable. I was kind of in awe of her this morning going to the track, just looking at how, you know, how much weight she's put on and how her coat looks, and she's been training great. So happy to get that one off the layoff, and you know, everything's gone smoothly since then. A little bit of rain in the forecast, but I don't think that would inconvenience her, but maybe we'll get lucky and miss it for once.
Well, she loves it here at the spa. Seems like no matter what the conditions, best of luck with her. Congrats here at Grand Sonata.
Thank you.
All right, Todd Pletcher gearing up for a big weekend with Nest in the personal Ensign, and of course, Forte coming Saturday in the Grade 1 Travers, guys.
Oh, yeah, the 2-year-old champ. Looking forward to him as we continue with Military Appreciation Day on this Thursday card, honoring all those past and current who have served our country with that incredible sacrifice. And yeah, I don't think Ness would mind rain at all. Looked pretty good when she won the Ashland on a wet track.
I'm with Todd, though. Maybe we can get lucky and miss it for once.
I think we can.
I'm with Todd.
24-60 for the win here. It's a former graded stakes winner who was just dismissed in this race.
Well, I mean, Todd's right. He was a little wide last time. He didn't have as bad a trip as Easter did, to be honest. And he got a sensation ride to get it done. He's never run fast enough to beat these horses. He's run some decent races, but he stepped forward, I guess, as a 4-year-old in his second start with the benefit of a terrific ride.
We're taking timeout. We have more to come. Very special guest joining us after a timeout, who is an ambassador to this game, former NBA champion Avery Johnson, who knows his horse racing, joining us on the set after a short timeout. Our coverage from Saratoga Live continues right after this timeout.
Harris Farms, proudly standing Smiling Tiger, a triple Grade 1 winner, defeating Breeders' Cup champions Dancing in Silks and Amazombie, a leading California sire with over $9.7 million in progeny earnings, with 94 winners in 2021 and graded stakes superstars like Spice Perfection.
Spice Perfection wins the Grade 1 La Brea.
And Tiger Dad. Smiling Tiger, a leading California sire, standing at Harris Farms. It pays to be Cal-bred.
Here comes Gem Mint 10 and now Dylan Davis, and they get ready to swarm these leaders. Gem Mint 10 is in front. Gem Mint 10 wins the finale.
Welcome to Adelphi Racing Club's unparalleled partnership experience. Exclusive access to the backstretch at Belmont and Saratoga, premier accommodations on race day, and of course, experience excitement like no other. Contact us today to get a taste of the Adelphi difference.
Back with you on Saratoga Live on our FS2 coverage on Military Appreciation Day on this Thursday card. First 3 races in the books on a big weekend to come. With a personal ensign on Friday, the Travers on Saturday. We have a special guest joining us on set right now. Former NBA champion Avery Johnson joining us. Great to have you here.
Great to be here. Saratoga, this is my feel-good trip. I've been coming to Saratoga for years, and we're just having a great time, my wife and I.
Hard not to have a good time when you come to Saratoga. Tell us how you got started, though, initially in horse racing.
Well, years ago, when I wanted to spend time with my dad, it was at the fairgrounds. And I remember going with him to the fairgrounds, and then when the fairgrounds was closed, we went to Jefferson's Downs. So, and we've been to Evangeline Downs, Louisiana Downs, all around Louisiana because I'm from New Orleans. So I just love the races. It's been a great way for me to do business with my private equity and real estate business, and I'm just having a blast.
And do a lot of the sports still. You're an ambassador with Breeders' Cup. You've been to quite a few, 14 more Kentucky Derbies than I've been to. You said you've been to 14 in your career. What was the first one you went to?
Yeah, my first one was 1997 because my dad had passed, so I stopped going to the races and because it was really difficult for me. But I went to 1997 Silver Charm. I believe that was Bob Baffert's first Kentucky Derby win. But yeah, that was my first one. I went with my best friend Derek Lafayette. It was incredible. And, you know, just been going to the races ever since. We love the Breeders' Cup. I love helping to promote that event. Stephanie Palmieri and all my Breeders' Cup folks, I'll see you in November, first Saturday in November at Santa Anita.
I'll be there.
You'll be there?
I'm coming. I have a question because you had an incredible career playing basketball. But you're not as tall as some other guys. You and I had this opposite problem. I was too tall to be a jockey. Did you ever hear that when you were starting out? You're not going to be big enough to be a basketball player?
Absolutely, and I always turn negativity into positivity. What I thought, Richard, was let me prove the people right that believe in me and prove the people wrong that's doubting me. And that's what I tried to do, guys. And fortunately, yours truly has played in more games of anybody in the history in the NBA that's under 6 feet tall. I think I played in close to 1,400 games. I believe Calvin Murphy is second. So it's just been a wonderful ride in terms of trying to overachieve in my life.
It's incredible. And talk about, too, fortuitous somewhat to get involved and develop a relationship with Don Nelson. And, also part of that organization at the time, Chris Mullen, who just praised your leadership abilities and said, you just had this great innate feel for the game. Did you always have that?
I always had it all the way going back to my Southern University in Baton Rouge. My coach, Ben Jobe, allowed me to coach. He allowed me to be a player's coach, and it was just a wonderful feeling. But the main thing about coaching, and you guys know this, it's all about people. You can have the best schemes. It's about people. I just waved at my favorite trainer, Todd Pletcher, one of my really good friends. I think he does an amazing job of handling his people. I went to the barn last Wednesday at 5 a.m. in the morning, and it's sure we love the horses, but hey, what about the groomsmen? How do you deal with all of the people that's on your staff? Are they going to run through a wall for you? And that's what it's all about.
Great friends, obviously, in your playing days with David Robinson.
Yeah.
And, he gets injured. You wind up drafting a pretty good player because of it. And that equaled not too far after that an NBA championship. What was that like playing with David Robinson and Tim Duncan?
Well, they made my life a lot easier because when I would guard certain players, I would say, hey, if you want to beat me and go to the basket, that's the danger zone because your shot's going to get blocked because those guys protected the rim. But what incredible players. But they were great community guys, unbelievable teammates. They were very coachable. Obviously, Coach Popovich was a very tough coach to play for, but he got the best out of everybody. And Tim and David, it started with them. So if the coach can coach those two star players, then everybody else is going to fall in line, even the little general. And I see, that type of leadership is important on any platform.
You hear that, Andy?
I'm going to listen and learn a lot from Avery. I'm being quiet.
More coming up with Avery Johnson here in just a moment. We're going to get into this fourth race here, condition claiming race, 1-turn mile. This Wilson Chute on Military Appreciation Day. As we continue, let's go to Maggie.
We'll take a look at number 4 in here, Anthracite, coming in from Monmouth for Joe Orsino. Now, he's definitely more of a dirt horse. You can see it in his physical makeup, despite having the 1 win out of 5 starts over the turf course. But going back to his last win, which was on the dirt back on June 23rd, he was fairly kind of aggressive and into the bridle. So for those that think that Classic Mark might just be loose and free here, I'm not so sure. I think Anthracite has enough early speed to keep him company, and he's sharp enough here. He's not overly sharp by any means, but there's definitely fight. There's definitely some vinegar in those veins looking at him, but he looks tremendous here, and I think the 1-turn mile is A-okay for him as he does get back to it, having had some experience around this configuration, obviously, at Gulfstream Park. We'll see, though, maybe he is better around 2 turns as we'll move on to number 7, Big Bobby. Second off of a layoff after being eased last time in what was a fairly kind of suspect race. Very light, obviously, only a 4-horse field, and I'm not sure if you'll want any of those horses coming out of it, but this is a totally different field, this this condition claimer, I should say. Last time he was kind of over the top, overly energetic, really on his toes, expending a lot of energy pre-race. And so far today, he's quiet as a church mouse so far. He has not gotten himself hot. He's very relaxed in here, and he looks great. He's always been a good-looking type, but I just think he's one that maybe it's better if he's a little bit more quiet and not doing quite as much, Greg.
Maggie, thank you. 9 minutes away from this fourth coming up. We'll get to the post parade and more with Avery Johnson, our guest on set, when we come back from a short timeout. Race 4 kicking off a middle pick 4, and this still to come later today in the Ballston Spa technical analysis. Looking to repeat. Can she take them gate to wire like she did last year in this race? We'll be back. Much more coming up after this.
To win the Grade 1 Spinaway. Spinaway in Saratoga, and she wins the first set here at Belmont.
Echo Zulu takes command. They come to the 16th pole. It's a sizzling performance for Echo Zulu. What an effort. Echo Zulu enters in by 8 widening lengths.
Experience the adrenaline-pumping, suspense-filled action of the Sport of Kings no matter where you are with Naira Bets. It's fast, easy, and secure. Download the app today and start winning with our lucrative weekly promotions, thrilling handicapping contests, and a one-of-a-kind VIP rewards program. Don't just watch horse racing, be a part of the action with Naira Bets.
In Italian to win it.
And here is domestic spending.
And Pearl with plenty left in the tank.
Program trading.
Ocean Road. It will be McCulloch.
Victoria Road down to the line.
Will be State of Rest.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
If you're looking for winners, a program is an essential tool, but it can only tell you so much. When you're at the track, take full advantage of the paddock to try to find a horse who's ready to win. Here are 4 things to look for in the paddock. Number 1, watch the horse as it walks in. Observe how they carry themselves, looking for fluid, smooth movements, a walk that's almost cat-like. Number 2, look for a well-muscled and fit appearance with a shiny coat, bright eyes, and ears that are perked up that are saying, I'm paying attention. Number 3, notice how the horse interacts with its handler. A horse that's responsive, obedient, attentive to their groom, that's a good indication of good training and discipline. Number 4, take note of any excessive sweating or lather on the horse's coat. While some sweating is normal due to excitement or heat, sweating in excess could be a sign they're expending too much energy before they really need it in a race. Getting eyes on a horse provides valuable visual clues that can help inform betting decisions, so incorporate it with your handicapping. For more race day insights, go to americasbestracing.net.
Back with you on our Saratoga Live coverage on FS2. How about this from America's Best Racing? Chance to be here next summer. Enter to win a trip to Saratoga Springs with VIP hospitality, $1,000 wagering voucher, hotel expenses paid trip for 2 nights, some Old Smoke apparel, all of it. Good luck to everybody getting involved.
You entering, Avery?
No.
Post parade coming up for this 4th here on Military Appreciation Thursday. Kick off our post parade here with the remaining half of the entry. Bert.
Yeah, it's going to have to pick it up off the claim. This is a very tough spot off the claim, and also has trouble getting out of the gate.
Union Light's going to get the rail and has put together back-to-back pretty good efforts. Could move forward today.
Yeah, real nice efforts. Moving up the company up for the Jimmy Ryerson claim, but Union Lights is an honest sort and usually gives you an effort.
Here's Tyler Gaffleone.
We'll see if he can make the lead in this race. See, he ran very well in the slop off the claim. Linda Rice's numbers, second off a claim off a win, not great.
That was classic Mark with Jose Ortiz, 8-5 favorite. Anthracite, trained by Joe Orsino with Sam Camacho.
I'm sitting next to somebody who likes this horse, and he is an interesting shipper going turf to dirt.
Tom Morley barn It's a big price on Complete Agenda right now.
Yeah, I like Complete Agenda's chances. What worries me a little bit is his lack of speed. He was way over his head last time. His race 2 back would make him tough here.
And the Belmont Barn Jr. Alvarado and Big Bobby taking money at 2-1.
Well, Greg, as you know, Bobby, that's why he's getting bet. He's a real wild card here because he has race that can win it, but he's second off a layoff, and he was eased in his last race. It's hard to know, dropping down, how much he can still run. But, boy, he's getting bet, huh? Is that a good sign?
Yes, he is.
A lot of Bobbies at the track today?
Well, Barn doing pretty good, too.
All right, we need some help in handicapping up here because you're not getting much from me. Mig as a winner, but Avery, help us out here, seriously.
Well, I like the 4 anthracite. Just draw a line through his last race, all right? But if you go to the race 2 back, claiming 50,000, basically the same race here, he gets Camacho back on him. I'm going to the winner's circle to celebrate with the winning owners. I don't know them, but I'm just, that's who I'm.
They'd be happy to have you.
I'll be 2 for 2.
You're about to
2
know?
for 2. I walked in and I had the one in the last race, so I'm hot right now. I'm on fire.
We were going on camera, and Avery was giving bets on his phone. So
To my wife.
We immediately love you. To your wife.
Did you get any tricks of the trade, learning handicapping from your dad?
Yeah, you know, I always loved the turf to dirt aspect. That was one of the things he told me to always look for, and look at the workout 2 back. So even on the 4 horse, if you look at his second workout on April 22nd, you know, I know it's at Tampa, it's only 14 horses working out, but pretty good work.
4-1 right now on Anthracite. We got to ask you as we take a look at the favorite here. We got a big one coming up on Saturday as well. Midsummer Derby in the Travers. 3 individual winners of the 3 separate legs of the Triple Crown. We have the 2-year-old champ Forte as well. Who do you like in the big one?
Well, before I give you my answer, I forgot to give a big shout out to some folks that are the reason why I'm a Breeders' Cup ambassador. Bradley Weisbord, Elliott Walden from Windstar, and Kenny Trout. They're the reasons why I am a Breeders' Cup ambassador. They nominated me. But in the race on Saturday, the Travers, look, it's all Forte. Mike Rapoli's been another really great friend, he and Maria and their entire family, because when Mike travels, he travels in 50s.
Yes, he
I
does.
mean groups of 50, all right? And he's been a terrific friend, along with Cheryl Penny from Dynasty Financial Partners, where I'm a board member. So I'm going with Forte. I think, obviously, big disappointment, couldn't run in the Kentucky Derby. We were all disappointed. So when he steps into that starting gate on Saturday, when everybody else looks around, he's going to be the one to come in first. I'm going all in on Forte for the Travers.
You agree?
I'm not going to pick him, but I'm not going to be surprised when he wins as well. You know.
It's going to be the favorite horse to beat in what's shaping up as a terrific race on Saturday. Let's get back to this one here. Minute to post. Check in with Maggie.
And we'll take a look at your current 9-5 favorite here, guys, and that is Classic Mark, second off the claim for Linda Rice, off the back of a win, albeit in the slop. And as many of these horses we've seen this meet, a lot of them do improve their figures when switching to Linda Rice, but maybe the wet track, he does kind of present himself as a horse who probably doesn't mind the wet going. He's a little bit kind of more spindly and a little bit lighter framed, and a lot of times those types do like that sloppy sealed surface. He's not getting it today, but he is warming up beautifully. In fact, I didn't really care for him back in the paddock, but I do like the way he's moving out there, and he is getting quite a ambitious warm-up too by Jose Ortiz, indicating that they will be aggressive with this horse, and he is likely the fastest early on, although you know, Anthracite can be quick here, but it does feel as though Jose Ortiz has it in mind that he wants to be forward with his favorite. Greg?
All right, Maggie, thank you. Post time coming up shortly here for this 4th race. 9-5 favorite, Classic Mark.
I'm going along with Avery. I like his logic. He's our guest. I feel privileged to be sitting next to this man. He's an incredible human being. So I'm all with the 4. I'm with you.
We'll see.
I thought he could be the speed in here. I thought with an aggressive ride from Camacho. Do you worry at all with a rider like Camacho, though, that has not ridden here? He's been riding at Monmouth. Do you ever wonder if these guys, and Richie, maybe you commented too, get a little intimidated coming here against the big guys?
Not this particular kid. He's got a mindset. You could see his focus and his tenacity. He's won over 120 races this year. He's winning at 22%. He does not lack confidence. I think he's probably relishing the opportunity to showcase his abilities on a big stage.
And this is a big stage. This is the Spa. This is like the NBA is called NBA National Basketball Association. This is NBA. No babies allowed.
I like that.
When did you first come here?
I came here probably 10 years ago. Yeah, 10 years ago, and had a chance to come in. I think I came in for the Whitney. And also my girl Anna Saints at Phasic Tipton for a sale just to have a good time around that time.
They were trying to get you in there to buy some horses,
yeah,
but
no.
But now your wife is pushing it a little bit. Be careful buying at that sale.
Avery Johnson, our guest, NBA champion. We got to get a chance to talk about your coaching career as well. Just incredible success, really, in everything you've done. But we'll get into that in a moment here as they load up for this fourth out of this Wilson Chute. 9-5 favorite, the 3, Classic Mark. Price finally coming down, Andy, on Complete Agenda, the 6.
Yeah, I'm not surprised the 3 is favored because he can be forward as well. I like Complete Agenda. I don't completely trust him, but I like his chances in here. I'm intrigued to see what Big Bobby does. He's taking a lot of money. I wonder if that's a good sign.
That's him on your screen right now, the 7, Junior Alvarado for Bill Mott. Let's go upstairs. Frank Miramati with the call, the 4th from Saratoga.
Big Bobby going in. They're in the gate. And they're off. Anthracite sprints away from the gate. And Anthracite opens up a couple. Classic Mark comes right to him, though. And he has more natural speed and is up to take the lead. Complete Agenda, 3 off the pace in 3rd, and Big Bobby just outside of him. It's 3 more lengths to Bert, and Union Lights. Classic Mark sets the tempo, opens up a 2-length advantage on Anthracite through a quarter in 25 and 1. Complete Agenda is down at the rail, moving up willingly in 3rd. Then Big Bobby, 4 off the pace in 4th. Bert. Union Lights have gotten a little bit closer as Classic Mark goes through the half mile and leads the way by 3. Complete Agenda along the inside trying to get second, but Anthracite holds that spot, 48 and 4 for the half. Complete Agenda dropping back now. Big Bobby 4th on the outside, inching forward to be a joint 3rd midway on the far turn. Union Lights and Bert. It's Classic Mark coming to the quarter pole. Pushed along to maintain a 1.5 length lead on Anthracite. Complete Agenda is down at the rail. Union Lights is trying to make a bid between rivals as they come toward the 8th pole. Classic Mark still in front by 2 lengths. 3 across, battling for second. Anthracite, Big Bobby on the outside, and Complete Agenda at the rail. A 16th to go, and it's Classic Mark finding more through the lane. And Classic Mark gives Jose Ortiz a double. Wins it by 2.5 lengths. Big Bobby and Complete Agenda in a place photo, then Anthracite.
Good ride.
Linda Ricebar not going quietly, refusing to concede this to Chad Brown just yet. Classic Mark gives her another winner, and Jose Ortiz, as you heard from Frank Miramati, 2nd win on the day.
Linda Rice, not only a good horsewoman, but a great manager, places her horses in competitive fashion. They're always well placed. Classic Mark was able to make the lead quite easily, and the best horse got the easiest trip.
Yeah. I thought Anthracite sort of gave up the lead a little bit easily to him, but I don't think it really mattered. He wasn't going to beat this horse, the best horse today.
3 wins now from 11 career starts, and it's the 9-5 favorite with the victory here in this 4th from Saratoga. And Linda Rice, she started out just incredibly hot, winning at about 38% clip early on to lead the way through that first half of the meet, but continuing to produce.
Yeah, I mean, it was unrealistic to think that she can continue on the pace she was. She's having a tremendous meeting, and she wins with all kinds of horses. I mean, her stable is so well kind of spread out between lower level horses to better horses. And
it's funny, when she won the title here a bunch of years ago, she won a ton of turf sprints. And people were sort of labeling her turf sprint trainer now. I can't remember the last time she won with a turf sprinter. She seems to have much more dirt horses now.
There she is. 4 consecutive meet titles on this New York Racing Association circuit. Started out just incredibly hot here again. And a tremendous Saratoga season. Won this meet back in 2009. Gets another one here with Classic Mark as a 9-5 favorite. Avery Johnson, NBA champion, our guest here on the set, who you know your horse racing as well, your handicapping. We're welcome to have you anytime to help us out, try and get us a few more winners. Let's talk about your coaching career a little bit. You had such a tremendous start coaching, and it, from those that knew you well, seemed like with your leadership abilities to be a natural transition for you. What was that like stepping into the coaching role?
Well, when you step into the coaching world, you need a team of folks. You need assistant coaches, ownership. We had great ownership. And a star player, Dirk Nowitzki. I just went to his Hall of Fame induction in Springfield about a week ago. Dirk Nowitzki was the epitome of a star player, a superstar player. And he allowed me to change his game a little bit, take him from behind the three-point line more to an inside game, just add that part to his game. He mentioned that in his Hall of Fame speech. It wasn't always easy, but it was just a natural fit. I believe, guys, I'm a natural coach. You know, whether I'm coaching basketball, now I'm coaching on, national TV, especially when I'm calling games for CBS Sports Network or calling games in the NCAA tournament on CBS Sports HQ with our NBA coverage. So it's just, I'm still coaching. I'm just coaching on a different platform.
Is that where you've been most happiest, being able to bring that experience you have and your leadership abilities to a team as a coach?
Yeah, that's when I feel now what I'm doing now, especially being in the media. There's no thrill of victory or agony of defeat. I don't have to go home and spend, hours in front of a video machine until 5 o'clock in the morning. When the game is over, I go home and I have dinner with my family and friends. But there's nothing like the NCAA tournament. March Madness was incredible last year. In Houston, we're in Phoenix, and I believe we're in San Antonio the following year. And the partnership that CBS has with Turner and all those folks
Real quick,
has been
new
amazing.
audience joining us right now. Back with you. I'd have a slight pause there to welcome in Valley Sports SoCal and San Diego. Those already with us on FS2. We're being joined on the set here by NBA champion Avery Johnson, who knows his horse racing as well. Greg Wolf, Richard Migliori, champion jockey, New York Racing Association handicapper, Andy Serling. And, Avery, great to have you here as well. And again, you said this was how many years in a row you've come to Saratoga now?
10 years. 10 years in a row. Just been amazing. We meet so many people. And, my mom used to tell me, don't talk to strangers. That's what I do now. I talk to strangers. I talk to everybody. And it's good because I'm an early riser. So to be able to get up in the morning and spend some time with some guys in the barns and shake some hands. And there are a lot of people in the barns that you never really see. They don't get a lot of attention. So to go in the backside and, spend some time with some of those folks that work so hard to make these beautiful athletes, get them to the track and hopefully get them there safely and take care of them. When you're taking care of a horse, it's 24 hours a day. There's no days off.
Unsung heroes of this sport, the ones that take care of them on the backstretch. 4th race here at Saratoga. It's Classic Mark for Linda Rice with the victory. Jose Ortiz with a multiple win Thursday afternoon here on Military Appreciation Day. The horse wins for the 3rd time in his 4-year-old career. Let's go to Maggie.
Here with winning rider Jose Ortiz. And Jose, I watched you warm him up, and you seemed very aggressive with the warm-up, keeping him moving. And usually that tips your hand that you want to be aggressive. He didn't get away in front, but you got to the front thereafter.
That's the reason we warm him up a lot, because we knew he was going to be slow out of the gate. He kind of always break kind of slow. So we were aware of that. Linda reminded me on the paddock. She said, remember, you got to warm up a lot because he's going to break a step slow. He did break a step slow, probably slower than I thought. And I was very aggressive on him going into that turn. And he got the lead, relaxes, and he finished well.
It feels like a horse that he gets the confidence when he gets to the front.
I think in the front or in the clear, he ran a lot better. Last time I won on him, he was sitting second, stuck in behind the favorite, and he he came home and he won. Today we felt like he was the fastest, but we kind of knew he was gonna break slow, so we had to be aggressive.
Speaking of a horse that likes to be in the clear, you'll be aboard Tapit Trice for the first time in the Travers. Jose, you said you worked him, his last piece of work with those blinkers on. Talk a little bit about how, I know you hadn't been on him before, but how they might change him.
I think it's a great call by Todd. I think the horse, the style that the horse had, it won't hurt him. So I think he worked amazing with them on. I love their work. It felt like just what he is, a really nice horse. I think the blinkers is the equipment that is going to put him over the hump. We know he has a lot of ability, but he's missing something. So hopefully that's the blinkers, and hopefully we win the Travers on Saturday.
Love the confidence, Jose. Best of luck with him. Congrats on your second win of the day.
Thank you, Mike.
All right, Jose Ortiz getting a little practice run with Tapit Trice. It feels like that's a good thing for a horse that can be tricky in his races. Greg?
It's a horse here. We talked about it a lot. Thank you, Maggie. Could he get out of the gate and improve it? He certainly improved in that respect. He'll put blinkers on, but he'll need to step up big on Saturday.
Yeah, absolutely. But I like the approach and the way he spoke about it. It's obvious that he has an idea or a plan going in. Now you have to have the horse that's going to cooperate to help deliver the plan that you put in place.
Our guest on this special Thursday afternoon Military Appreciation Day, NBA champion Avery Johnson. Oh, you've been a great ambassador to the sport for the Breeders' Cup. You're just talking about coming to the racetrack. You meet all these different people. I don't know if there's another sport like it where you can meet so many different characters that all come together in one place.
Yeah, so many different characters from all over the country. You know, I've met folks, folks from California fly out here for the Saratoga meet, and just meeting all the different people, and I'm wondering, hey, does anybody work around here? Why is all these people? Why is all these people?
None of us work. I know that.
What are they working remotely? What's going on? But it's been great. I'm fortunate. I rent a house from my buddy Torrey the last 2 years. Right about 2 blocks from the track. It's an easy walk.
Nice.
Or when I got to drop my wife off with her heels. Great restaurants here, Salevo. My guy Joe Salevo. That's one of my spots. 15 Church. I love the restaurants here. I'm going to your restaurant tonight.
Oh, you're going to Osteria Danny?
Yeah, I'm going there tonight.
Another
I'm
great
trying
one.
that one. So it's just been great. Hattie's. I can go on and on, but it's just the restaurant, the food, the people. You just feel so much love here, and especially after we went through a couple of years ago with COVID, it's just been great to be outdoors, 68 degrees in the morning. It's 105 in Dallas right now, so this feels great.
Hey, you're so positive. Being next to you, your positivity just kind of shines through. What was the most difficult part of retiring from playing basketball for you? For me, it was the routine. And once I stopped riding, going to the locker room, knowing my day was always so planned out. Up at 5 a.m., work horses, go to the room, prepare. What was the most difficult adjustment for you going from playing?
You know, it's funny because I get that question a lot, especially, when I'm on the air calling games. If, play-by-play guy asks me that question, I'm in a restaurant. It's funny. I miss the locker room. I miss practice.
Yeah.
I know Allen Iverson, who
you might disagree.
He missed practice a lot.
Yeah, that's my guy, though. I love AI. He dropped 47 on me in Philly one night. I thought I had a good game and had 27, but I miss practice. I miss the routine. I miss helping players get better.
Right.
There are several players even that I coached when I was in college, and I just felt like I couldn't stay long enough because they were just about to start getting better. And now some of those guys, like a Colin Sexton, who I had a chance to coach for 1 year, is in the NBA, and Herb Jones with the Pelicans in the NBA. Those guys were, Kyrie Lewis, just starting to get better. And that's what you like. Guys who couldn't dribble with the opposite hand, maybe, they needed another year or two. And I just miss the relationships, relationships you have with your coaching staff, and I think the parents on the college level building some of those relationships.
Interesting.
It has been great having you on the set. I mean, you just emit this positivity I want to play for you. I want to suit up right now.
Look for me in the winner's circle after the Travers. Look for me in the winner's circle.
Again,
I have on a pink jacket.
I know where to find you.
Forte Avery selection in what's shaping up to be the race of the year. Great to have you at Saratoga. Great to have you on set. You're welcome back anytime.
Thanks a lot, guys. Really appreciate it.
Thanks so much.
Thanks.
Great.
More coming up. We're going to get into race 5. It's going to kick off the pick 6 when we return here on Military Appreciation Day from Saratoga on our FS2 coverage.
Drain the Clock will win and win by as much as he wants. He'll win by 6 in the end.
It is Drain the Clock who will bound home the winner in the Bay Short. Drain the Clock, Jockey's Warrior, a terrific finish in the Woody Stevens that goes to Drain the Clock by a head.
On a perfect day, there is no finer place in all of sports.
Nerves, excitement, and anticipation.
Than beautiful, truly stunning. For the Breeders' Cup World Championships.
Let's face it, we all love ponies, but what is a pony at the racetrack? It's essential to a safe and functioning racetrack or training operation, and get this, it can really be any kind of horse. They're the coaches, the security blanket for the horses in training. So let's meet the ponies of Saratoga. If you spot Belmont winner Arcangelo training in the morning, there's a good chance that you'll also see Basha. A hard-knocking gelding with 3 wins from 37 career starts, Basha raced for 6 years before becoming the stable pony for Jenna Antonucci. He quickly landed an important role as the sidekick and mentor of Arcangelo.
I think he's just that elder statesman that has been able to been there, done that, and the owner of Arcangelo asks that wherever Arcangelo goes, Basha goes, because they just have a really cool bond when they're out there, and it's really allowed Arcangelo to take a breath with everything going on around him and taking in the sights, where he's got his sidekick kind of everywhere he goes.
Well, he's basically the babysitter. He looks after the kids. He's the old man. He knows his job. He, educates them, take them to the gate. It's good to have a pony with them.
Farm life wasn't for him. He didn't want to be the couch potato guy with a part-time job. He really thrives in this environment of a full-time job. He's a city guy.
The first day he started, I think something jumped up in the back and he literally stood there and was like, whatever. So we knew right from then that he would be just fine. He's been on the track so long, he loves the track. He's a brilliant pony. And when the horses are being a little naughty, playing, I need Basha to just be stable and just be still. And he's pretty good at that. But he's a good boy. I mean, he's still learning, but he's pretty clever.
Behind every really good horse, there's a good pony.
Okay.
Would you agree with that?
except for the ones that will eat the pony that want to be next. But
staying out of this conversation. I just think Avery should just take over from us going forward.
He was tremendous.
Wow,
Having on
that
set.
was fun.
Spendthrift Farm 2-year-old race of the day coming up next. And it will kick off the Pick 6 as well. New York Reds trying to get the first win of their career in a maiden special weight, 7/8 of a mile distance. We'll talk more about it in a moment. But Lady Arwen, brutal beginning to her debut, and she still ran very good as a beaten favorite first time out. Overwhelmingly the one to beat. Here for start number 2. Coming up, we'll get a paddock report when we return. As again, we get set to kick off this Pick 6 on our Thursday card.
Grade 1 winner and track record setter Lee. Like their sire, his runners have excelled on both dirt and turf, including these standout performers.
Poppy Flowers putting in a late burst. Here they come for the finish. Here is Nagarok, who takes off. Nagarok will roll. Nagarok.
Out of a Galileo mare, this dual surface star has sired juvenile stakes winners on both dirt and turf. Lee, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Introducing the Caesars Racebook app, the ultimate destination for racing enthusiasts. Built on the trusted Naira Bets platform, you can watch and wager on over 300 racetracks worldwide, including Saratoga. And the best part? Every bet earns you exciting reward credits that can be redeemed for your next bet, hotel stays, dining, and more. Get started today and receive up to $200 matched on your first deposit. Download the Caesars Racebook app and embrace the thrill of horse racing.
Flightline is in full flight.
Flightline turns it on at the top of the stretch, and he's in cruise control.
And Flightline takes off.
Take a good look at this, because you're not going to see this too often, maybe never again. Flightline, 20 lengths clear.
World-class racehorse, world-class performance at a world championship event.
Now more than ever, it's time to get with the program. When shopping for your next race prospect, consider that New York Reds start with an advantage. Our New York Reds run for serious green. At Saratoga Race Meet, New York bred maidens run for up to $88,000. New York bred allowance horses run for up to $100,000. And New York bred owners can collect awards of up to $20,000 per horse per race. So get back with the program. Seriously.
This summer, the thrill of horse racing comes to your home on Fox. Live from historic Saratoga Racecourse, don't miss the Travers Stakes. Only on Fox, Saratoga Saturday.
Welcome back. You're watching Saratoga Live as we are proudly brought to you by Claiborne Farm, 100 years of doing the usual unusually well. New York bred 2-year-old fillies here in the paddock as they will go the 7 furlongs on the main track. And we are looking at a favorite in here who just had a disastrous debut, and that's number 3 in here, Lady Arwen, if I can get that out correctly. And she took a lot of money, and I was dubious of her chances because she was so green in all of the preliminaries, from the paddock out onto the racetrack. And furthermore, I wasn't in love with her workouts coming in here. She is a filly that wants to favor that inside lead a bit more. The good thing today, so far, so good. Knock on wood, not to jinx her here. She's being a lot more professional, a lot more settled as well. So hopefully she breaks better, because she's certainly built like a filly that should show speed. And with the stretch out from the 6 to the 7, naturally that should bring her into the race a little bit easier from the start. And 2, I don't think this field is as tough as what she faced going back to her debut. I think that was a better quality of horses in that affair than what she meets today, though she will face another experienced rival, number 4, Awesome Check for Horacio de Paz. She chased 3 to 4 wide behind a gate-to-wire winner in Concerti. The thing is there's no difference in her. She was a very quiet professional actor in that debut, but I also thought she needed a race, and she's just not any more tucked up. And she was a little bit green in the running, but still I would like to see her just a little bit more engaged, a little bit more on the muscle with a little bit more fitness, which she's not necessarily showing, though I will say I think the 7 furlongs certainly helps her. She goes from the 5.5 to the 7. Well, we'll head upstairs to Frank Miramati, who now will introduce a special Riders Up.
Thank you, Maggie. Fans, please direct your attention to the video boards and monitors as the New York Racing Association welcomes members of Naval Support Activity Saratoga Springs to the paddock for a ceremonial call of Riders Up prior to today's 5th race. Today's 5th race is named in honor of New York's military services.
I'm H.A. Body.
I'm H.M. Hussein. I'm H.N. Hippolito. I'm Agent Jones.
Riders Up!
Military Appreciation Day continues here from Saratoga. Nice call for Riders Up as we get set for the start of this Pick 6 in race 5 with these 2-year-old filly maidens.
That was an enthusiastic Riders
Yes,
Up.
it was.
And if I'm a rider getting ready to get a leg up, I would have said, yes, sir, and got up on the horse.
Yeah, it was very authoritative.
Well, this field coming up, Maggie was talking about Lady Arwen. That was a brutal start in a race in which this filly was sent off as the favorite in that debut.
Yeah, I mean, it certainly cost her, don't you think?
It did, and it put her way behind the 8 ball, and she did an amazing job playing catch-up. But, you know, Maggie alluded to this, and actually, Acacia noted this before her debut last time. She is a filly that doesn't get out of the gate. And we saw that horse in the second race, though she lost, did a lot better. He lost getting out of the gate. She's got a break today, and that's, you know, you're betting a horse at a very short price, and I picked her. I'm not trying to beat her in this race, but you can't get left again. You got to be much the best if you keep getting left in races, and that appears to be, at least based on her first race, her Achilles heel.
This field, though, could she still break a little slow and potent with the talent she showed first time out? Do you think she could still overcome it?
If you bet $100 on her at 4 to 5, you feel okay if she gets left. I hear what you're saying.
I'm just asking the question.
I mean, you never want them to get left. I mean, you're also, you know, you're talking about a 4 to 5 shot, so you don't want to cede anything to anybody else.
She's also going to get a lot more. She's going to get an extra furlong today. It's 7/8 of a mile, and we talk about it all the time. That's a tough distance to debut. So for these first-time starters, it's going to be difficult.
I'm not trying to beat her. Don't get me wrong. And that's the other thing about it is, the first-time starters in here, there's 4 of them. There's nothing about them that jumps off the page at you. Is that fair? Very fair. Then you've got Sun and Wind, who's run Trice for Rodriguez. Yep. Doesn't seem that good. She comes out of a weak race in her first start. Rudy has him ready the first time out. I guess Awesome Check is really the most troublesome one, right? Ran well enough first time that could run better. Was wide. The rail was good that day. That's the only real threat, at least on paper. Is that fair to say? No, that horse is not even the second choice.
I'm going to make a case.
The 6.
I'm going to make a case for the 6. That's
Here's
I feel
one of the first-time starters. Hold her close, James Ferraro.
Yeah, I mean, Jimmy Ferraro, not a trainer that's that well known for having first-time stars win, and he does his best work downstate.
Meg, take it away.
The 2-horse is first-time starter going 7/8. Tough.
Bona Salute.
Thank you. That's
Come
what
on,
I meant.
Richie. I mean,
I wasn't
get
paying
him off
attention.
the set.
Rudy
Bring Avery
Rodriguez
back.
trains.
I'm on for that.
Went by 3 to 5. Here's the 4 Awesome Check.
I thought this horse had a legitimate chance. Chased the pace, going 5.5. I like a horse for the race under their belt, going 7.
Another first-timer here with Katie Davis, Hillbilly Lady.
Yeah, the long shot with half to 6 horses did very little running.
Katie already won today. Here's Sun and Wind. Blinkers on. Rudy Rodriguez.
I like this horse adding blinkers. I really thought this horse needed blinkers in the first start and has 2 starts. So has foundation to get the 7/8.
Dan Mastery, secret first-timer outside with a Min Castillo.
Longest shot on the board, and trainer and rider looking for their first wins of the meet.
So 3 to 5 favorite. A filly who was favored in the debut earlier at the meet. It was a rough beginning, was up against it. Ran on pretty good, weakened in the lane, had every right to, and now going to try and get 7 furlongs here in start number 2.
Yeah, she's, even if she breaks a little slowly, she's probably not going to get as far shuffled out of the race as she did last time, Richie. And she's supposed to be very tough to beat. The question is if you have a case against her, a case for somebody else. I don't.
We're going to show it to you. Rad Ortiz Jr., by the way, filling in for the injured Luis Saez. Here's the beginning we've been talking about.
Yeah, I mean, she just reacted slow, and then horses come together. So she did good because she made up a lot of ground in the first furlong and a half, Andy.
But you're on the go with that disadvantage from the whole way, so you're playing catch-up the whole way. And I'll tell you what's really interesting, and you'll see it. She's like, okay, so she gets in this position here. She's going to make a run where she gets right to the leaders and looks like she has a chance to win, but it's so hard to make up that kind of run, Richie, and still have horse left for the end.
Well, sure, think about it like a gas tank, right? The more gas you're using to get back in the race, the more the gas tank's emptying out, and at some point, you're going to be on empty. I thought she ran a terrific race. Listen, she's absolutely the horse to beat. I'm not going to go for her 3 to 5, but she definitely, especially if she breaks a little bit better, it's supposed to be very tough to beat.
I would never bet her at 3 to 5. But I couldn't make a case to bet against her, and I'm not going to pick somebody, and I'm not saying you're doing, but
no.
For me, I can't, I don't like the 6. I thought that debut was a very slow race. Awesome Check would be the only other horse I would consider.
Looks like, and we'll hear more in a moment, but it looks like her mind on business as well for start number 2 coming up. Got to overcome what we already know was a problem first time out. We'll see if she can break better. That's a big question. So all eyes early on when those gates open are going to be on her.
Yeah, the gate, right. It's the same thing we dealt with in that turf race, the second race. That horse broke much better. She needs to break better. That's if you bet her, you're holding your breath to start. Because if she breaks cleanly or relatively close, it's very unlikely she'll lose.
Meanwhile, here is start number 3 for Sun and Wind, Meg. She showed at least tactical speed first time out. Now the blinkers go on.
Yeah, and this is the case I'll make. And with all respect to the 3, who is absolutely the horse to beat. Sun and Wind showed good speed on debut, broke sharply. I agree with Andy, maybe not the greatest race. But I made a note about her around the far turn. It looked like she got lost and spit it out, and it looked like she was done, and then she re-rallied to be, close third, beating the neck. Last time she gets bounced around between horses, I thought blinkers would help this horse, and the fact that she has 3 starts to go 7 furlongs makes me like her better.
Let's go to Maggie.
Richie and I thinking along the exact same lines here with Sun and Wind. And because Richie, too, has pointed out, I thought the same thing. She showed that good speed going to 5 and the 5.5. So getting to the lead going 7 should be that much easier. I mean, obviously, we'll see what Lady Arwen does, but she's gotten such a lovely warm-up here from Flavia and Pratt. And you see, she adds those shortcut cheater blinkers, but with a hood. Obviously, a filly that gets a little intimidated. So it's going to settle her more. It might turn her off a little bit, might make her not worry about her competition surrounding her as they have in her first 2 starts. So I like the 7. She looks fabulous here. And it kind of, we'll talk about Rudy's other horse here first, but then we'll get back to the 3, the favorite Lady Arwen. Buona Salute, big warm up. She worked very slowly at the Fasig tipped into Neonium sale. 11, asked a bit. She just looks slow, honestly. So 7 furlongs is probably a good starting point for her. And she's certainly built to handle distance. She did get a very nice warm-up, though, from Jamie Torres. I mean, he immediately broke her away from the pony and really got a good gallop into her. And typical of Rudy, she looks fit. I mean, Rudy does not bring a firster over here not looking very fit. So she's probably the interesting first-time starter, though the one on the rail arguably taking the most money. But number 3, Lady Arwen. Once Arad Ortiz got on her back, she started the same shenanigans that she showed first time. And it could be just her, but again, you don't want to see it. See how hot she's gotten out there? It's very cool today. I don't see anybody else that hot. And furthermore, the 7 furlongs concerns me a bit, honestly. I know she kind of ran to give the illusion, to give the effect that she might want a little bit more ground, but she is built downhill, really elevated and well-muscled hindquarters. She might just be best. Like I said, I don't think this is as tough of a field as she faced first time out, but she just gave me reason to look elsewhere, and the 6 has done nothing wrong. Greg?
All right, Maggie. Thank you. Being told we have a late scratch in the race coming up here. First time starter, the 5. That one on your screen. Hillbilly Lady will be coming out of the race.
Yeah, first time starter, shipping down from Finger Lakes, will not be competing. If for people at home that don't know, and Andy, I don't know if you're even aware of this, once a rider weighs out. They get off the scale with their saddle. The saddle goes out to be put on the horse. If the horse scratches any time after the rider weighs, the rider still gets paid for the jock's mount, whatever that fee was. So just by making your weight and weighing out with your saddle, you're going to make whatever the jockey's fee is for that particular race. Oh, absolutely, I do. But I think
also remember something else. You've taken that mount. In a lot of cases, you've taken a mount at the expense of another mount you could have had.
Exactly. And also, you've prepared. You've made your weight. You know, so I think it's a fair thing for the rider to get paid for. Now, obviously, I'm a former rider. I'm going to think that way.
No, but it makes perfect sense. Yeah. I mean, you've been contracted to do a job, and you're there to do the job. Something happens with the horse.
Yeah.
You know, it's not. I mean, I know that I know that you had occasion in your career to scratch a horse, and the trainers. The trainer gets mad and he gets frustrated. You scratch the horse.
Yeah.
But that's your job, and your job is to protect the horse and protect the horse and protect the public as well.
I scratched the filly on the way to the gate one day, and 20 years later, I was still hearing from the trainer how
the horse never ran again.
No, the horse ran again.
Okay.
But he said she came back and won 3 in a row. You had no reason to scratch her. What he left out was she came back after a year layoff at Finger Lakes and won 3 in a row.
Yeah.
There's some details there.
If you looked at the number, there are not that many horses scratched by riders going to the gate. There's like a vet could scratch too, but you see those horses, I guarantee you those horses have a long history of not coming back relatively soon.
Well, what's the reward for a rider to scratch a horse at the gate? You got no chance to win then.
Yeah.
I mean, always have to take the safety of these amazing athletes first. Put that first and foremost.
There isn't a single benefit for the horse running if the horse shouldn't be running.
Right.
Not one. There's many negatives, and there's not one. And it protects the public as well.
Yeah. Number one for the horse, the riders, the betting public, everybody. Nobody wants a horse that shouldn't be competing. Competing.
It's frustrating if you're a bettor and the horse gets scratched later betting it, but after I'm initially frustrated, I go, I'm glad.
3 to 5 favorite, Lady Arwen. Keep your eyes on her. Rat Ortiz Jr. filling in for the injured Luis Saez. Can she break better today? Obviously, we know she has that big move and that run in her. When we saw her break so slow, just start inhaling horses.
Yeah. I see a guy to our right in the set that may have a little interest in this race. I could be wrong, but he's a little pacing around there. Mr. Kinchin, you want to speak up here? You would. You don't play the Big Six.
Pick 6 begins here. Yeah, he is usually involved. And I would think a lot of people leaning pretty heavily on Lady Arwen, the 3 here. Frank Miramati will kick things off. Let's go upstairs.
1 more left to load. Mastery's Secret. They're in the gate. And they're off. Sun and Wind is going to the front. Lady Arwen with a much better start today. It's just 3/4 back in second as they get to the main track. Awesome Check, 3 off the leader in third. Then Buona Salute racing on the inside of Mastery's Secret, and Hold Her Close is far back through the opening furlong. Sun and Wind, a clear-cut advantage toward the half-mile pole, leading it by a length and a half to Lady Arwen in second. Another 2 back to Awesome Check third, followed by Buona Salute. Then comes Mastery's Secret and Hold Her Close, still the distant trailer. They move around the far turn behind Sun and Wind, pursued intently by Lady Arwen, who starts to close the gap within a half length while snugly in hand. 3 more Awesome Check in third, long way to Mastery's Secret. They're coming to the quarter pole, and Lady Arwen runs right by Sun and Wind. Awesome Check swings to the center of the racetrack, but has to pick up serious momentum as Lady Arwen takes off and opens up 4. Awesome Check is finishing nicely on the outside, clearly into second. Then Sun and Wind in third, a 16th to go, and it's Lady Arwen with a 3-length lead, and really never in doubt. Lady Arwen scores by almost 3 lengths. Awesome Check was a good second, Sun and Wind third, and Hold Her Close from last to 4th.
Heavy favorite brings Rat Ortiz Jr. his 43rd winner of this meet. Teams up with Jeremiah Engelhardt and looked pretty good here.
Fair to say it was over when she broke.
She broke, set up good position just off the flank of the 6, Sun and Wind, who tired badly and was best. Nice effort from Awesome Check. Second start, thought she improved, but no doubt about the winner, Lady Arwen. Basically, when she left the gate, she was going to be tough.
Right. It was that's the moment. You hold your breath for a moment. She breaks cleanly, and she's supposed to win, and she did.
At 3-5, and Rat Ortiz Jr., yes, this tremendous meet. He said some fortuitous pickup mounts as well.
Yeah, he has benefited from people not being able to ride their mounts. It would be a lot closer with him and his brother if his brother hadn't been injured.
Yeah, because it kind of set the tone for that first, week,
I mean, I think his brother lost. I think he probably may have picked up 4 or 5 wins. His brother may have lost 4 or 5, and that's 8 to 10 right there.
Yeah,
that's a lot.
Still, just an incredible summer for that man. I believe one with 21 of his first 71 mounts this summer.
But his ROI not very high. $1.40, under $1.40 for every $2
It doesn't reflect on his check.
No, it does not.
Who are betting on his overbet horses.
But they're part and parcel of that. They're the ones who bet some of his horses.
It's not his fault.
Overboard.
It's not his fault. I mean, it is his fault he rides so well.
But Jeremiah Engard here with another talented 2-year-old filly. Audible filly, who wins second time out.
I think getting a little close to Dave O'Rourke and our president there. Somebody should call security.
3-4-6-1 finish. Meets leading rider. Adds another one here. 43 and counting for Rat Ortiz Jr. Pick 6 underway. Late pick 5 to come. Enjoyed it with you guys.
It was fun.
This was fun. It was great having Avery Johnson. And even though I fumbled earlier, I'm going to say now, buena saluta.
That's what I wanted from the MIG.
I messed it up.
Ballston Spa, what do you think, Andy?
I think it's going to be very tough for the 2 Klaravich runners to both lose. I actually prefer consumer spending. I think she's been running extremely well. She's been closing into paceless races, and I think she's going to really step forward today and show that maybe she belongs running against the big girls the rest of the year.
Mig?
I'm going with Evie Jets.
Okay.
I think she's going to get loose today and go wire to wire.
Do you believe technical analysis gets to the front in this race?
I don't know. I don't know.
Okay.
It depends how aggressive they are with Evie Jets. I think she'll be okay stalking. I just think consumer spending has gotten very good.
And to be honest, I think it's stretching Evie Jets a little far, the distance of the Ballston Spa. I think she's better. And it's a very tough race. Now, she didn't have a rider named on earlier. I'm sure somebody is by now. But if not, I'm going to get in the box. I'd like to ride her.
Manny Franco's right.
Suit up.
Manny will be aggressive.
Okay. That's it for us. Next crew, Lafitte and Company taking over after a short timeout. They'll have coverage of that Ballston Spa ahead. Feature on this Thursday card as our FS2 coverage continues after this timeout.
Want to know a secret? The Massachusetts breeding program pays huge bonuses for finishing first, second, or third at any racetrack in the country. You didn't know that, did you? Massbreds get paid up to an additional 25% of their purse earnings for the owner, and breeder, and stallion owner, and developer. It's the best kept secret in racing, till now. Tell all your friends, and to learn more, visit massbreds.com.
welcome back to Saratoga Live as Lady Arwen. She runs to her 3 to 5 backing at second asking, and pleased to be joined by Jeremiah Engelhardt and the crew. And my daughter just jumping in here just because.
3/5. 60% of the crew.
Hey.
50%.
Maya, first of all, we need to talk about your hair cutting skills. Your sons have buzz cuts with little emblems on the side. What's that about?
Well, it's football season. We got to put some stripes in there. Ready to go.
Talk a little bit about Lady Arwen as well. Just, very green first time out, didn't break, made the middle move, and couldn't sustain it. What do you do with a filly that obviously has ability in between the first and the second race?
Well, I got to give the tip of the cap to the gate crew, because we did a lot of schooling with her in between that race and this race to try to get her to relax a little bit more. She sat against the back doors the first time and kind of broke slow, and it was, like, she was one of those horses I thought would break really fast, and then she proves you wrong on the day of the race. So, they did a great job with her schooling in the morning, and, today it paid off because she was a lot more relaxed in there today.
And he finished with so much horse. Honestly, I kind of had my doubts about the 7/8, but she certainly wants that distance at least.
I did too. I was actually toying with the idea of running her back into Seeking the Annie, just to try to get her some, black type. So I knew what I was going to say. You had to mouth it for me.
I've been doing this too long, I guess.
But you know what? And then I talked to Neil and Mark, and thought that this race would probably be right. I was a little concerned about the distance, like you said, but she seemed to handle it fine, so it worked out okay.
Guys, I want to know, football or horse racing?
Football, right?
Probably football. Where is your allegiance to your dad? Come on! Supposed to say racing.
Well, I coach them, so they have to say football.
Fair enough. Fair enough. I forgive you. Well, congratulations. Nice win here, Lady Arwen. Maya.
Thanks, Maggie. Bye, Grace.
All right, the kids crew. It's babysitting duty amongst our professional jobs for Maya and I, but we will welcome in a new crew for the utmost professionals, led by Lafitte Pinkai, as well as the late pick 5 coming up here on Saratoga Live.
Tip number 1, sale time, folks, we're ready to go.
When there are this many buyers under one roof, anything can happen. Last November, buyers from 29 countries traveled more than 135,000 miles to be right here. Because if the horse capital of the world actually had a capital, this would be it.
When it comes to horse racing, you can never have too much information. With TwinSpires, you can place your bets with confidence. Whether you use handicapping insights, like our Brisnet speed ratings, prime power and past performances, the guidance of our experts' top picks, or just choose a name that catches your eye. Yes! No matter how you pick your horse, bet with TwinSpires. Start earning your $200 sign-up bonus when you sign up with offer code GET200.
This is the horse.
Is just too good.
This is the horse who became only the second champion 2-year-old to win the Travers in 3 decades. This is the horse who is the only Breeders' Cup juvenile hero ever to lift the Belmont Stakes. History-making brilliance. That's his essential quality. Essential quality. This is the horse.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Great to have you with us on Saratoga Live. Military Appreciation Day, honoring all veterans and active duty military members. A salute from all of us at the New York Racing Association. Thank you for everything you do to ensure our freedom and safety.
Just outside the paddock, welcome everyone. I'm Lafitte Pinkai. Exciting second half of the Thursday program. The late pick 5 just around the corner. Really good turf sprint coming up. And later, 38th running of the Ballston Spa presented by Mohegan Sun. There's the field. Grade 2 older fillies and mares, mile and a 16th on the inner turf course. Chad Brown trains 4 of the 9, included number 8 Technical Analysis, defending champ. 9-5 morning line favorite. As I welcome in my co-host, Jonathan Kinchin, Paul LaDuca, Hall of Fame jockey Gary Stevens. Gary, wanted to start with you and the situation the jockeys are in that are riding for Chad Brown, all 4 of them. You've been there, whether it's Bobby Frankel, Charlie Whittingham, D. Wayne Lucas. What is one of the more challenging aspects for the riders?
Well, all these horses have pretty much different running styles, and there is no problem. Like Charlie would tell me one thing, all Bobby would say, don't get in each other's way. Stay out of each other's way, okay?
That was a good Bobby.
Don't be stupid. But it's really no challenge. I mean, they're individual owners you're riding for, and you've got to ride the win. And Chad even said last week when we were in this situation, he turns the riders loose, lets them ride their horse's style, whatever it may be, and whoever's best. Fair chance to all of them, and give your best, do your best.
That was a great.
Thank
Bobby
you.
Frankel, Chad Brown. He'd appreciate it, Paulie. And it's not just the talent and volume that Brown is bringing to today's edition of the Ballston Spa, but the success he's had in this race over the years.
Well, yeah, he's just been the master. And a lot of people will say, well, he brings a lot of volume. But you got to understand what Chad Brown does. I mean, his owners have to have an understanding that, hey, what's going to happen is I'm going to be running horses against my own horses, against other owners. You guys got to get over it, because there's a lot of other barns that don't like when other owners are running their horses in the same barn, and Chad's got 4 or 5 in these kind of races. And Chad's able to convince his owners, like, listen, I'm running the horses, and maybe the best horse win. And he's had a tremendous success.
J.K. handicapping the Ballston Spa in these scenarios, going back to the Diana, the Lake Placid, the Lake George. Like, what trend have we noticed this summer?
Well, I mean, look, I think people get a little carried away with the other Chad Brown. I mean, they're all talented. It's not like it was a huge shock that White Beam beat an Italian. White Beam was a talented horse in her own right. I just think that the circumstances of the race are what kind of play to who wins. And I think today you'll see that. Excuse me. Technical Analysis has a ton of early speed. I think Evie Jets will be aggressive this time.
That's the key.
If Evie Jets isn't aggressive, Technical Analysis will get a great trip. If they do hook up, then it sets up perfectly for her stablemate, Clarvett stable-owned consumer spending. So I think it's circumstances that kind of make the difference on which one of the Chads wins.
He does feel like he has them surrounded going in. Technical Analysis, not only the favorite, but also last year's winner. This was the scene in the Ballston Spa, Gary. Technical Analysis, odds-on favorite. And today, she'll have to deal with Fluffy Socks. Once again, last year, it was no issue.
Yeah, Technical Analysis, though, she's always got first run on her competition. If she quickens up like this today, she'll win again. It might be an instant replay, might not. But she was perfection on this particular day and just kept reaching for the finish line.
Yeah, you know what? And Fluffy Socks was giant. And I think the one thing that could be in Fluffy Socks' corner is one of the Chad Brown runners in here. She stumbled at the start of that race, and, that was her career best race ever, and it was here at Saratoga. She doesn't have a win, but there you see Technical Analysis. And when you win 50% of your races, JK, and you have tactical speed, it makes you tough.
She loves it up here.
Loves it.
On the inner turf course, and we talk about the inner turf course having tighter turns. I think something about her athleticism, she really appreciates that. So, look, I have no concern about Evie Jets in here. I don't think Evie Jets can win. If Evie Jets is aggressive and gets in front of Technical Analysis will sit off of her, and I think she'll take her when she wants her.
So her last 4 wins all in wire-to-wire fashion. So if denied the lead, you still think Technical Analysis will be all
I just think that it's circumstantial. She shuts off. She's going to get the same trip,
Gotcha.
Whether she's on the lead or not. She'll be sitting off of Evie Jet. She'll be close enough if they're intent on sending her, which I think they probably are. And I think the hint to that was the rider change with Javier off from last time.
38th running of the Ballston Spa, race 9 post time, 5:44 Eastern on Military Appreciation Day at Saratoga. Today's race is brought to you by Claiborne Farm. As promised, the late pick 5 starts in the 6th Ballston Spa, race 9. Main track is fast. Turf courses are firm temperature around 76 degrees. Still haven't signed up. It's Travers week. Now's the time. Get involved. Join us at NYRABets.com. When you do so, use that promo code SPA200. Earn up to a $200 deposit match after your first deposit. Bet any track anywhere, anytime. Join now, NyraBets.com to earn your $200 deposit match. Live look in the paddock. Field for the 6. Looking forward to this one. Very good. Allowance turf sprint, 5.5 furlongs. Big field. The entry, Artemis City Limits, 5-2, the current favorite. There's Senbei at 9-2. This was his turf debut. Acacia had told us he had been training well on grass. JK, he flashes his early speed and does everything but win, essentially.
No, absolutely. He did this going 7 furlongs. Today, he'll go 5.5. If you look at the way he ran his race, you look at the pace figures of that race, it is screaming cutback. Screaming cutback. And I think Senbei is going to really appreciate going a little bit shorter. He's always been a very fast horse. I like Senbei quite a bit. If it wasn't for the Oxymore being in here, I would be ice cold singled to Senbei. I just think Oxymore is too interesting with his 2-year-old numbers.
Handled the grass just fine. That big effort, Senbei. And the entry, Artemis City Limits, Oxymore, who JK just mentioned, Paul, strong. Powerful entry here, 2 for 1, 5-2, 11 minutes out.
Yeah, they are. Listen, Senbei ran giant last time. This horse got ran down by Bring Me the Check. And I'm actually going back to look at yesterday's racing focus. Bring Me the Check ran yesterday. And, yeah, he ran in the third race yesterday that actually was won by Arzak by 2 long shots. But Bring Me the Check was claimed out of that race. So Senbei ran giant. I'm with JK. Look at the splits. I understand that the Belmont Turf Course was fast, but if you're going 108 and 3, you're going.
Motoring. Senbei, named by Acacia Clement. Acacia standing by in the paddock. Acacia, so close in that turf debut at 6-1.
Oh, it was, Lafitte, a heartbreaking defeat for sure. And I got a lot of love for my man Senbei, who has some pretty quick gate speed, as you were touching on. And he did transfer that speed over to the turf last time. Now, the question will be, is he able to get the lead in here? And on paper, it doesn't look like he's necessarily quick enough versus some that he'll face in here today. And if so, can he potentially rate? I was talking with my husband, Miguel Clement, assistant to his dad, Christoph, the other day about this horse. And he said one of the best things that happened with Senbei was gelding him, because he was able to relax a lot more. If you remember him towards the start of his career, he was always really vocal, screaming in the paddock, lacking focus. And while he came in and said hello, as he typically does, he's just so much more settled now this year. And he moves beautifully on the turf, though he doesn't have an abundance of turf pedigree on the bottom side. I think mentally we're seeing him a lot more relaxed. And so this will be a good test to see if he can settle a little bit more in his races and maybe build off of that good second place finish last time out. But right to his outside will be the number 2B, Oxymore, making his first start since the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Turf Sprint. And this is a horse that faced some very good horses back as a 2-year-old, including finishing second behind Web Slinger. He is on the muscle coming back here. He is very sharp. I haven't seen Chad Brown saddle many horses with a pony here in the paddock, and that's what they did with this guy, because he's really energetic. Watching it in his workouts, he actually worked in company with Kuramata, who we saw run earlier on the card, and she outworked him, but it was on the dirt, and they're both turf horses. I just hope he's able to keep things a lid on it. He looks incredibly fit coming back. He's grown. He's very leggy. And I always remember him being a little bit more of a lighter type. And so given that physical makeup, I'm seeing much of the same. But there is a natural progression that you can anticipate from 2 to 3. Just hopefully mentally he's able to be relaxed a little bit more. The number 9, Fauci, makes his second start off a layoff for Phil Antonacci. He's had a couple wins up here, and his horses have been well spotted, and they've been running. The problem with Fauci is that he's not a winning type, but he is a horse that I think actually ran the best race last time, because he came from last, where the winner, Into the Sunrise, who he'll rematch in here with, was able to wire the field. Fauci's a horse that always carries his condition, and while he wasn't in the paddock last race, I'm assuming that he probably needed that race to tuck up a little bit, because he's a burly type. He looks strong. He's striding out beautifully, dragging his handlers around. We'll see if he can get the right kind of trip in here, though, Lafitte, and seal the deals. He hasn't won since June of 2021.
Been a while for Fauci. 5 races, Saratoga, all in the money, but without a victory. While we have a moment, Travers Week stakes schedule. Later today, Grade 2 Ballston Spa. Tomorrow, Grade 1 Personal Ensign. This is all the Grade 1s. And on Saturday, 5 Grade 1 events highlighted by the 154th running of the Travers Stakes. Cue that animation. America's Best Racing's Race of the Week. What else? Grade 1 Travers, you know the drill. 3-year-olds, mile and a quarter. Number 2, Mage now, or number 4, Mage, to be ridden by Flavian Pratt. Luis Saez separating his shoulder, his collarbone in a spill yesterday. Number 1, Forte, 7-5. Morning line favorite. Let's revisit the Jim Dandy, Gary, and Irad Ortiz, who, yes, pushed the envelope, but Forte was brave. Forte ran fast.
Yeah, he showed a different dimension adding the blinkers. He actually put Irad into the race without him having to ask to. Had to force his way out here. Never mind should have there been a disqualification or not. He showed that he's a man. He can get in the grappling box. He can wrestle it out, bang his way out. Showed a lot of toughness and determination. No doubt he was best this day. But look, he finds himself drawn down in the one hole. And I'm sure Irad, when he saw the entries come out, was like, oh no. He could find himself in the exact same kind of position that he found himself in the Jim Dandy down inside. With these blinkers being added, there's more speed up underneath him. And he was pulling him up into a spot that I'm sure he didn't really want to be in all the way down the backside. He could see the writing on the wall all the way around the far turn. So we'll have to see how it plays out as far as strategy and what he's going to do early on.
Mike Rapoli, Irad Ortiz, and the Jim Dandy. Will we see the same scene after the Travers? Paul, the grit. He showed the class, and he ran fast. Like, very difficult to knock anything out of that effort.
No, there's not. And, you know, he was coming off that long layoff in the Belmont where he ran well, and he came back here and he proved his worth against the Saudi Crown. That was loose speed that day, and he ran him down. This is going to be a tougher field. You're facing the Kentucky Derby, Preakness, and Belmont winner now.
Yeah, look, I mean, I've been a huge believer in Forte's ability. He just didn't really convince me that he was that top-notch horse. His speed figures weren't fast enough. They are fast enough now.
Much more on the Travers throughout the course of the broadcast. The entry, Nolo Contesto and Chuck Willis. 2 for 1, you're getting 12 to 1.
Yeah, but I think Chuck Willis probably is the one you want out of here who has got a little bit more turf form.
You saw a quick glance at Artemis City Limits. There's Oxymore, last summer's Skidmore winner.
Yeah, another entry that's potent here, and they both possess blazing speed.
Mamba on 3. Number 3 draws the rail.
How can you not have this as a hunch play on 8-24?
Fluid situation. Third behind Into the Sunrise and Fauci, July 28th.
Pretty honest little colt here. 6 starts on the turf, 2 wins, 2/3.
Great ride on grass earlier. Tyler Gaffleone here aboard Sosua Summer. Number 6, Senbei. That big effort in his turf debut.
Yeah, we showed you that replay where he just missed at the line, and I would think he's going to like the 5.5 furlongs today.
Joel Rosario in the saddle. And those Reeves Thoroughbred white and green colors. Number 7, Noble Emotion, the 3-time winner at Saratoga.
Yeah, it just has to be a little bit faster. Those last 2 races, they weren't great visually, and the numbers weren't great either.
Into the Sunrise, front-running score, July 28th at a price.
Yeah, good claim by Tom Morley. Came back to win right off the claim. Gate to wire at 9 to 1 last time out.
Fauci just ran out of ground in his latest.
Yeah, I worry it might be the same problem here. The same 5.5 as last time. Did run better after being gelded.
And Super Success parked outside.
Yeah, Super Success with Jamie Torres aboard. A horse that was in pretty good form early in the year, but those were synthetic races. The turf races aren't as good.
There's Chuck Willis late to the show with Kendrick Carmouche in the saddle. That is the field. Really good turf sprint. Late pick 5 starts here. Race 6 in 4 minutes. Another look at Irad Ortiz and Artemis City Limits, Paulie. We check the jockey standings brought to you by Game of Silks. 9.5 days left or so, and Irad has a sizable cushion, and Luis Saez sidelined the remainder of the meet.
Yeah, and it's crazy that Irad got shut out yesterday. Did not have a W, and obviously the unfortunate situation that Luis Saez will be out for the rest of the meet. But here's Irad's mounts in the grade 1s, and wow. You would think Goodnight Olive probably would go off as second choice, but I would think, yeah, 3 out of the 5 are going to be odds on.
Yeah,
I don't know about Forte will be odds on, but he'll be your favorite.
Three champions, that helps, Gary, for Irad Ortiz. He has 2 grade 1 wins thus far at the meet, JK, and yeah, he could have more than that in just this Travers weekend alone based on the strength of his mounts.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, look, when you're on morning line odds-on favorites in grade 1s, those are very dependable horses because they've got a body of work. They're clearly the best in the race for them to be odds on when there's other talented horses in there. So you'd like to think that of those 5 wins, I mean, he's looking at 2 to 3 wins, almost guaranteed.
What are you riding Travers Day? 3 champions.
Yeah, that's easy.
all. 7-5 favorite in the Travers. Red Ortiz, and bearing down on yet another Saratoga riding title here with about a quarter of the meet left. Let's circle back to Oxymore. Oxymore, last year's Skidmore winner, fast as a 2-year-old, was right here at Saratoga. There he is. And J.K. Oxymore in that Skidmore win at a flashing speed. And it wasn't just that, just his battling and his willingness to fight.
No, he was outstanding. And that was his first start for Chad Brown. We saw the Adam Rice horses win a couple of Sundays ago. It was maybe last Sunday, maybe it was 2 Sundays ago. The Sundays run together. And the thing about Oxymore I think that's interesting is that his speed figures when he was a 2-year-old are competitive with what these other horses are running now. Now you get a grown-up Oxymore, and you also get laces. I think that he's got a really big shot to take another step forward here.
Part of that favorite entry. Go ahead, Paulie.
Well, he's got giant upside. You know, this horse in a 12-horse field was 13-1 in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Sprint. So J.K. makes a great point. He was very, very fast in his first 2 races sprinting. And you don't know what kind of horse he's been, you know, since he's grown up now. And he could be fast. He could be the quick of the quick in here.
And Acacia with Sosua Summer, Tyler Gaffleon looking for a second win on grass this afternoon. He's done his best work here at the Spa.
He has, coming off a win last time out, and just have to give a shout out to my stand-in PA here, Jake McEntee, assistant to Christoph Claude, helping me out. While Kyle headed up to get my raincoat. Jake's definitely going to be given a hard time for making it on air today, but appreciate him holding the umbrellas. We have some light rain falling, but as far as Sosua Summer is concerned, got the win last time, and I was a bit surprised by that because he is the type of horse that just is not really a winning type. He was one that I really loved when they cut him back in distance, and then he just seemed to not get the job done after that. Sometimes we see it when horses get to the winner's circle after they've been knocking on the door, just not being able to seal the deal. They're able to come back and stay in that good form, whether it's necessarily a confidence thing or more so, I think sometimes the trainers just figured something out. It could be a physical issue that's been nagging them. It could be a slight change in equipment. So there's every reason to believe that Sosua Summer can come back with another good effort. I feel like if you like some closers out of that July 28th race, you have to look at the 8 Into the Sunrise, a sharp claim by Tom Morley, who was able to wire the field last time out. He just went right to the lead and stepped away from everybody else. I imagine they're going to do the same with him again today. Manny Franco, an aggressive rider. He stays aboard. He's really strong and solid. There should be some other speed in here, but I think if you look at Fauci at 9-2 and this guy's at 20-1, it's a very big price if you feel like that race could be live moving forward.
Fauci, again, usually brings it, but rarely wins. We'll see what he does in this 6th race as they make their way towards the turf course in this late pick 5 with a pool up over 720,000. JK, who is, because you guys were talking about speed of the speed, and I know an angle you kind of lean on in these turf sprints.
Yeah, for me, I think it's, I think it's Sinbay, just based on the way that Sinbay's run in the past. I wouldn't be shocked if a horse like Artemis City Limits or Oxymore could find their way out on the front end a little bit more. And then Mamba on 3, the 3 horse, who I think is a little bit interesting, especially on 8/24 Kobe Day, as it were.
Yeah. You know, Sosua Summer's getting bet pretty heavily here. And, you know, this horse is 2 for 17 lifetime, the 5. In both races were won here, and this horse won last time out. You know, one thing about Fauci, if you look down at Fauci, the one time Flavian rode this horse, that horse was 4 or 5 lengths the best. Artemis City Limits actually beat him that day, and he got blocked. He was in all kinds of trouble. So, you know, 9-2, I know I picked the 5, but Fauci's pretty, he's enticing with Flavian aboard.
9-2, and Flavian Pratt, Fauci, the favorite entry. Artemis City Limits, no match for High Front at Canterbury. High Front, who just did not fire yesterday afternoon as a favorite in a turf sprint here at Saratoga. We'll see how it all unfolds as we get set to kick off this late pick 5. Mamba on 3 is in, fluid situation. Frank Mirmati standing by. Post time, race 6, live from Saratoga.
Thank you very much, Lafitte. They're moving into line. Noble Emotion has taken up his spot. Here's Nolo Contesto. Way back in time, Nolo Contesto met Omaha Beach in a maiden race on the West Coast. Artemis City Limits. Zenbei going up. Super Success. And Chuck Willis will be the last one. They're in the gate. And they're off. Very even start. Super Success. White blinkers on the outside is flashing sharp early speed. On the inside, Mamba on 3 comes to battle, and Into the Sunrise is quicker than both of them. Up to take command. Artemis City Limits gets a good spot. He's now racing in 3rd. They're followed by Fluid Situation, who's on the inside. Zenbei in between rivals, up to 5th, 5 lengths off the lead. So Sua's Summer with the lime cap is next, racing about 1.5 lengths in front of Fluid Situation, who's lost a couple of spots rounding the far turn. It's another 2 back to Noble Emotion. Fauci is next along the inside with plenty of work to do. Oxymore, they're at the top of the stretch, and Into the Sunrise leads by 1.5 lengths. Zenbei having some traffic issues, diving down toward the inside. On the extreme outside, Fauci is coming with a menacing bid, as is Sosua Summer, who got the jump. Sosua Summer, Fauci on the outside. Sosua Summer or Fauci. Sosua Summer, Sosua Summer. 2 brilliant rides from Tyler Gaffleone, giving him a double. Second goes to Fauci, and in behind them, it was a scramble for the minor awards, including Fluid Situation and Nolo Contesto.
Now the ambush late from off the pace. Sensational ride, Tyler Gaffleone. Sosua Summer now 3 for 3 at Saratoga, Gary, in a race we're going to have to watch several times for all the trips and traffic.
Yeah, look, there was so much speed in this race, and there were guys that were bottled up in trouble. If you're watching 6-horse Zenbei, just a nightmare trip for Joel Rosario. Nothing he can do about it. But look, Tyler Gaffleone pushing all the right buttons here. Perfect ride. Fauci comes running late under Flavian Pratt, but this is a great ride from Tyler Gaffleone.
You got 3-1, Paulie, on your top selection.
Yeah, and again, here's a horse that's 2 for 17. You look down on the race form here, you're wondering why. Now he's 3 for 3 over this turf course. He loves it. And Fauci kind of got goofy at the end of that race when he was trying to run up to him. His head got a little bit high. Flavian gave him a perfect ride. But again, we saw earlier in the card, if you were with us with the other crew, that, you know, Tyler gave an unbelievable ride up the rail. He's riding superb right now.
Yeah, I mean, look, there was a lot of trips. You know, Oxymore didn't seem to be handling the ground. Jose seemed to have his hands full on the turn. Zenbei kind of broke well, but I have to watch it again. But then it feels like Joel kind of took him back out of there and then ended up in the position he was in. But the pace kind of fell apart, so who knows? If he would have hooked them early, he might have fallen apart late anyways. But he did get himself into a tight spot.
He was in a spot, I think it was the 4-horse Fluid Situation with Javier Castellano down inside of him. He had him outrun about a 1/2 length, and Javier was in trouble. And Joel was trying to babysit him, so he didn't drop him. And in the meantime, he had to take so much hold to protect him. His butt came down, hit him in the bad spot, and kind of sent him forward again, and just absolutely had nowhere to run coming into the straight.
For Gaffleone, that ride on Grand Sonata earlier, 11-1, somewhere in that neighborhood, and Gary timing this one just right. Sosua Summer, and in the end, yeah, Fauci did what Fauci does. He runs well, but when it counts most, it's normally someone else who's going to outfinish him.
Yeah, there's now 8 deuces in his win and place column, and just the 2 wins. He does pick up checks every time he's led over.
And I will say this about Fauci. Sorry, G. I will say this about Fauci as well, is that this is his second race after being gelded. and he's shown up and run both times.
Yep. Yeah.
So I think that you want to give him a shot here. I think he's still got a win in him somewhere. It just hasn't worked out. I think before he was showing kind of this hangy thing. And I don't necessarily think he's doing that now. I think he's actually run pretty well in his last 2 starts.
First of all, this was a salty field.
Tough, absolutely.
So, so I think he ran a tremendous second, to be honest with you. But this was a kind of a salty field. But the public got to this 5.
As you did at 3-1. So Sua Summer over Fauci, Fluid Situation, and Mamba on 3, completing the superfecta. So Sua Summer taking it all in. 2 sensational rides, Tyler Gaffleon here at Saratoga on the lot. When we come back to Belmont winner Arcangelo, so much to the story. Javier Castellano, first Belmont win. Jenna Antonucci, first female to saddle a Triple Crown race winner. The next chapter, the Travers, on Saturday. You're watching Saratoga Live on Fox Sports 2.
Spun to run. His brilliant speed figures were among the fastest of any 3-year-old at a mile or more, and he hails from the legendary Danzig sire line. Now, this multiple graded stakes winner, millionaire, and Breeders' Cup champion is passing his remarkable talent along to his progeny.
95, 5, 200, 200 down to the back. Patrick, 200,000. Thank you.
Spun to run, standing at Gainesway.
In Italian to win it.
And here is domestic spending. And Pearl with plenty left in the tank.
Program trading.
Ocean Road. It will be McCulloch. Victoria Road down to the line. Will be State of Rest.
Welcome back to Saratoga Live, brought to you by Naira Bets. You can bet any track, anywhere, anytime. As we see Sua Summer in the 6th get the job done, trained by Bill Mott, who's hogging the umbrella here in the winner's circle. But Bill, Sua Summer now making it 2 wins in a row. What do you think has helped this horse kind of step forward and break that habit of finishing in the money?
I don't know. He just ran a really good race today. It was, he had a good trip. Tyler gave him a good trip. He made a decision on the backside to get him outside and get him clear, and he was able to give him a nice run.
A nice run, a nice ride as well. And this is a horse that really seems like he appreciates sprinting on the turf. He strides out beautifully over these Saratoga turf courses.
Right. Yeah, I think we've tried him over a mile a few times. He looks like he's a good closer and he'll run further, but it seems like his biggest runs come at the shorter distances.
Talking about good sprinters, of course, we know you have Scotland coming up in the Travers, but I wanted to ask about Elite Power in the Forego, trying to make it 9 in a row. What have you seen from him coming into this race?
Everything's been pretty good. I mean, we've been, he's trained well. It's only been 4 weeks ago that he ran. He's had a couple easy works in between, and so far has been coming into it well.
I look forward to seeing him, Bill.
Okay, thank you.
Trainer Bill Mott, hopefully he doesn't run away with my umbrella, Lafitte.
Then we're gonna have a problem, Billy. So Sua Summer, 870. I watched the Vanderbilt the other day for the first time in a while. I forgot how big of a lead Gunite had built and how I thought Elite Power was spent in how he went out and got him, calling on his champion hard. It was so, I'd forgotten how impressive it was.
Yeah, it was very impressive because two champions, or not, two horses going down the wire. I mean, they're combined like 16 for 20 lifetime. They both don't lose races. It's something insane. And that was a heck of a horse race. I can't believe he ran him down, to be honest with you. But they both came home fast.
Yeah, look, I like Gunite a little bit on Saturday. I think if you watch that race back and you watch the backside right about the half-mile pole, Tyler kind of has to, he's in a spot where he has to, it seems like Gunite's going backwards, and he had to kind of encourage him and use him to kind of get him back into the race. Then he ran and opened up. I think if he didn't have to use him in that spot, then I think he could have beat Elite Power. So hopefully on Saturday he won't have to use him in that spot.
Gary, as they cue up the band here at Saratoga, your thoughts on Scotland, who Billy Mott trains. He's not as accomplished as the others, but in terms of an individual, how impressed have you been, and how much can he compete with these horses?
Yes, he can, and I think he's a sleeper horse in here. He looks to move forward off of this last race in the Curlin. I loved what I saw in him. And I think he takes another step forward, and he's just another one to deal with in a loaded Travers.
For everything Mott has accomplished, and he has the champion Elite Power going, never won a Travers. Maybe that changes on Saturday with Scotland in the 154th edition. We march forward, race 7, New York Breds, Allowance, Fillies, and Mares, mile out of the Wilson Chute. Take out Sweetie. Early on, it's all Ballston Bay, 2-5, 20 minutes to post. Start of the late pick 4. Earlier today, the Preakness winner, well, he arrived last night. National Treasure, Tuesday night around 8:45. Schooling this afternoon, getting used to his new surroundings for a trainer who knows this race all too well. Does he have what it takes to become Bob Baffert's 4th Travers winner?
They say breed the best to the best and hope for the best.
Macoma broke well on the outside.
But you don't expect to get speed like this.
Is Macoma the one to catch? Macoma has a 5-length lead in this Grade 1 corner. Inside, Macoma continues to battle on down at the rail. It is Macoma who's going to win the Met Mile.
Experience the adrenaline-pumping, suspense-filled action of the Sport of Kings no matter where you are with Naira Bets. It's fast, easy, and secure. Download the app today and start winning with our lucrative weekly promotions, thrilling handicapping contests, and a one-of-a-kind VIP rewards program. Don't just watch horse racing, be a part of the action with Naira Bets.
The momentum continues for War Dancer as Epic Queen scores at Monmouth.
Epic Queen just won't give up. Epic Queen gets the score.
Niagara Skyline goes wire to wire at Woodbine.
And Niagara Skyline in terrific form here today by 3 lengths.
And Queen's Dancer with a big upset as she wires the field.
A photo coming up once again, and it's going to be Queen's Dancer.
Shouldn't you have a War Dancer? War Dancer, proud to stand in New York.
There's a big, bold, beautiful world waiting to be explored by you and your friends, of course. But not just any friends, the best of friends. The kind of friends who let you do you. Because in this world, it's positive vibes only. And when you get in the zone here, you stay a while. These aren't just good times, they're the best of times. And your time is now. So come explore. Resorts World.
This summer, the thrill of horse racing comes to your home on Fox. Live from historic Saratoga Racecourse, don't miss the Travers Stakes. Only on Fox, Saratoga Saturday.
The field turns for home. Moreo wide off the turn, but he's still in front. Orb is charging at him now. And at the top of the stretch, it is Orb down toward the rail. Moreno finding out on the outside. Romance is third. Will take charges fourth. Moreno and Orb head-to-head. Talisman Moreno's coming on the scene late, and then it's Will takes charge. Moreno and Orbis, they come down to the finish. Will take charge with the late surge. Will take charge is surging, and it's a photo finish. It's too close to call.
Willis Hortons will take charge, trained by Dwayne Lucas, ridden by Luis Saez, who would have bid for a third Travers on Saturday, riding Mage Gary. It's tough to watch that now. Never a good time for an injury, but for him, this is particularly bad timing.
Yeah, listen, if you're in this game long enough and you're riding quality horses, for that matter, any kind of horses, what is somebody's Travers on Saturday could be a $10,000 claimer somewhere else. It's very important. And if you're in this game long enough, you're going to sit out. And it's not easy to sit out. But look, his injuries could have been a lot worse than what they are. No surgeries required for his collarbone or his wrist. He'll be back to fight another day. And that's all you can put on your mind is you're lucky to walk away. I saw pictures of him getting released from the hospital last night. He had a smile on his face. And trust me, he was just happy to be going home.
He handles adversity very, very well. We've learned that over the years, going back to even Maximum Security, hoping Luis Saez, who was having a big meet, is back before long. That was the 3 chimneys this week in history. The massive Will Take Charge a decade ago, winning the Travers Stakes. Field for the 154th edition. Just like the Derby, Grade 1, 3-year-olds, mile and a quarter. We did the barnstorming so you wouldn't have to. Let's meet the field in post position order. And number 1, Forte, champion, 4-time Grade 1 winner, 7-5, Travers favorite.
Yeah, like you mentioned, Lafitte, he won 4 Grade 1s, but he just wasn't running that fast to be considered like an unbeatable type of 3-year-old. His last race in the Jim Dandy, since adding blinkers, he did start running that fast. I think he's going to be tough to beat on Saturday.
Pletcher, Rapoli struck in 2011. Stay Thirsty, Paul Arcangelo, Belmont winner. Everyone knows what his daddy did in this race.
Yeah, it is true. Arrogate was dominant in this race, and this is a gray Ridgeling that has just gotten better and better over time. Jen Antonucci's done an amazing job. Now the worry is going to be, has not raced since the Belmont. Is he going to be ready?
Antonucci would become the 2nd female trainer to win a Travers. Number 3, Tappet Trice, 2nd and 2 for Todd Pletcher. Blinkers will go on.
Yeah, you know, Todd does not have great numbers adding blinkers, but I will say that Tappet Trice is a horse that's always shown a ton of talent. I think I picked him in the Derby. I think I liked him in the Belmont. He just never really could grind it out. Maybe the blinkers will help.
Pletcher, 2-time Travers winning trainer. Number 4, Mage, Kentucky Derby winner. As mentioned, Flavian Pratt will now ride.
Yeah, and this is a horse, obviously, that has not run a bad race. Your Derby winner. He was 3rd in the Preakness and then came back in the Haskell. I thought it was a good race behind Go Rocket Ride, a Richard Mandela runner. Flavian Pratt, I think, fits the horse well.
Last Derby winner to win the Travers Street since 2007. Number 5, National Treasure, Preakness winner. Come and catch me if you can.
Yeah, National Treasure is interesting because he did get a very soft trip last time in the, 2 times ago in the Preakness, but he's taking his blinkers off, which is an interesting move for Bob Baffert.
Bernardini, last Preakness winner to win the Travers. Number 6, Disarm. Epicenter Connections looking to go back-to-back.
You know, Steve Asmussen always been so high on this gun runner colt. Now they're putting the blinkers on, and I thought he'd run a little bit better in the Jim Dandy. Because of the sloppy racetrack, he needs to step up.
Steve Asmussen saying he hopes the Travers canoe just needs a, quote, touch-up. Number 7, Scotland, untested Curlin Stakes winner.
Yeah, untested. He ran well last time, but this is just another league. Yeah. It's another, it's another 1/8 of a mile. There's a lot to have to deal with for Scotland. He could take another step forward. We've seen it happen here before, but he's going to need to take another step forward.
We briefly, Gary, earlier touched on the rail for Forte. Todd Pletcher didn't seem overly concerned. He did say he would have preferred a post position towards the outside. If you were riding Forte, how would you feel about the inside draw?
Well, I would... I won't say I would be cautious because you can't ride a race cautious. He's got to get a good break, but there's a fine line of getting a good break and encouraging him to stay up in a spot. And that's what happened in the Jim Dandy is down the backstretch. He was pulling him up into a spot he didn't necessarily want to be in. And he, like I said, he could see the writing on the wall going into the turn that he was going to be boxed in. And I think he's going to be faced with that same problem. As a jockey, I mean, I would prefer, if I was in that situation, not to have drawn in the 1 hole. But you have no control of the draw. It is what it is. It's where he's going to be, and he's going to have to make the most of it. But listen, these other jocks are going to be well aware of what happened the last time, and they're going to try and put him in the same spot. He's got a target on him again. And it's not dirty riding. You're paid to make sure you can make a horse have as adverse trip as you can out there that you can benefit from. It's not breaking the rules. It's called race riding. And I'm sure Irad's aware of that going into it, and it's going to be interesting to see what develops because he's a different horse with those blinkers on, more aggressive, which is a good thing. It's not a bad thing. Don't get me wrong. And the thing is even when he did find his space to get out in the Jim Dandy, he didn't just accelerate up in there. It was a slow grind into that long stride that he has, and he was able to get his nose down on the wire. But it's could be a worry.
Irad Ortiz seeking a first Travers win, 0 for 11 to date. We'll see what happens on Saturday, and you can watch it on Fox. The day we've been waiting for, Saratoga's marquee event, the Midsummer Derby Championship implications. The Travers this Saturday only on Fox. $1.25 million purse. Coverage begins 3 Eastern. All those Grade 1 races, such an exciting day of thoroughbred racing. All takes place on Saturday. Remainder of the Thursday program. Late pick 4 starts here. Field for the 7th. New York Bred's allowance, mile out of the Wilson Chute. Acacia standing by with this race 7 paddock report. Acacia and wow, Ballston Bay crushed at the window, so to speak, 4 to 5, 10 minutes out.
She is, Lafitte. She's a very short price, and she is the one that's in the best form, coming off back-to-back open-length victories, including against Open Company last time out. She'll return to face her fellow New York breds today, and that was also going 1 1/8 miles, a distance that wasn't always necessarily sold. She really wanted, and especially being by Boston Stones, but she handled it, and she handled it pretty well, too, kicking away from her competition, and she has some tactical speed. I think the mile's even better for her, and she looks terrific. She's really filled out quite a bit. Now as a 5-year-old, when you see horses reach their peak maturity, she's been very laid back, very relaxed here in the paddock, as she'll try to make it 3 victories in a row. Perhaps her biggest competition could be the 6 Sweet Mystery. Was beaten by a wire-to-wire Linda Racehorse and Amanda's Folly last time out. She'll try to hold off a Linda Racehorse again today with the favorite on the inside. And there was an argument that she hung a little bit last time, Sweet Mystery, and wouldn't go by a horse that probably didn't want the distance in Amanda's Folly last time, but was able to dig in given the pace dynamics. Sweet Mystery is a horse that I've always physically felt wants a little bit longer, but her better races have actually come at a mile. That's where her last victory was as well, in the Best Buyer speed figure we saw last fall at the Belmont at the Big A meet. One thing I will say, though, she warmed up the best that I've seen her this year last time out. She looks much the same again today, which I appreciate. Hopefully getting a little bit of a cutback in distance, the fitness, the way that she's handling herself right now, and Trevor McCarthy's familiarity with her will put her all together in the right spot today. The number 4, Mia Be a Star, finished 3rd behind Boston Bay last time, as she too will go back to facing New York bred competition. She's never a horse that carries her weight well, and she races quite frequently. But I have to say, for her standards, and she is a very lightly framed type, she looks fine, one of the better times. But she is energetic. She's feisty, spirited here in the paddock, which I appreciate from her too. Especially, you like to see a horse that runs frequently, show good energy, and she usually does come with that big closing kick, and sometimes can upset at a big price. Lafitte?
5 to 1 Acacia. Energetic Mia Be a Star going right by the set. JK, trustworthy, the favorite? Yes, no? Your thoughts on Boston Bay, 4 to 5?
Yeah, I mean, I think so. I mean, I think this horse ran extremely well last time, according to the workout report. Been working well since then. The one thing I will say about Boston Bay that I liked is that this horse was close up to a pace that was pretty honest. And I think that sometimes horses can get up on the front end and kind of have soft trips, and you want to downgrade them. I think you can upgrade this horse based on the trip that they had. I thought ran well, and I even think the race before that down at Belmont ran well at that time as well. So I think this is a 2-horse race between the 1 and the 6. I'd be pretty shocked if the 3, 4, or 5 won.
Yeah, Paulie, that was the very first race of the meet. Boston Bay, who was tracking virtual reality, finally wears her down, and Mia Be a Star, a closing 3rd at the 1 1/8 distance, a mile out of the Wilson Chute today.
I'm in total agreement with Jonathan. I think the 6 is the other horse in here. The only way that I think that Mia Be a Star gets included, it's going to be key how I guess, aggressive Trevor McCarthy is. You know, this horse did show some speed, was right on the pace, and stayed on with Amanda's Folly most of the way. If, you know, he goes after the one, it will include somebody else. It's going to be very interesting how this plays out. From that mile shoot, sometimes that one hole could be a little bit advantageous. But now we got a 5-horse field, they'll probably move him off the rail a little bit. So I think the first turn is going to dictate. If Trevor gets really aggressive on the one, then Me Be a Star will be rolling late.
Call to post. See these New York breds and Ballston Bay sharp mare who has rattled off 2 straight.
Yeah, looking for a third in a row in the last 2. Definitely good enough to win this race.
BB's Busted, a New York bred, 62 lifetime starts, just 1 at Saratoga.
Yeah, did have a couple of wins back at Finger Lakes, but those speed figures were not fast.
Me Be a Star, number 4, the Iron Mare, a 50th career start.
Yeah, she likes to run her races in a lot of seconds and thirds, but no wins here at Saratoga. If the pace heats up, she'll be coming late.
Valorant probably overmatched at the level.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, you can't find a race since all the way back Saratoga 2021 that makes this horse even competitive.
And Sweet Mystery to the outside, who just missed in her latest strong second choice, 6-5.
While she's 6-5, she's been beaten as your favorite. Now, I did pick this filly because I think she's a 4-year-old filly against older mares that can improve, but she's eating up a lot of money at the window.
Late pick 4 starts here. New York breds out of the Wilson chute in 5 minutes. A reminder of the Saratoga Saturday contest are here from Naira Bets. You're going to feed your competitive edge with live money handicapping contests nearly every week. Register now to win great cash prizes and seats into next week's $300 contest. Registration ends at 5 tomorrow. Visit Naira.com/contest to learn more. JK, the lure of the Saratoga Saturday contest.
Absolutely. It's always fun to compete in those. And look, hitting an exacta on your couch is always fun, but hitting an exacta on your couch and then seeing your name on a leaderboard is twice as fun.
Again, the registration ends 5 Eastern tomorrow for the Saratoga Saturday contest. Circle back to Sweet Mystery. 6-5, strong second choice. Paulie, this was her latest, week 3 of the meet, the same level, but at a mile and an eighth. Sweet Mystery is going to do everything but win in the end.
Yeah, and you know, when I saw this race and when I actually did not bet her this day, I did not like her one bit. I couldn't believe she was 2.5 to 1 because she's burned a lot of money. Then I had a different view on her. I'm like, you know what? She's the gray filly, obviously, by Cupid. Cupid was gray. This was her best race, unless you go way back. She ran in the Empire Distaff at a mile and an eighth. I just like the way she just kept on trying and trying. Seemed like she enjoyed the distance.
Yeah, and she did try really hard. And you got to remember, she was running into Amanda's Folly, who was loose that day. Amanda's Folly was projected to make an easy lead on the front end, and Sweet Mystery was trying to close into that. I thought ran extremely well in here. My biggest issue, it was between the 1 and the 6, like I mentioned, that I thought it's a 2-horse race. The 6 didn't have a great work in the workout report last time. Now, that could just be her in the morning, but when I was trying to separate the 2, I ended up just going with the 1.
Occasion Paul with Sweet Mystery, Gary and JK with a Ballston Bay. Sweet Mystery revving her engines, and Trevor McCarthy. Another look, Ballston Bay, Gary. We saw the opening day win. That was a mile and an eighth, but she is a 2-time winner at the mile distance. What do you think Jose Ortiz wants to do from the inside draw in a small field?
She's got enough early speed to either be on the lead or just off the lead, but I think he's going to hustle her away from there into that dogleg left, into the back stretch, and kind of try and control things from there. That probably force Sweet Mystery and Trevor McCarthy to have to make a decision, but I think Trevor will be just fine sitting up. She's dropping back, cutting back in distance as well. That was a big race she ran last time, but it was a mile and an eighth. It was a slow grind. She gets beat a neck, and I don't know if the slow grind is going to get it today either.
Acacia, you touched on how energetic Me Be a Star was. We saw Sweet Mystery and an aggressive warm-up. What are you noticing from the favorite, Ballston Bay, on our screen?
Well, Lafitte, she was very quiet back in the paddock, and she perked up a lot out on the track. And I really like that Jose Ortiz took her away from the pony and gave her a nice warm-up out there. She looks a picture of health today. I'm sticking with Sweet Mystery, as I picked her earlier on the handicapping show, but from a physical standpoint, can't get over how well Ballston Bay seems to be doing right now. She's moving beautifully, and I was almost a little concerned with how laid back she was back in the paddock. Not so once she got out on track, and she's really framed herself up nicely and warming up out on the track. The number 3, BB's Busted. She's a big price in here, but she's a horse that is getting back to a little bit of a shorter distance. She ran behind Sweet Mystery last time out. She does not want any part of a mile and an eighth. She's compact. She's a little bit of a shorter type of horse, and I just think a mile is so much of a better distance for her. She was alert out on the track as well. I don't think she's necessarily perhaps good enough than the 1 and the 6 in here, but I do think, if anything, and at a generous price, this is a better distance for her, Lafitte.
Better distance, 10-1 if you like her. Dylan Davis in the saddle. JK, race shape, who is the quickest? What are we looking for early on out of that Wilson chute?
Well, I think a lot of times where you draw determines that. I mean, I think with Ballston Bay being down on the inside and a horse that has tactical speed, it would seem, at least to me, a little silly for Jose to, like, take back and keep that position. Just take the shortest way around there, pop away from there, hold that position. If someone wants to be in front of you, make them use their horse to get in front of you, and then you can flop outside on the backside and get to that position if ultimately that's where you want to go. So I think the 1 will be on the lead.
Here's the thing. When you dissect this race and you look at this race, you have the 3 in here, 17 seconds, 7 wins. The 4, 11 seconds, 10 thirds, 5 wins. The 5, 6 seconds, 3 wins. The 6, 5 seconds, 2 wins. Ballston Bay has 10 wins and likes to win races, and a lot of these other horses like to check in second.
She is a win machine, 10-time winner, and no surprise at 4-5 with David Aragona, who makes the morning line here at Saratoga. And Andy Serling points us out that part of his theory going into establishing a morning line is how people, and it makes sense, people bet horses that win and horses that are winning. And we're seeing it here with Ballston Bay, who's rattled off the 2 straight and the 3-5 favorite as we reach post time.
Yeah, I mean, as I start to load here, maybe a good time to talk about the morning line. It's the hardest job, I think, in racing, because you're trying to predict what the public's going to do, not what you think is going to happen. Right. When David Aragona makes a horse even money on the morning line, he's not saying the horse should be even money. He's saying that we, the people, are going to make the horse even money. Mm-hmm. So it's a guess. You're guessing what someone else is going to do, which is a hard thing to do. The second thing is that when the morning line maker is wrong, it's the wildest thing to me in racing that people get upset about it. Like, why do you care? Like, why do you care that he guessed what you were going to do wrong? I find it to be the most bizarre thing in the world. And I always tell new horse players, an exercise to make you a better horse player is to handicap the race without the morning line. Because it's a crutch that, it's a lot of times you'll kind of be looking, you'll love a horse that's 5-1, but then you'll see a horse's 4-5 morning line and you start asking yourself, what am I missing? And then you'll include the horse when maybe you had a great opinion. Try to handicap without looking at the morning line.
Flip side of that is if you love a horse and you think he or she is going to be 2-1, 5-2, and there's the morning line 6-1, 8-1, you trust your handicap and you say, okay, here's an opportunity.
100%. And then the flip side of it, if you're playing multis and you think this one can't lose, you single the 1 to 3-5 and move on. You know what I mean?
Also, if you've ever made fun of someone's morning line via the internet, my answer to you is you post the morning line and see how good you are at it.
Absolutely.
It's a hard game.
Underappreciated, like the offensive line of thoroughbred racing. Morning line odds makers across the country. Here, Ballston Bay was even money on the morning line. Odds on it, 3-5. Let's see if she can rattle off a 3rd consecutive win. Start of the late pick 4, race 7 live from Saratoga. Frank Mirmati standing by.
Thankless job for the morning line maker always. But our morning line maker has been spot on, particularly with these heavy favorites. Here's Sweet Mystery. They're in the gate. And they're off. Ballston Bay and Valorant are the first 2 out of the gate, and Ballston Bay will make her own pace. Mia Bia Star comes away in 3rd, followed by Sweet Mystery, who's 4th, now 3rd, moving up on the outside as Valorant takes the lead away from Ballston Bay. At the back of the field is BB's Busted. They straighten up for the run down the backstretch, and it's Valorant leading by about a length. Sweet Mystery and Boston Bay side by side, second and third. Mia Be a Star is fourth. The opening quarter went in 24 and 4/5 seconds. BB's Busted has 5 lengths to make up on Valorant, who heads toward the half-mile pole with a 2-length advantage. Sweet Mystery in the clear. Boston Bay orange colors at the rail. They are followed by Mia Be a Star. BB's Busted inches up on the outside. Valorant went the half in 49 and 1/5 seconds. Sweet Mystery moves clearly into second now. Boston Bay shuffling back. We'll have to do a lot better. Is now fifth along the inside as Sweet Mystery puts her gray neck in front and opens up a length and a half just like that. Sweet Mystery, the one to catch. Boston Bay coming back for more. Valorant has surrendered. BB's Busted on the outside. And Mia Be a Star, they're heading toward the 8th pole. And Sweet Mystery is in charge by 2.5 lengths. Boston Bay second, followed by BB's Busted third. They head to the 16th pole. And Sweet Mystery still comfortably in front. Boston Bay trying one last time, but Sweet Mystery is too good. Sweet Mystery and Trevor McCarthy defeating Boston Bay. Mia Be a Star was third, just in front of BB's Busted.
Hustled from Jump Street. Sweet Mystery. Trevor McCarthy able to hold off Boston Bay, who was bottled up rounding the far turn.
All credit to Trevor McCarthy here. He did hustle hard away from there. And look, I thought the Valorant, the 5-horse, was probably going to be or could be a thorn in Boston Bay's side. She was more than a thorn. Had him bottled up. It was kind of a forte kind of trip right there, and nothing that he could do with it once it was the plate had been set at the table. And it's frustrating with that when that happens, but full credit to a good race riding by Trevor McCarthy to be so aggressive at the start of it. Took a while for her to really get her feet underneath there and get into a cruising speed, but while Boston Bay was trapped down on the inside, Trevor was hard at work making the lead and opened up a big enough lead that Boston Bay couldn't come back from it.
I think the key here, JK, was I think Trevor said, okay, I'm cutting back from this mile in an 8th race. Let me try to get the jump. And if Boston Bay can run me down, now Boston Bay didn't get the best of trips, and Trevor got the jump. And I think that mile in an 8th just held up a little bit, that stamina.
Yeah, look, I mean, this is race riding, or at least trip riding, you know, or handicapping for me. Like, Boston Bay was probably best today, but wasn't able to show it. When you're stuck inside like that and you can only make a run, when you're the better horse, you can only make a run for about 1/8 of a mile, it doesn't really allow you to use what it is that you're trying to use, which is that you're better. If you get to make that run for 1/4 of a mile or for 3/8 of a mile, then you can actually grind a horse like Sweet Mystery down. She just never had a chance to do that.
This is when that one post position can be, especially coming out of this mile chute.
It's tough.
Because do you go out, if you're Jose Ortiz, and hook this 20-to-1 shot that's, you know, setting a realistic first quarter? No, because if you do, you're damned if you do and damned if you don't. I'm going to take my chance that I'm on the best horse. I'm not going to burn all the fuel up dueling with the 25-to-1 shot that's going to finish last, which it did. I call them street sweep. They're in the way. It's like being on the Pasadena freeway at 5 o'clock in the morning and you're rolling and you come around that corner and there's a street sweeper in the freeway.
That's where you get the red line on your when you get the red.
I have not missed that Southern California traffic over the last couple of months. Gallagher Studs, Sweet Mystery for Pat Quick. Trevor McCarthy, Sweet Mystery denies the favorite Boston Bay. Results reaction when we come back. You're watching Saratoga Live on Fox Sports 2.
A Grade 1 winner on both dirt and turf, War of Will became a classic winner with this victory in the Preakness Stakes. He added turf credentials to his resume with a determined victory in the Grade 1 Maker's Mark Mile. Now his progeny are bringing top dollar in the sales ring.
$650,000, $380,000, $320,000.
A dual-surface classic winning son of Warfront, War of Will, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Reach for the unreachable. Race to new horizons. The artisan's quest for beauty burns in the heart of Japan, forging strength like no other, with love and honed to perfection. Noble, authentic, and only here, the legacy of strength.
We're back on Saratoga Live. Glad to have you with us on this Thursday afternoon to see Sweet Mystery get the job done here in race 7. Her pilot, Trevor McCarthy, joining me in the winner's circle. And Trevor, she might have hung on you a little bit last time. You made an early move today, not letting her wait on horses.
Yeah, look, it worked out nice to where I was kind of able to stuff Jose all the way. And once we the long shot in front of us kind of died off, I said, well, I better pull the trigger now and kind of get the jump on Jose, because once he gets out, he's going to be coming. So, look, this filly ran a really great race today. Pat had her ready, and, you know, all the credit to the barn, really.
She's been very consistent running her race, so to speak, and she's a big, solid filly. Talk about kind of getting her into stride.
Yeah, you know, she's not always the best leaving the gate, but you really got to hustle her to get position. And once you get that position, she gets into a good rhythm. And, you know, she's not one with a big, huge turn of foot, so you definitely got to get going. But, look, she's been great for the owners and the trainer, Pat. You know, she's a little ATM machine, and she always shows up, so you can't knock those.
You gotta love horses like that, right? And talk about, like you said, a horse that you have to keep on top of a little bit. For a jockey, not only do you have to be a good partner with the horse, but you have to be incredibly athletic, especially for those that you need to kind of push forward a little bit.
Absolutely. I just think, you know, this filly's not a real whippy kind of horse where she kind of likes a good hand ride, and you got to kind of be aggressive with her. And, you know, she's a typical woman. You just got to be super nice to her, so.
Amen to that. Congratulations, Trevor.
Thanks, Acacia.
Looks like you figured out a good partnership with Sweet Mystery, Lafitte.
And wins on the afternoon for both Katie Davis and Trevor McCarthy. Sweet Mystery over Ballston Spa. Mia Be a Star having to settle for a third place finish. 6-1-4 with 3 left. On the Thursday program, JK, with a late pick 5 and the pool up over $816,000. The handicapper's doing a good job thus far.
Yeah, but, you know, nothing odds on yet. So you're still, if you're alive, you know,
yeah,
you still can probably afford dinner. Just sit tight.
We march forward. Race day, just a $20,000 claimer. Older fillies and mares, 3/4 of a mile sprint. Paul, just a really good betting race, wide open.
Yeah, it is a really good betting race. Just some fillies and mares and some old hard-knocking mares in here, like the 8 and 8-year-old from Manny Franco and David Jacobson. I think might be your favorite, but I think that in the Will Pays, it looks like the 2 9-5 for Noda and Irad Ortiz Jr. Putting the blinkers on looks like going to be your favorite when they spring the latch.
Just an old school $20,000 claimer. That's next, race 8 here on Saratoga Live. When we return, I wonder if that young man will be here tomorrow afternoon. Nest's biggest fan, and she was the best in the Shoe V. Tomorrow, the rematch with Clairiere. Nest back at the Spa, where she's been perfect so far.
It's a domineering display by the ultra-talented McKenzie in a dominant performance.
700, Bruce, 700,000.
450, 50, $450,000. Down about to take it down, 425 and $425,000. Good four down, forehand, four down, four. Woody in the back, 400,000.
Any success that we've enjoyed is directly attributable to the men and women who first bring horses to us to sell. It's not a chicken and the egg situation in the thoroughbred industry or in the auction industry. You got to have good product. If we're able to attract quality horses to our sale with quality men and women selling them, we're going to have good sales.
We provide a platform for the auction of thoroughbred horses. Our mission is to do that with the highest level of integrity and service. We are the oldest thoroughbred auction company in North America. The stops at Fayetteville are circled on a calendar and are not to be missed. The product that our customers are able to provide is sought after throughout the world.
Well, I believe the future of Fayetteville is extremely bright. Everything that we do is going to be to achieve success tomorrow by doing things right today. It's a commitment to get up and do the right thing every day in a consistent and a professional fashion, and that's a great recipe for success long term.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
They say even the best get beat, but Personal Ensign had none of that. She earned Grade 1 wins at ages 2 and 3, but her Eclipse Award-winning 4-year-old campaign was the stuff of legend, as she beat males in the 1988 Whitney Handicap and ran down Kentucky Derby winner Winning Colors in the Masquette Stakes. Personal Ensign made her final start in the 1988 Breeders' Cup Distaff and mounted a rally for the ages to catch Winning Colors in the final strides and become the first champion in 80 years to retire unbeaten.
The perfect mare, Personal Ensign, 13 for 13, Gary. That distaff with Winning Colors, sometimes you just have to tip your cap.
And that's what I did. I mean, Randy Romero, they asked us both when we pulled up after the race, do you know if you won or not? He was so far out in the middle of the racetrack, I couldn't tell if I held on or not. And he says, I won it, I won it. I said, you don't have a clue if you won it. Sure enough, he won it. And she was trustworthy. She was there for him every time that they let her over there, 13 straight races in the Hall of Fame. And my filly was, I don't know if she was as good at that time of the year as she was in the springtime, but she gave it her all. And that's the only picture that I have hanging on my wall where I'm getting beat. And it's autographed by Randy Romero. That's the respect I had for Personal Ensign.
And Winning Colors did jump right back into the bridle and was in front on the gallop out. What a moment, what a mare, the Personal Ensign. First of 6 Grade 1 events this weekend. Top class fillies and mares, post 5, Nest. Post 6, Clairiere, breaking side by side. Paulie, this was the Shoe V. Nest, first start since last fall's Breeders' Cup. No rust whatsoever.
No, not at all. And she just put away, obviously, a champion in Clairiere. And then, listen, Clairiere is a type of horse that is pace dependent. And in the 4-horse field, I thought Joelle gave the horse a good ride to keep her up close. But Ness just had enough and kicked away. And this was her comeback race, so you would think that she's going to improve even more on Clairiere.
Yeah, Nest is the thing about Nest. I love both of these horses, Nest and Clairiere, and I think they're way the horses in this division to win the classic. Excuse me, the distaff. The thing with Nest is, as we talked about, she's tactical. She can kind of put herself in different situations. If she finds herself on the front end in a paceless race, she'll be fine. Clairiere is dependent. She's dependent on the situation to kind of work out in her favor. And Clairiere can overcome adversity in races where Nest is not in them. She won't overcome adversity when Nest is in the race.
Head-to-head tomorrow, Personal Ensign, Nest, highly decorated, a champion and exercise rider. Nora McCormick knew she had what it takes right from the beginning.
Nest shipped into Fletcher's Belmont barn in
early spring when she was 2. She was so smart. She never like put a foot wrong. She really was so straightforward. I think my favorite race was the Ashland just because she really showed everyone in that race that she was a Grade 1 horse.
Nest has the lead by 3, by 4 lengths clear in the Central Bank Ashland Stakes.
In the morning, she's so relaxed and she's so good to gallop and blows them away in the afternoon.
Nest, much the best in this coaching club. American Oaks, she won by better than 10 lengths. She is at the top of her class. Nest wins the Alabama.
Yeah, I get nervous watching it. I don't want to like jinx anything. I like wear the same clothes sometimes. She's definitely grown. She's filled out a bit. She's not a big filly, but when you ride her, she doesn't feel small at all. You know, she's got a big body and like you kind of have to stay out of her way. You know, she's like, let me do what I want. You just sit there, Nora, and hang on. The horses that we get to deal with, they make your morning. Nest, she makes my morning. When you ride nice horses, they make your job so easy.
It's such a big part of the team, the exercise riders, Gary, for any type of horse. How much communication is there between exercise rider and the jockey who rides in the afternoon?
I became very close friends with a lot of the top exercise riders, and I could tell who was getting on what horses. And I would actually sometimes recommend to a trainer, hey, can we use such and such on this particular horse, their hands, blah, blah, blah. Janine Painter, who was the regular exercise rider for Beholder, I could tell with her body language, just the way she was acting when things were really, really good or they were just average. And, you know, you get to know them personally. And I looked after the grooms, the hot walkers, and but especially the people that were doing the main work on my good horses that I was riding.
Again, more of a team sport than I think most realize. Nest, 3 wins here at Saratoga by a combined 18.5 lengths. Another key race with a Grade 1 Apple Blossom at Oaklawn. This was mid-April. Paul Clairiere off the pace. Secret Oath loose, and Clairiere somehow runs her down.
Yeah, and Tyler Gaffleon was aboard Clairiere, and I understand he hit the front maybe early here, but I think he had no choice with Secret Oath at this point. I still, to this day, was sitting right there, and then right in the middle of the stretch, a storm started to brew as Clairiere started running down Secret Oath. It started getting darker and darker, and it started raining right after this race. I still can't believe she ran her down. That was a heck of a run. And then Idiomatic is another horse that is very, very talented, JK, and is maybe coming into her own.
Yeah, I mean, she's got a race that suggests that, you know, that she's could be competitive if both of the big horses don't show up. But the problem is that when you have 2 monsters, one in Nest and one in Clairiere, you need both of them to not show up. Idiomatic's got a lot of races with it she'll probably get her picture taken out of. I just don't think it's necessarily when those 2 horses are in the gate next to her.
She stumbled, like a legit stumble at the start of that Delaware handicap. And I think that for Clairiere, as opposed to the last race with Nest and the Chouvy, like the table should be, it should be a more even playing field for Clairiere with an honest pace in tomorrow's personal Ensign.
Right, but the thing is that Nest doesn't necessarily have to be up there. She can be right there next to Clairiere if she wants to be.
But Clairiere not coming against the grain like it seems like she has to time and time and time again.
Yes, but like you said, she'll only come against the grain if the pace is slow. If the pace is slow, Nest is going to be close. So there is going to be that grain that Clairiere has to come against. If the pace is fast in front of him, Nest will be back there with Clairiere waiting. She's got a difficult foe in Nest because Nest can do so many different things.
Can't wait. First of 6 Grade 1 events you'll see this weekend. Travers weekend at Saratoga, the personal Ensign. Top class fillies and mares, you'll see it right here on Saratoga Live. Live look in the paddock for race number 8. To a T, the current favorite at 5-2. As for Saratoga's leading jockey, Arad Ortiz, very close to showing up another riding title at Saratoga. Those 6 Grade 1 races, he rides in 5 of them, including Nest in tomorrow's personal Ensign.
I just happened to be up on the 3rd floor of the grandstand at Saratoga, so I saw a horse load up in the gate and just decided to clock it. It went like 11 and 22 and 33, 44 and change. It was one of the fastest gate works I've ever seen.
Nashville, first time out, much the best.
Spice Down was a super fast horse, certainly no surprise when he has an offspring like Nashville.
Never asked for a thing, track record.
Nashville for the best sprint time of the Fairgrounds meet.
Like my old boss, Wayne Lucas, always said, you can't coach speed.
It's going to be a front-running score for no parole in the Grade 1 Woody Stevens. It's in 1 minute, 21 and 2/5 seconds.
Great to have you with us on Saratoga Live here on Fox Sports 2. As always, brought to you in part by Hillendale. Atalapa. Horses in the paddock, race 8. You'll see the updated odds. $20,000 claiming sprint fillies and mares to a T at 5-2. We'll get to Acacia in a moment. Quickly, an update on the Ballston Spa. Chad Brown was going to run 4, now going to run 3. Speak of the Devil is out. A late scratch from the Ballston Spa. Speak of the Devil is out. Now to Acacia with this race 8 paddock report.
Good update there, Lafitte, as we'll see that stake coming up next after this race. But talking about horses in the paddock, we'll kick things off with the 2 to a T. Blinkers on and a significant drop in class, and she's your tepid favorite right now. And I think it's just a case of she doesn't seem to get the job done, but she has been running against significantly tougher competition. She does have 9 seconds, and the blinkers actually go back on, just a regular short cup on once again like she used to wear. She has run some good races, finishing in the money against New York Bred Allowance Company down in Florida, or excuse me, I should say Florida Bred Allowance Company down in Florida, and then even tougher Open Company up here. And so dropping in for the 20,000, I don't see it as a negative drop down. I think they're just being realistic with her. She's very laid back in the paddock, as she always is. Taking a look at 2 horses that come out of the same race, and that is the number 7 Maravilloso and Viteme, some tough names to the outside. Starting with the 7, this horse was claimed out of that last race by Jimmy Ryerson, comes back in here, and I thought actually ran very, very well that day, all things considered. She broke on top. She is, again, not a winning type, and I think that's a big reason why we're seeing the 8 a shorter price. But Maravilloso looks tremendous today. She's dappled out from head to toe. She's gotten sharper once they put the tack on her, and maybe just a change of scenery, maybe she'll be able to get the job done in here. But of course, it is tough to take a horse like her who is coming off of a few in the money finishes to to her outside, the number 8, Vitemi. This is a horse who finished 3rd last time out, coming off of a couple of wins over at Parks, and she has early speed. It's funny looking demeanor-wise to Maravilloso. This one is so much more laid back than the horse right to our inside, even though it looks on paper like she should be quick early. I'll see what kind of warm-up Manny Franco gives her, but I think her speed is dangerous, and she'll try to turn the tables after being beaten as the favorite last time out, Lafitte.
Vida Emmy at 3-1. The bookends, She and Timed Out with Javier Castellano. More on Castellano in a moment, but first, Timed Out in her most recent. Here, Paulie, July 12th, Finger Lakes. She's 11-1 on that afternoon, and Timed Out showing some real grit and toughness in defeat here.
And she got left in this race, and she had to rush up at 11-1 right into your second choice's face. And I thought she just kept on grinding and grinding and grinding. You know, I don't know if the field or speed was holding up that day. She felt the horse on the inside. Yes. She felt the horse on the outside. She ends up out finishing the horse to the outside of her, which was kind of crazy. I thought it was a game effort.
And here's the thing, too. 2 horses came back and won out of that. And the speed figure of that race, although it was at Finger Lakes, which I think people would say is a lower level racetrack than Saratoga. I'm not offending anyone from the Finger Lakes there.
You're offending someone.
Someone, but it's, let's be honest here. Timed Out ran a 94 time form US. The favorite in here has been running 93s. The second choice 94s. This horse fits in here.
That's why you're getting 5-1. The tough Finger Lakes invader Timed Out. There she is in Javier Castellano.
And like I said, 2 of those horses came back and won their next start. Another 2 came back and ran second, and a horse came back and ran third. Productive race.
Live race, then to a T, big class drop.
Yeah, been a little camera shy, but now the blinkers go back on after 2 races without the blinkers.
Midtown Rose, number 3, a winner at Monmouth Lake June.
Yeah, the pace figures of those last couple races have been slow. This horse has been forward.
Jockey the Joker at 9-1. Dylan Davis has a sister name. Jockey.
You know, the 3 and the 4 are the 2 horses that are kind of the wild card horses in here because they're horses that have run okay at Parks. So we'll see how it translates here.
Happy Sophia, New York bred, 47 starts, Saratoga debut.
Is dropping, but man, that last couple of races were bad.
No bueno. Triple P, spinning her wheels of late.
Yeah, hasn't done much. 58-1 last time, 34-1 today.
Meravilloso, claimed from Rick Dutrow by Jimmy Ryerson.
Saw you throw a little spin on there, Lafitte.
Any chance to roll the R, JK? Any chance? Vida Emmy, yeah, as Acacia mentioned, is speedy and a 12-time winner.
Yeah, this is an 8-year-old mare that's got $250,000 in the bank. David Jacobson's barn's been rolling pretty hot of late, and if you like the 7, you have to like the 8. They were second and third in their last race.
Vida Emmy, 3-1 field for this 8th race, circling back to the 1 and Timed Out with Javier Castellano. You know the story. Took him a long time to win that first Kentucky Derby and Belmont Stakes, but he has simply dominated the Travers. 6-time Travers winner, the all-time leader, Bernardini, and defeated American Pharaoh, Keen Ice, Catholic Boy, most recent Gary, in the Belmont Stakes, and Javier Castellano, who was a big part of the win in that rail skimming ride.
Yeah, I mean, he rode him in the the Peter Pan pretty much the same way as he did in the Belmont Stakes. His horse has got good tactical speed. He can put him where he wants to put him, and he rides him with a lot of confidence. He's been getting on him every one of his work since the Belmont Stakes and gained even more confidence in him. I love what I've seen with this horse training. I love his post-position draw. He sat on the fence and saved ground in the Belmont. In the Peter Pan, and I look for him to do the same thing here, and he's got Forte right to his inside. So he's going to have him in his sights, or he's going to have Forte where he wants him early on. One of the two.
Gary, you know, Javier's had a huge year, right? Getting his first Derby, his first Belmont. Did you have a race throughout your career that kind of haunted you? It took you forever to try to get that win? And then also, Paulie, before Gary answers that, did you have a pitcher or a ballpark that haunted you?
Oh, 100%. Rob Nen, he literally could throw me slider after slider, could never hit him. I was 0 for 10 with like 6 strikeouts against him, and I remember Eric Karros walked in and said, you know what, just start taking pitches. So the next time, 8 times I faced him, I walked 4 times and he struck me out 4 times. I couldn't hit him anyway, so I might as well not swing the bat. So that was my solution. Sometimes you guys got a kryptonite, you're toast.
My kryptonite, or that guy, was the Breeders' Cup Classic. I'd been second. I think I ran second in the Classic 4 times and some tough beats. And when I had retired in 2005, I just said, well, it's not meant to be, I guess. And then a horse named Mucho Macho Man came around, and boom, 2013, and it was one for the ages.
It's just amazing how, for no rhyme or reason, for certain races, like my old man never won a Preakness, wasn't ever really close. Yeah. But for Castellano winning a Derby in his 15th, 16th start, a Belmont in his 15th start, or whatever it was, but yeah, he's racked up 6 Travers wins.
But that's shocking to me, right? You were on 6 horses that could win the Travers, but none of those 6 horses were able to win the Derby or the Belmont. No, that's just bizarre.
It's kind of weird. Yeah, you have to go all the way back to 2007, that Derby winner, to win the Travers.
To me, his best ride was Keen Ice. I know he got an assist from Frosted, but to have Keen Ice big assist. But to have Keen Ice up that close, it's still one of the best rides I've seen here at Saratoga in my life.
Handicappers all in agreement for this 8th race at Saratoga. Over to Acacia with more on Timed Out.
It's been a really cool year for Javier Castellano, and a jockey that's given a lot to the sport and has accomplished a lot. And about time we got a chance to see him with those wins in the Derby and Belmont. Pretty cool to see John Velasquez get his first Preakness this year as well. So for some of the elder statesmen in the room to still be showing everybody how it's done in those big races. But as far as Javier's mount here, I like Timed Out. She didn't break the sharpest last time and then kind of rushed up and was on top of the pace. And as Jonathan was mentioning, has been a productive race. I know that Gone and Forgotten, the winner of that race, came back, and it was a slower by her speed figure, but she did win a stake in her subsequent start. And I wanted to see how this one would stack up, as it's her first time back on the NYRA circuit in a little while, and she looked great. She had a quiet warm-up with the pony out there, but she's been very professional. She looks the picture of health. Took her just a little bit of time to start getting going in her warm-up, but when she did, she really relaxed nicely out on track, and I'm hoping she can sit a good trip to the inside, and I like the price. I think she's a logical alternative and a little bit of a new face in here, Lafitte.
Timed Out, 4-1, if you like her. And Gary, you had a final thought on Javier Castellano?
No, I was just going to say that everybody's talking about his resurrection over the last couple of years, especially in the bigger races. But here's what's happening. He's getting opportunities on horses that are live in these big races. And it all started last summer. And listen, and especially this summer, this spring, he's always been a high-pressure rider, big-time money rider. He doesn't back down from it. Look, at the end of my career, I thrived. That's why I came back, was to ride the big races. And I decided if I couldn't compete at the highest level, I wasn't going to continue on. I felt I could. And I think we all hit that spot at some time if we've had a long career. Mike Smith, if you look at him right now, he thrives in these big races. Javier is no different. He rises to the occasion. He doesn't back down from it. It puts his head where it needs to be at the right time, believe it or not.
The one thing I think that people don't realize, this is the one sport of all sports. Think about it. You get injured in this sport, you can be forgotten for a couple years. And I'll just go to one player, Saquon Barkley. Just injured for 3 years, has a monster year for the Giants, and now he's relevant again. It's in this sport, if you get hurt, you can go from relevant to irrelevant very quickly.
Very quickly.
And you can be replaced for the shiny new car very easily, right? 100%. Like, Irad and Jose and Louis and Manny. It's easy for these owners to tell their trainer, I don't know about Javier. He's getting a little. No, he's proven in those spots he can still win big races.
NFL quarterback goes down. It's like an unspoken rule. The starter, when he's healthy, he's supposed to get his job back right. In horse racing, there's no guarantee. There's no guarantees. You don't ride. You don't get paid. It's a completely different animal altogether. And can't wait to see what Castellano does with Arcangelo on Saturday, seeking a 7th Travers win. First things first is $20,000 claiming sprint. Frank Mirmati standing by with the call in the darkness at Saratoga.
Dylan Davis motivating Jockey the Joker to go in. She responds to a little tap. Vita Emmy to the outside. Walking up. They're in the gate. And they're off. Maravilloso. Here's Midtown Rose sprinting up on the inside, and Vita Emmy is very quick, and in fact quicker than them all. Vita Emmy to the front, Midtown Rose second, Jockey the Joker now third. Then it's timed out fourth. Maravilloso broke well, now 5 off the pace. To a T is down on the rail, followed by Happy Sophia between rivals in a 3-wide Triple P. It's Vita Emmy who passes the half-mile pole through a quarter that went in 22 4/5 seconds. She and Jockey the Joker are battling it out, and they've put almost a half dozen on Midtown Rose in third. At the rail, timed out fourth, Maravilloso is next. To a T, 7 lengths off the pace, followed by Triple P and Happy Sophia at the back. They're at the top of the stretch, and these embattled leaders getting company. Midtown Rose, perfect trip, and To a T comes alive in a big way in the center of the racetrack. Here comes To a T after Midtown Rose, and down at the rail, timed out on the inside, center of the track, To a T, too strong, wins it by 2. Timed out was second, Midtown Rose third, a long way back to Maravilloso.
Brad Ortiz in those Zilla Racing colors. To a T and a driving finish in the 8th at Saratoga.
Yeah, the 2 got a great trip in the middle of the track. We'll see in this replay. The 1 had trouble all the way around there, G. He was trying to go in between horses. He couldn't really get through there. Then he had to dump, kind of duck down to the rail. But watch the 1 here. Had some trouble right here at the top of the stretch.
Yeah, in the meantime, Irad, that's 2 on the day for him. Made up for not winning a race yesterday. Andy, if you're watching, I think he's in pretty good shape for these jockey standings right now. But, yeah, the 1 got bottled up a little bit under Javier. But great ride from Irad Ortiz, and rounded out the trifecta, Midtown Rose, Kendrick Carmouche.
Yeah, Kendrick was able to. He made Manny go really fast on the front end. The 3 ran a heck of a race to be able to put everybody away on the front end and kind of hang around for a little while.
To a T. Too much in the end for Irad Ortiz, riding in 5 of these 6 Grade 1 events, riding 3 champions this weekend, from Nest to Forte, the favorite, to Elite Power in the Grade 1 Forgo. And that kind of ride, and Gary did just a $20,000 claimer, and you still get Irad out there delivering his best.
Yeah, he doesn't care. I don't think anybody cares. When you're out there, you want to win. He's trying to win all the time. His competitiveness is good to a fault, if you know what I mean. He is so competitive, and he's had an unbelievable meet up here.
Pushes that envelope right up to the edge, sometimes over the edge. Well, you'll see the replay of that, Jim Dandy, plenty. Getting closer to the Travers, and a salute to the fans here at Saratoga. The showman, Irad Ortiz, to a T, 2-1-3-7 in the 8th at Saratoga. And there she is, the defending champ, last year's winner, technical analysis. She is on her way over for the Ballston Spa. Knows the walk very well. All kinds of damage here at Saratoga. A 4-time stakes winner at Saratoga. Can she go back-to-back in the Ballston Spa? Technical analysis. We'll find out in about 25 minutes.
Introducing Venezuelan Hug, the tenacious, towering son of Constitution, now standing in New York. After breaking his maiden at Gulf Street, he dispatched Cityman and Allowance Company at Saratoga, going on to 6 wins in 10 starts, finishing with 3 straight stakes victories, including the Grade 3 Canadian Turf. Now a versatile sire, complementing any mare with size, looks, and athleticism that's been called the best-kept secret in New York. Venezuelan Hug, standing at Mill Creek Farm. Visit millcreeksaratoga.com to book your mare today.
It's America's original sport, and no one covers it better than americasbestracing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. americasbestracing.net is a sport for you.
Introducing the Caesars Racebook app, the ultimate destination for racing enthusiasts. Built on the trusted Naira Bets platform, you can watch and wager on over 300 racetracks worldwide, including Saratoga. And the best part? Every bet earns you exciting reward credits that can be redeemed for your next bet, hotel stays, dining, and more. Get started today and receive up to $200 matched on your first deposit. Download the Caesars Racebook app and embrace the thrill of horse racing.
Monmouth Park's 50-cent Win Early Pick 5 is one of the country's earliest Pick 5s, making it the perfect way to get your wagering day started. With a 12:40 post on weekends and 2 p.m. start on Fridays, the Win Early Pick 5 is home to six-figure pools and a low 15% takeout. Start your day winning early. Play Monmouth Park's Win Early Pick 5. Win early, win often.
This summer, the thrill of horse racing comes to your home on Fox. Live from historic Saratoga Racecourse, don't miss the Travers Stakes. Only on Fox, Saratoga Saturday.
Welcome back to Saratoga Live. As always, brought to you in part by Naira Bets. But any track, anywhere, anytime, visit NairaBets.com or download the Naira Bets app to get started. Finishing with a flurry as they pose for pictures. Thumbs up, Orlando Noda, Arad Ortiz, Zilla Racing. 2AT, $7 over timed out in Midtown Rose, 213 in the 8th of 10 in Saratoga. Right back to the winner's circles. Acacia with Saratoga's leading jockey.
Arad Ortiz here with me now. I was at 2AT. Arad gets the job done. You had plenty of force underneath of you. She came running late.
Yeah, I mean, release the group, I think it helps. Broke good. I told the trainer I don't want to be too close because she always finished. So if I try to be a little close, maybe that's not help in the end. That's what I tried to do when last time I rode her and don't work out. So we let him be comfortable and try to make a run on the end, and she has plenty left.
She had plenty left indeed. We're talking about a horse that had plenty left in the stretch last time when you were aboard Nest, who came back. You'll be riding her tomorrow in the personal Ensign. Talk a little bit about that comeback race for her, the way that she stepped forward this year and being a really good one in the Chevy last time.
She looked great. Last time I think the pace was really comfortable for her. She was in a great position, small field, and everything helps. I mean, when I asked her, she took off. I had plenty in the tank, and she was responding every time I asking to go, so that was great.
For a horse that had so much talent last year as a 3-year-old, you always wonder, are they going to step forward? What did you feel from her in her first start back this year?
Great. I feel like she looked like she grew up, she got more weight, she looked fantastic, and I think she's a really nice filly. So
looking forward to tomorrow?
Yeah.
So are we. Good luck and congratulations here.
Thank you.
Arad Ortiz, he's got a big weekend, you could say, coming up in the next couple days, Lafitte.
Yeah, he does. I mean, there are big weekends, and then there's that, riding all these champions in Grade 1 races at Saratoga. There will be about 55,000 here for the Travers on Saturday, guys, and this is why we talk about the heartbeat of Saratoga in the fans. It's reasons like this. A fan here at Saratoga just came by and dropped off original programs. That is a program for the first ever Kentucky Derby that Gary Stevens ever rode in, and the one Derby my father won aboard Swale. I know that's the original because we have it framed at home. And Gary, again, is that the first Derby or the first Derby you won?
No, that was 1988 first Derby I won with winning colors.
Number eight right there. Wow. You beat 49er in Seeking the Gold. Wow. Pretty good field.
And the list of my idols on there. Eddie Delahousie, Georgie Velasquez, Bill Shoemaker, Pat Day, Eddie Maple, Jacinto Vasquez, Randy Romero.
I still haven't heard Pink Eye.
Jerry Bailey.
I still haven't heard it.
Your dad rode the first draw. There's Pink Eye on Regal Classic. And then Chris Antley.
That's 11 Hall of
John
Famers.
Lively should be in the Hall of Fame.
Yeah.
And Kent DeSormo, Hall of Fame.
That's 12 Hall of Famers in that race. Wow.
I'm bitter because he won 3 derbies to my father's 1 derby. But the point is, again, the fans here at Saratoga and the interaction and how much they absolutely, truly love this game. It's a 1988 program, 1984 program, and in mint condition. Our thanks for just the support in general, the fans that make everybody better around here as we bring you the coverage from Saratoga. Late pick 5 in the follow along. Again, it's been somewhat chalky with 2AT striking $7. That pool up over 816,000. The feature is next. So how much do you know about Ballston Spa? Southwest of Saratoga Springs lies the village of Ballston Spa, once home to the largest hotel in the United States. Built back in the early
1800s. Famous for its mineral water spring, the effervescent water originating there bears the village's name and is said to have healing powers. Many think of Saratoga Springs as a principal spa city, but Ballston Spa actually holds the title of America's first watering place.
It's also where I go to get Mexican food, a spot called Mi Casa.
Why wasn't that included?
Well, you know, look, as a guy from Texas, I'm a little bit picky with my
Everybody
with
knows
my Mexican
you
food.
want Mexican food, you go to Ballston Spa.
I go there.
World-renowned for Mexican
I go there
food.
for the spa because that's why I have this wonderful skin.
You can just drink out of the big red spring over there. It tastes as good as it smells. Up next with the Ballston Spa, and the one defection, JK, that really doesn't feel like it changes much in terms of race shape, with Speak of the Devil being out for Chad Brown, who now only has 3 runners in the Ballston Spa.
No, I don't think so. I mean, I think, you know, Flavian probably would have had the horse in a tactical position, but it shouldn't change much. I think the pace is going to determine on what they decide to do with Evie Jets. And with the rider change of Javier Castellano, Paul, I remember we were on set together. You were a little confused that day, or frustrated, or annoyed, or whichever one you want to say it was, that Javier wasn't aggressive and let technical analysis get loose on the front end. I don't think that'll be the plan here today, but I don't think it matters, the technical analysis, especially because she's drawn outside. If Evie Jets goes, technical analysis will sit right outside of her, and if Evie Jets doesn't break well or isn't fast enough, then Tech will try to wire him again.
My argument is just that Evie Jets cannot pass technical analysis, in my opinion. So to me, I understand, Gary, you're going to come say it.
No.
I just think that Evie Jets has to take it to technical analysis and see if she can keep on going, because I just don't think she can stalk her.
Well, I'm going to put things in a different terms of what a jock feels when they really know a horse. Like Jose knows technical analysis. You drive a car, a fast car.
Okay.
You know what 3,000 RPMs feels like. Feels like cruising speed of about 35 miles an hour. Okay. And you rev them up to 4,000 RPMs, and that, he knows what RPMs are early on in a race, if that makes sense to you. What she's doing, what her comfort factor is. So if that means she's on the lead or she's sitting off of the lead,
It's not going to matter, do you don't think?
No, not with this outside draw. I think JK's dead on with what he was saying. That's why it's always a tactical advantage when you've got a speed horse and there's another speed horse in the race to be drawn on the outside of your competitor.
The one-time Evie Jets beater, Perfect Sting, Belmont, she took a tour. Yeah, a passive ride in her latest. Does it matter for technical analysis? We'll see. A familiar path for her that she's made several times, that long track marching towards the paddock technical analysis, a force at Saratoga, 4-time stakes winner, looking for a 5th, currently 8-5, trying to go back-to-back. We feature at Saratoga.
Honor AP, a mesmerizing horse from the very beginning, who captured the imagination of the racing world and proved his potential on the track. A Grade 1 winner, out of a multiple Grade 1 winner, with incomparable looks and an unbeatable pedigree. The speed, the bloodline, the physical. Honor AP. Only at Lane's End.
technical analysis, who's urged on here by Jose Ortiz. Technical analysis has a 3-length lead. Fluffy Socks has now moved into second and continues to gain ground. Technical analysis trying to hold off Fluffy Socks. They're coming on for the finish, and it is technical analysis to win it.
That's how she did it last summer. Technical analysis. She will have to hold off Fluffy Socks or beat Fluffy Socks once again if she's going to go back-to-back. And Gary, that's been the pathway to success for her of late. Last 4 wins, all of the wire-to-wire variety.
Yeah, she loves it up here at the spa. She loves the inner turf course, and I love her.
Classy mare. The only race she's lost up here, finishing second in the Diana in Italian. I think we'll excuse that one.
Yeah, especially the styles. They're both forwardly placed horses. You can't blame her for not being able to fall around that monster.
Yeah, and just what you see here, a lot of people thought Sakura could get the mile in the quarter when she surprised everybody in the Breeders' Cup. And to Sita, you forget how good she was, and obviously Lady Eli, and it just goes on and on.
That name jumps off the screen. I'd be smiling too. Chad Brown looking for another Ballston Spa presented by Mohegan Sun. Starting to look like it did before Birdstone's Travers around here, guys.
It's
like
getting dark out.
Dark. They got lights, right? They have lights?
Our lights right now.
It's Field of Dreams. We don't need lights.
It is like a Field of Dreams. Updated odds for the Ballston Spa presented by Mohegan Sun. We check in with Acacia.
And as you said, Lafitte presented by Mohegan Sun, and I'm so happy to be joined once again by Brad Bryant from Mohegan as we have talked about some of the exciting opportunities over at Mohegan Sun, Brad, and talking about the sportsbook. I understand a very exciting watch party coming up.
Yeah, absolutely. We've got a Notre Dame Navy watch party this Saturday for a kickoff game, so we're excited about football season and ready for an exciting upcoming season.
And it's a tremendous facility. Tell us a little bit about the sportsbook and what fans can enjoy.
So we have a 140-foot video wall that we show all the games. We can break it down into like 36 different TVs. It's 11,000 square feet. People can actually make reservations online at mohegansun.com. We have a full-service bar, food and drinks. We have it all.
Great place to watch the races as well.
Oh, absolutely. Nothing better than showing Saratoga on the main screen with sound.
We love that. Well, good luck this weekend, and hope everybody has an opportunity to check it out. Thanks so much for your support of Saratoga.
Thank you.
Lafitte?
Really good stuff. With sound. Watch with sound.
Phenomenal.
Good idea about half.
I have to hear a race call. It drives me insane. I can't just watch a race without a race call. It
sort of like being without an IFB.
That never happened.
Oh my God!
I haven't had any technical issues the entire show. You, JK?
No.
None. Paul, you?
But
I'm hearing everybody so clearly.
It's in the water. It's got to be the water.
Speaking of technical, though, I just want to point out she does come back pretty quick, right? For a Chad Brown runner coming back in what, 22 days? That's not something he normally does.
Which to me is a sign of confidence.
But she's run well.
That's what I was going to ask.
She's run well in like the 25, 28 day range. She's run well before.
So yeah, this was the race where Evie Jets in the pink colors was more passive, and maybe Evie Jets beating her at Belmont had a lot to do with the aggressive ride and taking it to her. Also, technical analysis was coming. You know, she'd been on maybe a little rust, but man, did she look good in the Della Rose.
She ran away from him. I mean, she really did. She took, she was rated perfectly, and she was the lone speed in there. And when Evie Jets didn't go, the race was kind of over. And, she's in such good form right now. I mean, she's just right there. And we've already noted that she's 7 for 14 lifetime. She's never lost over the inner. It's going to take somebody to jump up and beat her. And I would think it's one of the other Chad Brown horses if she gets some heat on the front end.
Now, the late scratch, Speak of the Devil, though, is out. Brown with 3. Acacia, you've seen her many times. Technical analysis. What are you seeing in the paddock?
Well, she can be a really high energy type of horse, Lafitte. In fact, last time I wasn't in the paddock for the Della Rose, but I remember Maggie saying that she was really over the top that day, and she can get that way. She can get really revved up before the race and almost expend too much energy in the paddock. While she's sharp today, this is probably one of the more relaxed times that I've seen her. She's on the muscle, she's forward, everything that you do want to see, especially for a filly, or now I should say mare, with her running style. But for a horse that can get over the top sometimes. She's keeping it under wraps as of now. They did saddle her outside of the saddling stalls, kind of in the shed row area, just trying to keep her settled. She has 2 handlers on her head, and so far, so good with technical analysis. Another one of Chad Brown's runners is the 2 Consumer Spending, and she's probably the best closer to her stablemate's best speed. She was wired by her another Chad Brown runner in market segmentation in the Bogey in the first start of her 4-year-old season, and I think that she's really progressed. I know that she went over to Monmouth, but Chad does have a lot of other fillies, as we've seen, in this division, and I thought that she really traveled beautifully last time to run down, surprisingly, who she'll face again in here. Looking at her now is the first time I've seen her since the Bogey. She has really developed and strengthened nicely with racing and coming off those back-to-back wins. I think if there is a little pace up front, maybe some pressure on technical analysis, or if it just is a horse that's getting best, she's the one that I would want of the closers. An intriguing horse in this field is the number 1 Jumbly, who comes in for Joseph O'Brien. Of course, he won with John Velasquez with State of Rest in the Saratoga Derby a couple years back. Now, this filly, if you watch her last race in the Duke of Cambridge during Royal Ascot, you could see she actually kind of made the move on the inside to look like the winner, and then just kind of flattened. She did the same thing too back at the Curragh when she looked like she could have gotten the win in there as well. Maybe she's a horse that I'm wondering really wants to go that far. She started out sprinting. She's almost kind of built a little bit more like a sprinter as well, and she is very sharp in here. You can see she's wearing that red hood. In Europe, they'll wear a red hood over the bridle to be taken off before they load into the starting gate, and the idea with that is to cover their ears and try to muffle out the sounds and try to keep a horse a little bit more settled. But she's been really sharp and revved up throughout here in the paddock. I'll watch her on the track, but I'm curious to see what kind of trip she'll get and if this is really her preferred distance. Lafitte?
How's that gate dancer look working? Jumbly, John Velasquez to ride. This was 2 starts back in Ireland at the Curragh. Group 2 event, Gary. Jumbly and Ryan Moore trying to catch Just Beautiful.
Yeah, I'm going to say one thing. If she doesn't want a mile over there, but runs this well, she'll darn sure get a mile here on the flat ground. Her last 2 races were this one 2 back, and then at Royal Ascot on an uphill climb the last furlong and a half there. So this is a lot more testing trip than what she's going to get here in America. I like her today. If there's going to be, I'm just going to step out of the box a little bit. If any of the Chad Browns stub a toe a little bit or whatever, I think she's a handy little filly. I think she can pick up the pieces.
So straightaway, a 1 mile straightaway is way more taxing than going around there.
One more straight, but the ground it's undulating and it's just tougher. If they'll get a mile over there, they'll get a mile and a 16th, sometimes a mile and an 1/8 over here on those 2 off those 2 courses.
I feel less concerned about the distance questions for her. I think Joseph O'Brien, if he brought her here, he knows she'll handle the distance and to run her in this race. My question is, for a horse who's spent a lot of time running on straights, and then the bins that she has run on, they're not nearly as tight as what she'll run on here. Is she going to be able to handle those turns? And she's drawn inside, so she's not going to have a real option to get out of there to kind of get a wider trip to be able to be comfortable.
I've never been to Joseph's training yard, but at Ballydoyle, they can replicate any track in the world. Like literally replicate it, and like father, like son, and his horses have been performing all over the world. Joseph's has over the last 2 years, and I've got a feeling they've practiced pretty good with left-handed.
Here's the crazy part: this horse has never gone left-handed or left around.
Yeah,
always gone right ways around. So now going to go left, and always been on a straightaway. So this is the first time this horse is going to run. Am I saying that right, Lafitte?
Left-handed, but
yeah.
I guarantee you that she's gone left-handed at home.
At home, yeah, 100%.
With the call to post for the Mohegan Sun Ballston Spa, and always have to wonder about the Euro break, they call it. Sometimes flat-footed. They don't emphasize the break as much in North American racing. We'll see how she gets out of the blocks of Jumbly on this evening that it looks like the sun just came up, and there's training at 5 a.m. It is dark as it's been at this time of the afternoon all summer, but the show does continue. The racing and the feature here, Grade 2, Ballston Spa. There is Jumbly, and owned by Doreen Tabor, trained by Joseph O'Brien, U.S. debut.
It's so shocking to the eye to see a horse walking by themselves in a post parade.
It's just different. ponyless. Consumer Spending, she does have her pony, Sharp, and the first of 3 trained by Chad Brown.
Yeah, 6 for 11 lifetime, and she's looking for 3 in a row. Joel Rosario aboard.
Heavy Jets did defeat Technical Analysis at Belmont.
She's 20-1 in here, not getting a lot of respect, but I'm telling you, the race goes through her. She's going to dictate what happens.
What happens early. Fluffy Socks, Distaff Turf Pile winner at Churchill Derby Day.
I'd like to check in second a lot, but, you know, she's got $1 million in the bank, and some of her best efforts could put her right there.
Surprisingly, something about seeing the black and cherry red at Saratoga.
Man, she's run in her last 3 races against Consumer Spending. Consumer Spending has finished in front of her in all 3 of those races, but man, surprisingly, was right there every time.
Right there. Sister Bridget could be a factor early, on paper simply overmatched.
Yeah, but her pace figures are slow. She's got those 1s, but she's not as fast as Heavy Jets or or Technical Analysis.
Right on cue, Technical Analysis, the title defense for her.
Just a consistent mare. The only thing that's missing from her resume is a grade 1. She has a grade 2. This is a grade 2 race, and she's going to be tough to handle in here.
Gam's Mission, 3rd behind Consumer Spending, and surprisingly in the matchmaker.
She's sneaky in here. Her last race was at 9 furlongs off of a little bit of a break, but at these mile and 1/16th distances, she's pretty darn good. And if the pace heats up and Consumer Spending gets stopped, I'm 100% in a belief that Gam's Mission could pick up the pieces.
Fascinating race. This grade 2 Ballston Spa on Military Appreciation Day at Saratoga. With all the great racing coming up this weekend. If you have not signed up, you can do so now. Use that promo code SPA200. Earn up to a $200 deposit match after your first deposit. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Join now, NyraBets.com, to earn your $200 deposit match. Ears up. Taking it all in. Technical Analysis looking for a 5th stakes win at Saratoga. Consumer Spending, Paul. As a 4-year-old, she has really improved and looked good in those last couple of stakes wins at Monmouth, including the matchmaker over a couple of foes she'll face today.
Yeah, she's the great filly behind horse. Here's the thing about her. She got in a little bit of trouble, but she was able to get out and she's the grown filly on the outside, excuse me. And she just grinds away. She's got a nice little turn of foot, and she always puts herself in a good position. And I think today is going to be very key. She gets the trip because here's the thing. We talked about the 1. Sometimes these Europeans can break away from the gate a little slow in their debut. If the 3 breaks away from there and goes, Consumer Spending gets out of the gate, you know, she could be sitting another really good trip in here.
Yeah, the thing about Consumer Spending is that, you know, when you have a common race to watch with horses that are now running in the same race, you really can get a good feel for who's better. And the fact that Consumer Spending has beat her 3 times, 3 different situations, 2 different distances, different racetracks, you got to trust that Consumer Spending just has that one little turn of foot more than surprisingly to get herself in good position. The other thing I like about Consumer Spending is there's got to be at least a little bit of a plan between these 2 Klarovich runners. The Technical Analysis is going to go and is going to be forward. So no matter what happens, Joel Rosario can take a deep breath and sit himself down on the inside and be patient because he knows that Tech's going to do her job in front of him because he knows it.
Lots of love, Consumer Spending. Acacia's top selection, J.K. Paulie's as well. Gary going with the European, the English filly Jumbly, drawn to the inside. Technical Analysis at 6-5, continuing to warm up. Chad Brown, all the success over the years in this Ballston Spa, and just a stranglehold, Gary. If there's a graded stakes race for fillies and mares at Saratoga, it's not a matter if he's represented, it's only a question of how many he's represented by, including the favorite typically.
Yeah, and we've had so much rain up here this summer, and he's had to select horses that he felt were going to handle the softer kind of going, and he's done a pretty good job at doing that as well.
Acacia, 1 filly, 1 mare, not trained by Chad Brown. A Gam's Mission for Cherie DeVoe out there at 12-1.
Yeah, she is kind of the other horse, so to speak, coming out of that race over at Monmouth in the matchmaker Lafitte. And I really tried looking at this race to make a case for her. Could she potentially take a step forward today? The tough thing about Gam's Mission is that she doesn't race that frequently. She often has gaps in between her races. And as you can see, she's a very energetic type of mare. I saw her down in Tampa in the Hillsborough. She was off of a big layoff that day. She got really hot, totally washed out, just wasn't really acting well at all. Then she came back and improved with a win. It was another 3-month break, and then she comes back and wish she had a little bit more of a punch in the matchmaker. But I think there's every reason to suspect that she could take another step forward in here today. While she is warm, as she always is, it's not that bad. And yes, granted, it's very cool out today, but she's handled herself nicely, and she got a lovely warm-up from Tyler Gaffalione. I think that she's a little bit interesting at 13-1. If second off that bit of a layoff, she could come back a little bit stronger. As far as the 3 Evie Jets does go, she's a filly, or mare, I should say, that has really been, I think, well handled and well managed in winning races on the front end. She's been able to get loose, to control things pretty carefully, pretty handily, and I think Manny Franco actually suits her quite well because he's an aggressive rider. I can't imagine that they're not going to try and press technical analysis in here, and she was sharp out on the track. She's also a little bit more tucked up than I've seen from her previously. She's incredibly fit. And you see that type of bit that she wears, the cage bit, because she can start to drift a little bit. She's worn that for quite some time now, but I think that she does hold the key to this race. I don't know if she's necessarily a win contender, but I expect her, on what I see from her on track, Lafitte, to be forward.
8-1. Acacia, when she beat technical analysis in the perfect sting at Belmont. Manny Franco taking over. Louis Saez was named to ride Manny Franco on Evie Jets. Yeah, I expect, I'm not saying she beats technical analysis. I think she tries to beat her to the lead early on.
I think so. So at least tries to press the issue.
What in picking the 2 consumer spinning, the way that I kind of designed the race and the way I visualized it happening is Evie Jets getting out in front, technical analysis sitting off of her, and then technical analysis, because she likes this turf course so much, because she runs so well on the tight turns, hooking her probably a little early, the 3/8 pole, because they're going to be aggressive with technical analysis. Don't let Evie Jets get away from you. And I think that then they will hook up from the 3/8 pole to the 8th pole, and it sets up for a closer, and I think that closer is the 2 consumer
Because we've seen it from these horses. We know them so well. We've seen them race several times, Gary. Who we have not seen here in the States is Jumbly, the English filly, U.S. debut for trainer Joseph O'Brien. What are you looking for early on from she and Johnny Velasquez?
Well, in that previous race, the one that we watched at the Curragh, she showed a good spurt of kick for about a 1/16 of a mile, and then she just kind of flattened out in the final 1/16 of a mile of that race, but she was still finishing. But I would look for Johnny to put her into the race a little bit and not leave her too much to do depending on what the pace is early on.
Exciting filly, expensive, $1.5 million. Jumbly. Technical analysis, can she go back-to-back? Frank Mirmati with the call. Post time, the Ballston Spa.
Gam's Mission completes the line. They're in the gate. Technical analysis is acting up. And they're off in the Mohegan Sun. Ballston Spa, and Evie Jets flies out of the gate, but technical analysis is quicker, and she sprints up along with Sister Bridget, and so a pace duel develops in the opening furlongs, and they are really going at it. Sister Bridget and technical analysis full bore into the first turn. Now technical analysis backs off. Gam's Mission is about 7 or 8 lengths off this opening quarter that went in 23 and 2/5 seconds. Then Evie Jets, who broke on top, racing 2 clear of Jumbly, surprisingly is in behind her. At the back of the field, stretch running Fluffy Socks and Consumer Spending. They head toward the half-mile pole, and it's Sister Bridget leading the way by 3. Technical analysis second. The half went in 48 and 3/5 seconds. Technical analysis is cutting into that margin of Sister Bridget, and she does it to the inside of her, an inviting opening, and now she's back in front. 3 lengths back to Gam's Mission in the yellow colors third, followed by Evie Jets, who's racing a joint 4th around the far turn. Passed now by Jumbly, coming toward the quarter pole in 1:13 and 4. Fluffy Socks right next to Surprisingly, and then Consumer Spending there at the top of the stretch. Technical analysis just in front. Gam's Mission, Evie Jets coming through along the inside. Another 2 back to Fluffy Socks, and trying to thread through traffic is Consumer Spending. Evie Jets on the inside takes the lead. On the inside, Consumer Spending trying to get out, and Fluffy Socks, a wild finish. Evie Jets, what a ride from Manny Franco. to just get there in the Mohegan Sun. Ballston Spa, Fluffy Socks was flying late.
The definition of a cavalry charge, if she was going to win, if she was going to pull off the upset, that's not how you thought she would do it. Evie Jets, Manny Franco, sub-rider from far off the pace in the Grade 2 Ballston Spa.
Yeah,
wow.
That didn't set up any way that we thought it was going to, with the likes of Sister Bridget, the big price in here under Katie Davis, just sprinting off to the lead. Consumer spending, or excuse me, technical analysis was tagging along behind her. And we were trying to figure out where Evie Jets was. Well, she was being patiently ridden back there by Manny Franco, and genius ride by him.
A lot of bunching going on there, too. You can see Joel Rosario was trying to follow Evie Jets up the rail. He got stopped for Consumer Spending Mountain. That was crowded up there, but, man, they are celebrating.
The Cantamasi brothers.
The Cantamasis. How about this right here? This horse was 7-1 last time out, and you get 30-1. And there you go, right up the rail. What a ride.
Gary, right there, the crop. Tyler Gaffleone losing his crop deep stretch.
It happens. He went to twirl his whip, and a little chillier today than it has been. It's not 90 degrees out. Maybe his hands are cold. I don't know, but I don't think it really had an outcome on the finish anyway with the new crops that they've got.
The brothers, what this must mean, JK, a graded stakes win at Saratoga with this mare that they've done such a terrific job with. Evie Jets at 29-1. 29-1, supposed to be ridden by Luis Saez. He had the separated collarbone. The phone calls are coming in. Manny Franco has to take over. And now for the Cantamasis and this celebration, long way from home. Very popular, well-liked. This will be a popular win.
Well, I think they figured something out about Evie Jets. She doesn't need the lead to win. I understand that she won on the lead, but she does not need the lead. And I don't think she's that fast early, because Manny sent her away from there, and she just simply couldn't keep up. I will say this, though. Something tells me that the jockey path on the way back from the winner's circle, it could be a lively one. Just there were some questionable decisions, I think, that I think certain people might not be happy about.
Well, Manny rode the race perfect because he said, okay, Katie Davis did the job for me. I'll just sit here in third and just watch them battle. And he saved a lot of ground. And Irad gave the 4 Fluffy Socks. I told you, he was weaving through traffic. He gave the 4 a tremendous ride. It's just that Manny got the slip.
I'm going to go to bat for Jose here on technical analysis. Once a filly like her gets triggered by another speed horse, by a sprint horse that was actually sprinting into that first turn, you could see he was out of control. He was on a runaway train. Yeah. And she actually made another run. I thought she was going to spit the bit about the quarter pole, and she didn't. But
no, I actually thought that Jose did what he did. He did the only thing he could do in that situation. Yeah, I feel pretty confident saying Consumer Spending was likely best in here. She was
a lot of trips. You're going to have to watch that race several times to dissect it all. But in the end, a 29-1 upset. Evie Jets for the Cantamasi brothers. Manny Franco, Evie Jets in the Ballston Spa. On the inside, pinned her ears, determined nobody was getting by late. Evie Jets takes down the Thursday feature, Travers Week.
History remembers moments of extraordinary strength, skill, and determination. True greatness is forged by those who fulfill their destiny.
When it comes to horse racing, you can never have too much information. With Twin Spires, you can place your bets with confidence. Whether you use handicapping insights, like our Brisnet speed ratings, prime power and past performances, the guidance of our experts' top picks, or just choose a name that catches your eye. Yes! No matter how you pick your horse, bet with Twin Spires. Start earning your $200 sign-up bonus when you sign up with offer code GET200.
2-year-old champion Forte, and they're up in the Jim Dandy. Forte flashing some good early interest. He's second, a thriller in the Jim Dandy. It's Saudi crowd digging down Champ Forte's trying to get him on the money. An Angel of Empire. Saudi crowd. Forte. Here's the line. Photo finish. Signs a very, very close photo.
Standing at Hill and Dale at Alapa.
How do you become the gold standard in racing partnerships? One horse, one partner, one victory at a time. Congratulations to all our partners who have made West Point the gold standard for the last 3 decades.
Crowd still buzzing over what just happened in the Ballston Spa. Coverage on Saratoga Live, as always, brought to you in part by Claiborne Farm. 100 years doing the usual, unusually well. Heavy Jets. Winner's Circle lead-in, brought to you by the Fasig-Tipton November sale, the world's premier breeding stock event. Nominate now to the sale where stars are sold. Heavy Jets. We'll hear from the Cantamasi brothers in a moment. 60-50 if you need her. That'll shake things up in the Pick 5.
Absolutely. The lowest Pick 5 payout, if I'm not mistaken, is $6,032. And everything, it looks like, is covered in the Pick 6.
This is going to be good. Over to Acacia in the Winner's Circle.
As I'm so happy to be joined, Lafitte, by Matt and Ilkay Kentramasi. You guys, the celebration, I think, just told the story. What a win from Heavy Jets today.
Yeah, she unbelievable horse. She made all of us like go crazy today. And I knew she's gonna show one day that. She showed already, but they don't respect her. You know, when we see her long shot and stuff, but we know what she have the heart and the blood in herself.
She was really tough today, and Ilkay, I saw you giving her kisses and pats in the Winner's Circle. What does she mean to you?
She means everything to me. She's the queen of the barn. We love her so much, and I want to thank all our help, our owner, Amendola family, and great light from Manny Franco. Thanks for whoever is supporting us. I want to appreciate all of people.
So well said. And Matt, I have to ask you, as there was a pace duel that developed, was it the game plan to sit back today, or you wanted her to be a bit more aggressive?
Actually, we wanted her on the front, but I told Manny, if somebody goes and fights each other, we don't have to be involved. Just keep her on the rail. That was the only thing. And he said, I kept her on the rail, and it was really, really good. And this race for Mr. Bob, he trusted us. Almost 5 years we are with this family. And, you know, I hope he's watching us. This is for him.
So well said. Congratulations, guys. Enjoy it.
Thank you so much.
And for the late Bob Amendola, I'm sure he's looking down and very excited to see his filly win in the Silks today, Lafitte.
Really, it's a great story. It's an emotional win. As hard as they work, and spring this kind of upset, a graded stakes win at Saratoga for those colors and Heavy Jets, and so much to unpack after this one. And you're looking at two things in the stretch, JK. You're watching Heavy Jets dig, fight, and repel all challengers, and then you're watching Consumer spending down the inside just with every time you watch it, it's almost where the traffic and just a nightmare trip late.
Yeah, he was in the 7 path with Consumer spending, and he ended up on the rail, and that was all in the stretch. I guess he was trying to come inside of horses to find a gap, and it just never produced a gap. So he ended up getting all the way down to the inside, and that horse, the horse was loaded. Visually, you could see how much faster Consumer spending was running than other horses in spots. We just couldn't get through.
And the plan was going in, make
I
the lead.
I understand the frustration.
No, listen, it's the price of we call it, like rolling the dice around the pine. Listen, Joel Rosario is known for great rides on the rail on the turf. He's in a little rut right now where they have not been working. We saw Senbai get shut off today, and we just saw Consumer spending get shut off. If they have a gap, they both probably win. But today, they just didn't get that gap. It's race riding.
Door he tried to open, locked. Every door we tried to walk through, slammed in his face. And by the way, this is another example of why, even though Chad Brown and the stranglehold he has on this division, this is why you run. Even if it looks like a long shot going in, even if he has 3 or 4 or 5 horses in these graded stakes races, Mark Casse almost pulled off an upset in the Diana opening week. And here, Matkin Cantamasi with a 30-1 shot. This is why you don't shy away from that powerful stable that Chad Brown or any trainer has, seemingly dominant in one particular stakes race.
You can't win if you don't run, period.
And here's the other part. She already beat technical analysis before, so why not take another shot?
Two different ways.
Yeah.
Maybe more
Twice
versatile
now, yeah.
than any of us knew. Evie Jets, what did you say about the pick 5 here? JK, the lowest payout?
I believe it's 6,000 to the 9 for 50 cents. $6,032 to the 9. The biggest payout would be the 7, 63,000, and then the pick 6s.
The pick 6s are insane, considering the lowest pick 6 you can get is 8,900 to the 9. It started with a 3 to 5 shot, Lafitte, and a scratch. So you picked up 2 horses in that first race. So the pick 6s are amazing. Evie Jets just blew everything up.
Exciting finish, thrilling Ballston Spa. Evie Jets 29 to 1. JK, this maiden special weight event on grass, field updated odds, wide open. We're officer 5 to 2. Who'd you come up with here?
Yeah, I thought Sacred Rhyme made a lot of sense. The 9, too far east as west.
Too far east as west.
Yeah, it was another one that I thought made sense. I just thought Sacred Rhyme was drawn better down on the inside. But the interesting one is the 5 War Officer, first-time turf, taking a lot of money for Todd Pletcher, was working with Grand Sonata, who won earlier on the card.
That's the 10th coming up. Rain falling on this dark Thursday evening at Saratoga. Channel Maker, runs like a giraffe, head up in the air, but he's done so to the tune of having earned more than $3 million. A Sword Dancer winner and one of only how many to have won the Sword Dancer and been crowned champion turf male? We'll find out when we come back.
Catholic Boy, a Grade 1 winner on both dirt and turf, including this romp in the Run Happy Travers Stakes.
He's so impressive today, the others didn't even have a prayer.
This 6-time graded stakes winner was the fastest 3-year-old of his crop over 10 furlongs. Now his first runners are hitting the track. Dual surface Grade 1 winner Catholic Boy, standing at Claiborne Park.
She's all the talk. I bet 5 million, 3 in the ring, 3 in the ring, 2 here in the ring, 3. Where 5 million, 2, 5 million, 3. On his seat now, 5 million, 3, 4. Go ahead, he's 4 million, 5, 4 million, 4 million, 5. Oh my, 4 million, 4. I got 5 million, 5, 5 million, 6. Ready, 6, all through. Well, thank you what you did do. 5 million, 5, and in the back, 5,500,000. And good luck.
Welcome back to Saratoga Live. As always, brought to you in part by Naira Bets. But any track, anywhere, anytime, visit NairaBets.com or download the Naira Bets app to get started. Kind of a theme on the show, old programs. That one, 1959 Travers. That was won by Sword Dancer. Sword Dancer Let's go by the numbers, even though he never raced on grass. This Grade 1 race named after him. Who was fastest? A wad, 1.5 miles, 2:23 1/5. Most wins by an owner. The number is 2. 6 owners have won it twice. Most wins by a trainer. Christophe Clement, 4-time Sword Dancer winning trainer, struck last year with Gufo. Most by a jockey. Pat Day with 4. Like Christophe Clement, doesn't have to share the record with anybody. From the Sword Dancer to the Breeders' Cup Turf, productive path. 4 have done it, including stretch running. Better Talk Now fan favorite. Sword Dancer Winners Crown Champion Turf Horse. Numbers 5. Big names on that list, including the old man, Channel Maker. This is a little different. Sword Dancer Winners Crown Champion Older Male. 3 have done it. Main sequence, most recent, 2014. And Sword Dancer Winners named Horse of the Year, the one and only John Henry, 1981. The Sword Dancer by the numbers. Inaugurated in 1975. Resorts World Casino Sword Dancer Breeders' Cup Challenge event. Win and you're in. For the Breeders' Cup Turf is always the penultimate race right before the Travers. You see the field Stone Age 6-5 with Flavian Pratt in the saddle. Mentioned Channel Maker. JK, he just keeps coming. I don't know what the Sword Dancer will ever be without Channel Maker. And Soldier Rising as well, who was 3rd in last year's Sword Dancer, chasing the likes of Gufo.
Yeah, look, this is no offense to Michael Dubb, Madigan Stables. I just think Soldier Rising is kind of an allowance horse, Grade 3 type of horse who's been fortunate in certain spots. And I mean that because this is a tough division. And he's not always, you know, been able to show up in these spots and perform at a high level. I love him in allowance spots. I love him in Grade 3 spots. But these are deep waters that he's facing.
Maybe this is one of those years, though. Excuse me. You don't have to be Kodashan to compete at the highest level. The male long-distance turf division. This isn't the deepest we've seen, but still some quality horses. For example, Stone Age, who is the 6-5 favorite, Gary, who was 2nd in the Breeders' Cup Turf, and Channel Maker. Like we said, what would these races be without Channel Maker? His performance in the Bowling Green showing he's still, maybe he's lost a little off his fastball, but he still has something left.
Not a lot. He's still, when he gets brave on the lead. The question is he going to be loose on the lead in here? Look, the horse just to his outside, Stone Age, we just talked about. He's a good horse, now under Chad Brown's care. And he's a horse that can lay close and press. Flavian Pratt on him. I got a feeling he's not going to leave Channel Maker alone for too awful long in the Sword Dancer.
Yeah, I mean, I'm kind of with you. I think the horse that everybody's kind of ignoring going into the race, I think Stone Age is going to be your favorite. But you got to take a look at the 5 Pioneer Spirit. Ever since Linda Rice has put this horse back on the turf and been gelded, undefeated, and is getting better and better. So this is the horse that's the up-and-coming horse that we're going to find out what he's made of tomorrow. Saturday, excuse me.
Saturday. Manny Franco's done a great job with Channel Maker, and like Evie Jet's a feel-good story, her win in the Ballston Spa, Gary, a Channel Maker as well. Just this throwback where we have these horses and horses that retire earlier in their career because of their stud value. We understand that, but the reason we embrace horses like a Channel Maker.
Absolutely, and we got to enjoy John Henry for a number of years, and he just stayed consistent, and that's what Channel Maker has been able to do. He's fun to watch and easy to be a fan for.
My favorite was the Tin Man. What did he race to, about 9 or 10, the Tin Man too as well? Yeah.
Richard Mandela, front runner, and those San Juan Capistranos, and those he could carry his speed a long way.
Gary makes such a good point. Those horses, John Henry and the Tin Man and Lord at War, I mean, those horses that race like unbelievable horses.
Sword Dancer on Saturday, Breeders' Cup Challenge event. Winning you're in for the Breeders' Cup Turf. The rain really falling now. They're going to accelerate post time for this 10th and final. It'll be riders up, Gary, and they're going to go essentially right to the gate.
Yeah, the sky's opened up. It's been threatening. It didn't get that dark without opening up, and it did open up about 20 minutes ago. And look, I don't know how much it's going to affect the turf course, but it's coming down pretty good.
Live look here, Saratoga. Welcome to the fall meet at Saratoga. Temperature, it has to be around, I don't know, low 70s maybe.
No.
High 60s?
Yes.
This is one of those. This is one of those times.
I'll tell you. I'll just tell you right now what we got here.
Gary's knee lets him know what the temperature is. It lets him know of inbound bad weather.
This is the only time in July we need a heated blanket.
Why
August.
Why don't you try on 63 degrees?
Is it really?
It is 63.
Oh, my
man.
God.
And the rain is not stopping for a while.
You want a suit, JK, don't you?
No. I know.
Short shorts,
I told someone the other day, like, I have the short sleeve shirts on and I complain while you guys have on suits when it's hot. Now I'm cold and I'm complaining. I must really drive you guys nuts.
I think I'm the jinx. Because I went to Oakland for the whole meet. They had the most rain in the Hot Springs area since 1887. I'm repeating that. Look it up. 1887. And I have a feeling Saratoga, we're about to reach this for this meet.
I don't mean to laugh at you, Paul, but I'm kind of laughing at you. Where was Joel Rosario going with the blinkers? Did you see that? Where he's a set in the blue. He was holding it with the 7. He's going to ride gamekeeper.
Maybe he wanted to put the blinkers on himself.
Maybe.
I got a feeling he was helping out the paddock judge that didn't want to get wet. He was already wet. Said, "Can you deliver these to the 6 horse?" He was a messenger boy.
He's on long shot gamekeeper, and here is the paddock judge exchanging pleasantries with Dwayne Lucas. So what are we looking at here, Gary? What's the communication all about? What conversations are taking place?
He's throwing his arms up in the air because he's soaking wet right now. I got a feeling. Then he got his rain jacket. You brought your umbrella in.
No, he took the riders up. They just mounted the one. Yeah.
They're taking the short way out too. They're not taking the long loop around. They're cutting the corner, going straight out. There's going to be a short post parade. I would think.
Yeah, no, they're going straight out. And if you want to post parade in the paddock, I like it. So there's Wayhill Road. Jose Ortiz, Shug McGahee teaming up 7-1.
Yeah, this one made a little bit of sense to me, but when you compare the numbers with the 2 and the 9, it was just a little bit light.
Sacred Rhyme, Tyler Gaffley on a couple of wins this afternoon.
Yeah, blinkers go on, and I'm with JK, the one to beat.
Timo, acclaimed from Jonathan Thomas. Pat Reynolds, hard to improve off Jonathan Thomas. Jamestown, Pictured, and Dylan Davis.
The blinkers come off this horse. Haven't been seen since May. I've seen worse 12-1 shots. I think this horse got a little bit of a look.
More officer, Centennial Farm, first-time starter.
Yeah, this horse is taking a lot of money. He worked on the dirt 2 works back with Grand Sonata that won earlier. Doesn't tell you a lot because it was on the dirt, but I do think this horse is well met.
Atlantic Dancer, you saw 12 race maiden, just one of those losses on grass. Gamekeeper, Joel Rosario.
Yeah, trying the turf for the first time. Siblings 0 for 3 over the grass.
Dr. Kringle, Flavian Pratt takes over.
Got better with blinkers on last time, or was it a sloppy racetrack? Remains to be seen today.
And too far east is west. Make the rider John Velasquez.
Yeah, this horse is trying to close into a slow pace and back-to-back starts, going in 11 furlongs. I think this horse is going to run well, considering the distance.
He's headed for the
about
gate.
Enough. About enough. If we're going to focus on the bright side, at least this rain that a couple of days ago or yesterday it was thought to be all day, a complete washout. We were going to lose the turf racing. Really good day of thoroughbred racing. It's a good turf racing. The Ballston Spa on the grass. Yes, it got here, but at least it got here later than expected.
And that man got his job done.
Yeah,
like
he did.
A champion.
Yeah, he did.
We need to get his name because I'm going to send him a gift card.
I got to tell you guys, sounded during that post parade like somebody that was doing the non-disclosures after some kind of new medication.
The really
warning.
fast read.
Yep.
Like
it was good.
As if we're going to benefit, because either way, we're here till 6:30. They could run the race in 30 seconds. We are here till 6:30.
That's pretty funny you say that, because I remember when we used to go to extra innings, John Shelby, who caught the last out in the 88 World Series, T-Bone used to say, "Hey, let's get a run. We don't get paid extra for extra innings." Yeah?
T-Bone. John Shelby. Baltimore Oriole, L.A. Dodger.
Yep. And a
so now what are we
Kentucky
doing?
native is a big horse racing fan.
One more time?
Lexington native is a big horse racing fan too as well.
Walker Buehler, Lexington native.
Yeah.
If it sounds like we're filling, it's because we are. Because no post parade, we already handled it. Handicapping. Paul, who did you?
I landed on the 2. I landed on the 2 in here. Sacred Rhyme. It's Chad. I get it. The blinkers go on, but lost a program trading first time out. That was a loaded race. The issue has been the gate last time out, at least here on July 28th. With a better break, I think the one to beat, obviously. I'm a little worried, though, Jonathan, aren't you, that kind of not getting played at the window?
Or the 2?
Yeah.
Well, you know, it's a bit of a concern, but it's a bit of a concern. But I'm not. Let's see. I'm trying to look at the Will Pace here in the double. It's a little bit tricky when you look at Will Pace and there's a big price before, because it's obviously not a lot of people played Evie Jets. So you can sometimes lead to understanding what's going to happen. The 2 is the favorite in the double. The 2 is the third choice in the pick 3. And then let's say the pick 5 is the third choice as well. So I think 4-1's about right based on those other things, but a little bit chilly to your point.
Chivalry is dead. We're undercover. Acacia out in the elements again.
I'm soaked, Lafitte. I cannot wait to go home and take a hot bath. But in any event, talking about the 2 Sacred Rhyme, blinkers go on. This is a lighter frame type of horse, so if there's a little cut in the ground with some of the rain we've gotten, he should handle it, and did have to steady back. You could see Red Ortiz kind of sitting in the saddle early last time out, and so those blinkers should help him. The 9 Too Far East is West. He has a string of close finishes in his 4 races so far, but I do think that Faraday race is live. He's definitely a turf distance runner. He's a little bit more settled than he was last time as well, which I appreciate. The 8 Dr. Kringle was my pick. I thought he'd be a price in here, and he's taking some attention. I love him getting back on turf. My notes said last time, looks like a horse that wants to go a marathon distance on the grass, and that's what we get today. He's sharp. He's definitely a turf horse, and we'll see if this is, in fact, the right surface for him, Lafitte.
About to find out. Acacia, JK, you had a final thought?
Yeah, just the one Wayhill Road. I think Gary was interested in this horse. The reason I kind of got off is because this horse is a half to Midnight Bourbon dirt horse, Gervin dirt horse, cocked and loaded sprinter.
Really good horses, just dirt horses. See how
I'll
it all.
tell you what, the 5 horse in here, Galileo always like cutting the ground. And if we got a little bit of cutting the ground, 5 could be very dangerous.
We have some now. Frank Mermati with the call, 10th and final on the Thursday program.
They're in the gate, and they're off. It was an even start. Sacred Rhyme, Wayhill Road comes through along the inside, and Wayhill Road is up to take the lead. Just behind them, Timo is in 3rd, joined and passed by Dr. Kringle, and Too Far East is West. Now moves up to be a joint 4th as they move into the first turn. Atlantic Dancer and Gamekeeper are right together. It's a gap of 4 to the last 2, Jamestown and War Officer at the back of the field. They went the quarter in a very respectable 22 and 4/5 seconds. And it's Wayhill Road leading the way by about 3 parts of a length. Dr. Kringle is 2nd by 3, and then it's Sacred Rhyme by himself in 3rd. They're followed by Timo, racing on the inside of Too Far East is West. Another length and a half to Atlantic Dancer. Gamekeeper is next. 2 more back to Jamestown and War Officer. Not much change as they click off a half in 47 and 4. And the lead still belongs to Wayhill Road, who's been there since that sharp break out of the gate. Dr. Kringle a half length back in 2nd. Then it's Timo along the rail, a joint 3rd. As they move into the far turn. 3/4 went in 1:12 and 3/5 seconds. Wayhill Road chased the whole way by Dr. Kringle. On the outside, making progress. Too Far East is West, making a dangerous bid. Sacred Rhyme is just in front of him. Sacred Rhyme, Too Far East is West, looming up on the outside to challenge in the center of the course. And Too Far East is West has gone right by, opens up 3 from the back of the field, Jamestown and War Officer. But Too Far East is West turns it on and opens up under John Velasquez. An easy cruise home for Too Far East is West. War Officer from last completes the exacta, then Sacred Rhyme 3rd in front of Jamestown.
Another scheduled to be ridden by Luis Saez. Strikes here at Saratoga. It was Evie Jets in the Ballston Spa, and now John Velasquez taken over on Too Far East is West. Turned it on, and he was gone.
I almost picked him just because of his name.
You can't even pull him up.
I mean, think about it. Too Far East is West.
But Johnny V's having trouble pulling this horse up, my goodness. And I'll tell you what, JK, you even said it, the 5's rolling. 5 got left, and I just had a feeling right before the gate you have a premonition that the 5's going to run because he got hit late down the 7-2. Watch the 5 next time out.
No, absolutely. I mean, I think the initial flash we saw on the 5 gave a good indication. And then the 2, look, I think those are the 3 horses, the 2, 5, and the 9, the 2 Sacred Rhyme with the blinkers on. Popped away from there and kind of got that position, and then they ended up kind of in a 3-horse duel. Tyler did a great job trying to kind of reel Sacred Rhyme in to kind of sit in behind, and just I think probably got a little tired late. I'm not sure if those fractions are correct because they seem very fast, but especially with the
rail being set, we knew that the times might be.
I'll tell you what, the public buried that because that horse was the lowest will pay in everything. No. Pick 5, pick 4, pick 6. And when you read the form, you were thinking the 2 would be the favorite in here, but no, the public had it dead on, and Johnny V gave a great ride to the 9. I mean, nobody was beating this horse today.
His race, Preakness Day, was really, really good. I don't know what happened the last couple of races. That race was really good. And you say, here's a horse that's not going to be a maiden that much longer. And then today, Too Far East is West to step forward and onward and upward, Gary.
Yeah, absolutely. They found a distance he liked. He got a. I think those fractions may have been right, close to right, with those rails set out like that. They were rolling up front. There was a lot of separation between the top 2 and the rest of the field. He was biding his time far back, and he finished like those fractions were for real.
You know, the blinkers went on last time in a 1 3/8 race. I guess a 1 3/16 you're cutting back just a tiny bit, but, you know, he made that kind of middle move last time and just flattened out a tiny bit, but not today. He just kept on going.
Found another gear. The others did not at 5-2. Too Far East is West. Mike Trombetta, I believe he won a race yesterday on the Wednesday program here in Saratoga. Yeah. Too Far East is West. The 3 second-place finishes prior to that one. Wasn't finishing behind anyone on this afternoon. The canoe, what color will it look like Sunday? Could look the same. It is possible. Team Epicenter is back with Disarm. The favorite, of course, Forte. The Travers, Saturday on Fox, winding things down on Saratoga Live.
The momentum continues for War Dancer as Epic Queen scores at Monmouth.
Epic Queen just won't give up. Epic Queen gets the score.
Niagara Skyline goes wire to wire at Woodbine.
And Niagara Skyline in terrific form here today by 3 lengths.
And Queen's Dancer with a big upset as she wires the field.
A photo coming up once again, and it's going to be Queen's Dancer.
Shouldn't you have a War Dancer? War Dancer, proud to stand in New York.
Perfect day. There is no finer place in all of sports.
Nerves, excitement, and anticipation.
Than beautiful, truly stunning. For the Breeders' Cup World Championships.
To win it. And here is domestic spending.
And Pearl with plenty left in the tank.
Program trading. Ocean Road.
It will be McCulloch.
Victoria Road down to the line.
Will be State of Rest.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Initially known as the Kenilworth Cup, the Man of War Cup is a solid gold trophy awarded to the winner of the Travers Stakes, or Midsummer Derby. Commissioned by Abe Orpin, co-owner and manager of Kenilworth Park in Windsor, Ontario, trophy was created by Tiffany & Company in 1920 for the match race between Man of War and Triple Crown winner Sir Barton. Man of War won the contest by 7 lengths and drank from the cup in the winner's circle. In 1936, Samuel's wife Elizabeth donated the cup to Saratoga Racecourse. That same year, Granville became the first Travers winner to receive what is known now as the Man of War Cup. Each year, the original trophy is presented by a member of the Riddle family or the governor or lieutenant governor of New York to the winner of the track signature event. A smaller gold-plated replica of the Man of War Cup or Travers Trophy inscribed with the winner's name is prepared for the winning connections to commemorate one of the most prestigious victories in the sport. On Saturday, who will hoist the Man of War Cup, win the 154th running of the Travers, Gary, a feeling you're very familiar with, going back to Point Given, and Thunder Gulch as well, the Derby winner in the mid-90s.
Yeah, father and son felt pretty good. And I'll tell you what.
How'd the start go?
Not well. I could tell that my assistant starter was very nervous, and his hand was squeezed so tight on Thunder Gulch's rein that his knuckles were turning white, and I said, relax a little bit. Well, he forgot to let go of him, and he leapt up in the air at the start, and I'm thinking, oh, man. But it actually put me exactly where I needed to be in the race. I kept him about 3 wide the entire race and tracked. And he could be a little bit of a playboy, but he grew up on Derby Day, and he got better with each and every one of his races. He did some things that no other horse has accomplished. Ran through all 3 Triple Crown races, winning the Derby and the Belmont Stakes. Came back 3 weeks later at Hollywood Park, what is now the Laz Barrera race. And even Seattle Slew got beat out in that race at 10 cents on the dollar. Not him. He came back. He won the Haskell. He won the Travers. And he was some kind of racehorse, as tough a horse as I ever rode in my career.
They believed he might be the only horse that could beat Cigar in '95 going into the Classic. His last race was the Jockey Club Gold Cup, retired shortly thereafter. It's a quote I always remember from D. Wayne Lucas when he was watching that '95 Kentucky Derby, because his best 3-year-olds were Serena Song and Timber Country. Lucas is watching the race. He says the ballerina, Serena Song, is spent. She's tired. The champ, Timber Country, is far back and in trouble. Thunder Gulch is going to win this race at 24-1, who you did have to be convinced to come back from Japan or whatever it was the time to ride.
I literally wasn't going to come back. I'd flown too many times. I'd won the Santa Anita Derby on Larry the Legend, and I thought he was going to be favored for the Kentucky Derby. When I landed back in Hong Kong, Ron Anderson was waiting for me at the airport, and he looked like somebody kicked his little red wagon into a ditch. I said, what's going on? We just won $1 million race. He said he broke down in the race. He's not going to race anymore. He's fine, but he's done racing. He said, but Wayne Lucas called. He wants you on Thunder Gulch. And I said, no. He'd gotten beaten the Bluegrass, and Pat Day rode him. I got a phone call from my buddy Mike Smith, and that's who convinced me to come back and ride him, and thank God he did. Thanks, buddy.
24-25-1 Thunder Gulch, Kentucky Derby winner and Travers winners. So what will the headline be after Saturday's Travers with championship implications? Forte 7-5. It's rare. We don't see it often. Derby winner, Preakness winner, Belmont winner, much more coming up on the Travers. Meantime, in the 10th and final, with Too Far East is West, just on name alone, Gary started gravitating towards this one, and he's gravitating towards the lead right here. Cut loose by John Velasquez, Paulie, and he is all over the leaders turning for home.
Yeah, the race is over about right here. He had a ton horse, Johnny V. Listen, Johnny V is one of the best turf riders we've seen in a long time. When he swings 4 or 5 wide, he's got the goods. Just put it that way, because he's really cognizant of trying to save some ground. And this horse just was much the best today, and just was professional. And listen, he was knocking on the door, and the door opened today.
I'm going to point something out. These guys, I say it had to be so cold out there, because we're cold sitting up here under cover. They got those thin little silk jockey pants on, and Johnny, they didn't have time, a couple of them, to get their mud clothes on when this downpour happened. So when they went straight to the gate, you get a little chilly. Just saying.
Jockeys are always cold. That cold. People here in Saratoga that live here the whole year,
the crazy part about jockeys are,
is.
they are the toughest athletes I've ever seen in my life. They are. And I was a professional athlete. I was a catcher. I took a beating. These guys are unbelievable. But when thunder comes, oh, they become Usain Bolt. They start running.
You're not kidding. You got metal all over my body.
He has metal installed. Yeah, I'm running from him. You saw the payouts there for the late pick 5. They're up over 6,000. JK, is that what it was?
Yeah, I think so. I didn't hit
8,000
it.
the pick 6?
Yeah, the
8,000,
pick 6 was.
It was at 8,000.
Yeah.
You can't ask me when I didn't hit it because I try to block
We like
it out.
putting you in an uncomfortable position and making you do that. And what's happening right now? Keep the single on him. America's Best Racing's Race of the Week. What else? The Travers, the Midsummer Derby. Cue the animation. Take another look at the field. Grade 1, 3-year-olds, mile and a quarter, $1.25 million purse. And amazing how quickly things change. Number 4, Mage, the Kentucky Derby winner. Louis Sy is injured, so Flavien Prat takes over Gary and Mage. Despite the lack of experience, going back to his biggest moment, the Kentucky Derby, hot pace. Off the pace on that afternoon, beautifully ridden by Javier Castellano.
Yeah, and listen, with the pickup of Flavien Prat, that's definitely not a downgrade from Luis Saez. I guarantee you that he's watched every one of this horse's races. He knows the quick acceleration he has to get to the lead. He's got that kick like we've heard Todd Pletcher talk about with Nest on the dirt. He's got a kick like a turf horse does on the dirt. And I think he's the most explosive horse in the race if he gets the right opportunity and the race sets up well for him.
Yeah, hot pace, Derby, Paul. Slow pace, Preakness, victimized Mage, and National Treasure takes advantage.
Yeah, and Johnny V just pulled every trick. He floated everybody out on the first turn, then he floated everybody out on the second turn, and it looks like Blazing Sevens is right by him, but Johnny goes to the left-handed crop and gets the extra little burst that he needs. This was the Hall of Fame ride, and you know, Blazing Sevens looked like he was right by him, but Johnny V got him home at 51 years old.
Powered by Bob Baffert, National Treasure. JK, the Belmont Stakes. Forte hadn't raced since the Florida Derby. Arcangelo, and a great ride, Javier Castellano. His first Derby with Mage, his first Belmont with Arcangelo, and Jenna Antonucci making history.
Yeah, Javier, he earned his first Belmont with a wonderful ride coming up on the inside. And you mentioned Forte. Look, Forte was coming in off of a 70-day break since the Florida Derby. Very long time to come in off of a break to run in a 1.5 mile race. And you see Forte right outside in the St. Elias Silks teaser. Vinny Viola maybe card talk this.
Can't wait to see that. Vinny Viola and Rapoli and Team Forte. Gary had to be thrilled to see this. That in the end there was no change, but Forte running fast and showing all kinds of moxie in the Jim Dandy on a wet track.
Yeah, and I think he'll be favored because of all the hype of this 2-year-old year and the hype from this race. He got the job done. But I don't think there's a ton separating him from the rest of this field. These guys have been prepared for this moment for the Travers. They're coming in hot. They're coming in ready. And they're all going to have their running shoes on.
You have some information for us?
Yeah, I got, since you called me out.
You got
I got the pick 5. If I don't hit it, I don't look that hard because I don't want to, it makes me mad. Pick 5, 6,300, and pick 6, 8,900.
One thing I will say, in the Kentucky Derby, Flavien Prat on Angel of Empire, who has done, he shadowed Mage the whole way around the racetrack and could not catch him. So I think he kind of knows Mage's move.
Yeah, and isn't it funny how things work out? If Angel of Empire was healthy, Pratt would be riding him. Yeah. Angel of Empire sideline, Pratt winds up on Mage. Thanks so much for hanging with us on Saratoga Live. A salute, Military Appreciation Day to all the veterans, active members for everything you do, allowing us our freedoms and safety and to enjoy racing as we do on a day-to-day basis at Saratoga. What a story for the Cantomasi brothers in an upset 29-1 Evie Jets in the Grade 2 event. And on Saturday, as the countdown continues to the 154th Travers Stakes. We'll see you tomorrow.